Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone and welcome back to another live stream with me, Grizzly. This is Grizzly True Crime, and today we are here together to watch day 4 of the Adam Montgomery trial. So please remember, we don't want any spoilers. We are starting 2.5 hours after the start time so that we can skip through all the long sidebars, the coffee breaks, the lunch breaks, and all of that, and cover it as concisely as we possibly can. Which helps our energy management as well, right? Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Please like and share in case others don't know that we are live or what we are doing, and then they'll come and join us over here. You could use any hashtag that I've recommended for you in the description box. If you don't know anything about this case or this trial, I would highly recommend checking out my playlist, which is in the description box below. Okay, so are we ready to get started? I should actually check that Bill Gates has not messed with my mic. Can you guys hear me? Sound check. I'm going to boost the sound of the court audio as well. Okay, that's all good. And the visuals and everything as well. And I'll put titles up for you so that you know who's talking, what's happening. Where you can see Kayla Montgomery is back on the stand at the start of day 4. On Friday, she was on the stand. That would be Harmony, Montgomery's stepmother, and Adam's current wife. We heard a lot of things on Friday. We heard a lot of things. It was really terrible. I can't unhear a lot of that. My goodness. If you didn't see my YouTube shorts, check those out as well, because I'm finding key moments for you and making shorts for you. And some of the things that she said, oh my goodness. So let's see how it goes today. Today the cross-examination continues. So the defense attorney, Caroline Smith, I think her name is, she's going to continue on with cross-examination of Kayla. Let's just see. So we've got the state prosecutors are Ben Agati, Christopher Knowles. Defense is Caroline Smith and James Brooks. And the judge is Amy Messer. Also, what else did I want to tell you? Remember we looked at, I'm going to get started now. Adam Montgomery's defense team said they're going to have 2 witnesses. The state will have a total of 52 to 55 witnesses. Adam Montgomery will have 2. The 2 witnesses that they expect for him would be Michelle Raftery, which was Harmony's foster mom, as well as Michael Harju, Hillsborough County House of Corrections. Those are the 2 that are listed. Okay, so before we dive in, welcome to all my moderators. Thank you so much for everything you do. I know it's hard work, especially during these long trial days. Welcome to all my patrons. I hope that you enjoyed my little video that I made for you today. Welcome to all my members as well. And now, let's get started with day 4. Everything will be time-stamped for you as well. If you are a replay watcher, or if you just want to catch parts that you missed, if you come and go, then you can check out the timestamps for key moments. All right, so let's check out the sound here. Let's go like this. This should be good.
All rise for the jury.
You may be seated. Ms. Montgomery, I remind you, you are still under oath.
Yes.
I believe when we left off on Friday, morning, by the way, when on Friday we were talking about getting ready to sit down and talk to police after you were arrested on 2 charges of perjury.
Yes.
And you told the police that you wanted to talk to them, but it took a while before you actually talked to them because they had to contact your attorney and write up the letter that set out the terms of what would happen to you based on what you said.
Yes.
And essentially those terms were that what you said couldn't be used against you, but would be used as a gauge for whether or not they wanted to enter into an agreement with you, right?
Yes.
And so if you said something that hurt you, they wouldn't be able to say Kayla admitted to this and charge you with a crime, right?
Right.
But at the same time, if they found evidence independently to support what you said and that you committed a new crime, they could.
You know what the beauty is of starting a little later? Is that we can set custom speed. So I'm going to play this at 1.1 speed, okay? So that it's just a more bearable pace for us, all right, with this cross-examination. I think it's by the sounds of it already, it's gonna be a lot of the same questions of like, you're a liar, you lied, so you lied, and then you lied. And let's hope new information comes out from this today. But Friday probably gave us all a migraine, honestly. Let's continue.
Charge you.
I don't remember.
Okay, that's fine. And so this agreement did not include those conditions that you had written while you were in your jail cell thinking of cooperating, right?
Yes.
Because they had not come to you with any sort of cooperation agreement.
Right.
Okay. Now, you knew in going to talk to them that they wanted information about Harmony being missing, right?
Yes.
Whether or not she was alive?
Yes.
When she went missing?
Yes.
Under what circumstances she went missing?
Yes.
And these are things that you had been thinking about since the time of your arrest, right?
Yes.
And when you first told the lie to the police and to the grand jury that the last time you saw Harmony, she was driving away with Adam to be taken to her mother, follow-up showed that not to be true, and you knew it, right?
Yes.
And one of the ways that you knew it, other than what you had lived through, but you knew they had found it not to be true, was that you had seen and heard Crystal Sorey talking on the news about her missing child, right?
I didn't see that right when they were questioning me.
Okay. It had been going on for a little bit, though, right?
Yes.
And also, while you were in your jail cell, you got what's called discovery, right?
Yes.
And that is police reports and searches and the results of all that stuff that is sent to you as a part of you being charged for a crime, right?
Yes.
And that discovery included...
It's quite weird how with the defense attorney, yes, her demeanor, Kayla's, is very, very different, of course, from what we saw earlier in the day on Friday with the state prosecutor, right? But she also gets like this vocal fry with the defense attorney, like, why? Also, Joe Ellie says, aren't those reading glasses? They could be, and I was actually wondering why she wasn't wearing them on Friday, because at the weapons trial, she had glasses on all the time, so yeah, she's got her glasses again. Maybe they gave her a migraine on Friday to not be wearing her reading glasses, trying to look at, I don't know. Anyway, let's continue.
The investigation into Harmony being missing.
Yes.
And it included the charge of the reports and stuff on the charge of second-degree assault against Adam.
Yes.
And so you knew what people had said to the police and stuff about that second-degree assault charge.
Yes.
And you also knew that the charge was for Adam striking Harmony in the face.
Yes.
And you knew that there was a claim of black eyes from that, right?
Yes.
And when you told the police your story of what happened to Harmony, the allegation that you had was striking her in the face, right?
Yes.
And you included a story of black eyes.
Yes.
All right, so the next thing I want to talk about is the timeline of your accusations against Adam. So on June 3rd, you met with the police for a pretty long time, right?
Yes.
And it was, the meeting that you had was audio and video recorded.
Yes.
And your lawyer was present,
Yes.
and the police were generally the ones asking questions.
Yes.
But there was somebody from the Attorney General's office who was also present.
Yes.
And then after that interview, and it was fairly long, right?
Yes.
And there was a break in between, but between the two of them it was really long.
Yes.
And then you got booked for the perjury charges.
Yes.
And during booking, you said something to Detective Dunleavy about Portland pie,
Yes.
and that Adam had taken the body to Portland pie from the freezer and then returned it to Union Street later.
Yes.
That's still one of the scariest visuals in my mind. There's many of them in this case, but with Kayla Montgomery taking a double stroller with her boys in it, one in the front, one in the back, right? And in between them, putting this CMC bag with Harmony's body in, wheeling it down. I think it was Elm Street, really, like wheeling it down to the Portland Pie Company. Oh my word, that's so scary.
The plea agreement, well, then you talked again on the June 23rd.
Yes.
And on June 23rd, that was also audio and video recorded.
Yes.
And about the same amount of people were there,
Yes.
and generally the same people.
Yes.
And after that, you did reach your deal, right?
Yes.
But, and you were out for the interview on June 23rd. You were back out on bail, right?
Yes.
And then, as we talked about, sometime in September, you got arrested and reincarcerated.
Yes.
And then sometime after that, you and your attorney reached, well, you got an agreement with the state.
Yes.
And under that agreement, you could serve a minimum of 2 years.
I don't remember.
I think you testified on direct that you got a 3.5 to 7 suspended and a 3.5 to 7 to serve, but you could get out, you could get 1.5 years suspended off of that, right?
Yes.
So that would be a minimum of 2 years.
Yes.
And you also got credit for the time that you had put in while on bail.
Yes.
And so your parole hearing comes up in a month or two?
May.
May? Okay.
Ooh, her parole hearing coming up in May. She could be released after that pretty soon, which I don't know about. I don't feel good about that. I can't even say I don't know how I feel about that. The more I think about it, remember, at first it's like, okay, give them the benefit of the doubt. Let's hear them out. But then the more that it went on and on Friday, I'm like, this lady should be in there for way longer, right? Sure. Someone said, is he in court today? I do not believe so. When I've looked at, just before we started there, as they filtered into the courtroom there, before Kayla was on there, no, didn't see him in court. So I think he chickened out again, which is just horrifying that he has the right to do that. I hate it. I wish they could, put him in a wheelchair and just wheel him in there. Be at your own trial, man. He refuses to be strip searched, so if you missed that on Friday, that is the reason he's giving for why he doesn't want to be in court, even though he was in court every single day for his weapons trial. For this one, he says, nope, not getting strip searched, and so he's not going. Okay, then.
Now, after you reached the agreement. You pled to that agreement in November of
Yes.
2022.
Yes.
And then in March of 2023, you had another meeting with the same group of people.
Yes.
And where was that meeting?
At the Attorney General's office in Concord.
And you were housed in the New Hampshire State Prison for Women at that time, right?
Yes.
And you were transported from the prison to the Attorney General's office to talk to him.
Yes.
And that interview was also recorded and video recorded.
Yes.
And generally, the police were asking the questions,
Yes.
and the prosecutor from the state might ask a few.
Yes.
But he was there for the whole thing, watching.
Yes.
And then, so that was March of 2023, and then this December of 2023, you met with the state again, right?
Yes.
And was that the same sort of thing where you were transported from the prison to the Attorney General's office?
No.
Where was that meeting?
At the Women's State Prison.
Okay. And who was present for that?
Myself and Chris and my lawyer and Amy.
And Amy's somebody who works with the Attorney General's office?
Yes, she's an advocate.
Okay. And there you were not recorded, right?
No.
And that meeting was also a long meeting?
Yes.
Reviewing things that you had said before?
Yes.
Reviewing what your testimony was?
Huh, a lot of questions and just yes. Yes. I wish there was more than that, right? Tell us more, Kayla. Also, Kim Frain says, I understand she was young and scared and on drugs, but her lying could mean he gets her not guilty. Also, her still wanting to be with him. That's exactly the moment when I was like, yeah, I don't have empathy for her. Because to be able to not only watch him allegedly murder a 5-year-old girl, okay, but then also carry her body around for months, and then Kayla helped cut Harmony's hoodie off. Oh my word, that was like three or so months after Harmony had died. To watch Adam Montgomery then do what he did, she saw, he was busy in the bathroom and then doesn't know what happened after that. Okay, yeah, and then you still want to be with him? Oh, no. Mm-mm.
It would be a trial.
Yes.
Questioning some things that you had to say.
Yes.
And I think I said it, but it was not recorded.
Right.
And then you met with them again in January.
Yes.
Same sort of situation.
Yes.
And that was around January 10.
Yes.
And was that about as long?
Yeah.
Going through all the stuff that you had said before.
Yes.
Questioning you on the stuff that you had said before.
Yes.
And getting ready to testify here.
Yes.
And then January 19, you met with them again?
January what?
19?
Sorry. Yes.
And same situation?
Yes.
So that you're going over what you had said before,
Yes.
going over what you're going to say to the jury,
Yes.
and there might be some questions about what you said before, and so you kind of go back through it and work through that.
Yes.
And was that it as far as meetings?
Yes.
Okay. And during all that time, you had plenty of time to review in your mind your memories and talk about things that you had said.
Yes.
So we're going to talk about some of the things that you've said to the jury and before the jury trial, okay?
Yes.
So you talked about after your eviction, which was November 27,
Yes.
you lived in your car for about 2 weeks.
Yes, a few weeks.
From November 27 to the day it broke down on December 7.
Yes.
Little under 2 weeks.
Yes.
Okay. And as you're evicted, you take some items with you.
Yes.
Take some clothing for the kids.
Yes.
You take the toothbrush for Harmony.
Yes.
Make sure she can brush her teeth while she's in the car.
Yes. We all had toothbrushes.
Huh?
We all had toothbrushes.
Okay, so Declan and Seamus also were brushing their teeth?
Well, they had baby toothbrushes.
Okay. And so you made sure that you packed those things that the kids need for their hygiene.
Yes.
And some clothes for each of them,
Yes.
in addition to what they were wearing.
Yes.
And then you probably got some extra bibs and stuff for when you're feeding Declan,
Yes.
and diapers,
Yes.
and food.
Yes.
Okay. And extra underpants for Harmony.
I don't remember.
Okay. You had outerwear for the kids.
Yes.
She doesn't remember if there was extra underwear for Harmony, even though Harmony had lots of accidents from all the fear and the trauma, probably. I'm speculating that. But also because they're living in a car. I mean, how must Harmony know how to ask and when to ask to go to the bathroom? It's not like they're in a house and she's just, making accidents, which happens too from fear and trauma. Like living in a car. And that is why, allegedly, Adam Montgomery hit Harmony so much on an ongoing basis, not just that one day on December 7th of 2019. Many times because she was having accidents in the car. But still, to live in the car, and shame, when they found that car 2 years later, they actually found Harmony's Troll's toothbrush in it. Which is also interesting. I don't know if they found the other kids' toothbrushes or theirs, but they specifically mentioned Harmony's Troll's toothbrush, which had her DNA on it. Like, oh my goodness. This one just like, yes. Thank you so much all for being here. If you're brand new here, I hope you'll consider subscribing. Please like and share, not because you like the topic. It's very grim. It's very devastating. But because you like the way that I present true crime. And if anyone's asking why are we behind in the feed? Why do we start late? You'll see. We start late so we could just skip right over those coffee breaks, the long silent sidebars, the lunch break. We could just power right through. Teleport, as we say over here. Okay.
Coats and shoes.
Yes.
And socks.
Yes.
And the next day was Thanksgiving.
Yes.
And do you recall where you stayed on Thanksgiving?
No. I don't remember.
You didn't celebrate a Thanksgiving on Thanksgiving Day, right?
No.
Okay. And the day after Thanksgiving, you went to your mom's house.
Yes.
And you went the day after Thanksgiving to see if she could put you up.
Yes.
And she wasn't able to.
No.
But you were there at her house for a while.
Yes.
And you used that time to clean up the kids.
Yes.
Because they had been in the car the night before.
Yes.
And to clean them up a lot better than just wiping the boys when you change their diapers, right?
Yes.
And brushing their teeth.
Yes.
And
Oh man, Stefan says, what year, Caroline? I know, right? She jumps from like 2021, 22, 23, and now she's back to 2019. So if anyone feels lost, we're looking at the time frame now in this questioning from November 27th to December 7th of 2019. It took over 2 years for anyone to know that Harmony was even missing. Kayla and Adam hid that information from everyone and blocked everyone on social media, including Harmony's biological mother, Crystal, who was on the stand on the first day. So if you the second day, the first day was a jury view, day 2 of the trial. Okay, so if you go to that one, yes, they blocked her as well. People were looking for Harmony. It took 2.5 years to really get the investigation going because of Kayla keeping Adam's dirty little secrets. And they really are filthy, vile, horrendous, unforgettable secrets.
and changing their clothes.
Yes.
Did you use her laundry while you were there?
I don't remember.
Okay. And your mom took that time to get to know her grandchildren,
Yes.
including Harmony.
Yes.
And she couldn't put you up, so you had to leave.
Yes.
And you stayed in the car that night.
Yes.
And then, that was, by the way, November 29, the day after Thanksgiving, right?
Yes.
And that's the same day that you had a car accident, right?
29th, yes.
Okay, and that was a car accident with Tabitha Scott in the front seat, you in the back seat with the kids.
Yes.
And Adam driving.
Yes.
Sorry. And police came after the accident,
Yes.
and you had Declan in a car seat.
Yes.
Seamus was in some sort of...
He was in a car seat.
Okay. And Harmony was not.
No.
You did not have a car seat for Harmony, right?
Right.
And you were in the back, so she wasn't in a seatbelt either, right?
No.
And that was a problem when the police officer came, right?
Yes.
And a blanket was thrown over Harmony, and she was told to hide so that the police officer wouldn't know that you had too many kids in the car and one was unrestrained.
Let's see what she answers, but that is not why, apparently, from everything we've read in the probable cause affidavit and all the things we've done in the trial prep. If you missed it, part 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are available as trial prep episodes for you on the playlist. But they said that Adam covered Harmony with a blanket then. That was the car accident day, November 29th, and other times, right? So that the police wouldn't see the bruises that she had. She was apparently covered in bruises from his abuse. Okay, let's see what Kayla says.
No.
Okay. You were hiding the fact that you did not have Harmony restrained in the back seat at the time of the accident.
Yes.
And then Adam had his license at that time, right?
I don't remember if he lost it then or not.
Okay. Well, he was able to drive away from there after the police officer talked to you all, right?
Yes.
So he probably had his license, right?
Probably, yes.
Okay. And Tabitha Scott, your friend that was in the car at the time of the accident, she was a friend, right?
Yes.
And she really liked Harmony, right?
Yes.
She would play with Harmony, right?
Yes.
And sometimes play dress up and stuff like that with her, right?
No, but okay. I don't remember that happening.
Okay.
See, there's that vocal fry again. No, I don't remember that happening. Oh, come on, man. Come on, man, Kayla. Just spill it. Okay, so A. Heineman said, why do we assume that only Adam abused Harmony? We don't assume that, especially after Friday. Oh, no, it's just such a horrifying thought. Because neglect is also abuse. You know, maybe Kayla just completely turned a blind eye and just completely neglected Harmony, which is more what it sounds like. Don't know if she would have physically abused her or whatever. I think she would have neglected her, in my opinion, which is abuse. Okay.
Remember taking photographs and like photoshopping them to put stuff on them and stuff like that in
Yes.
photographs? Okay. And
Sorry. I clicked on
Tabitha
something
was
now.
somebody that you would have babysit the kids sometimes.
Yes.
And sometimes it would just be Harmony and you would take the two boys with you, or sometimes she might do all three.
Yes.
And
Just hold on.
your accident on the 29th, do you recall that being in the afternoon?
I don't remember.
Okay. And do you recall if you went to your mom's before or after that?
Sorry about that. I double-clicked on Nightbot by mistake. Nightbot, don't distract us now. Okay, sorry about that. We're back.
I think I went to my mom's later that night.
Okay. And Harmony did not have black eyes when you went to your mom's,
No.
right? So she did not have black eyes when she was in that accident, right?
No.
Pardon?
No.
Okay. Now, December 1st. Well, that was an accident on the 29th, and you made up a lie about November 30th. What did you actually do on November 30th?
I don't remember.
Okay. How about December 1? Do you know what you did that day?
No.
Do you know where you stayed?
In the car?
Do you know where the car was?
No.
Was it at Colonial Village?
I remember that's where we would normally park and sleep in the car.
Okay. You said that Anthony Bodero, and am I pronouncing that right? Bodero?
Yes.
Okay. That he would come down to the car while you were in the parking lot.
Yes.
And I think that you said that he would give you drugs.
Yes.
And that he would see Harmony during that less than 2 week period that you were in the car.
Yes.
And that he would come down, she would wave to him.
Yes.
And he would wave back.
Yes.
And Harmony was not under cover when she would wave to Anthony Bordero.
No.
And she was not hidden from public view or Anthony Bodero's view when he would come down in the morning.
No.
And I think that you said that he might come, maybe not every day, but pretty frequently.
Yes.
And he also brought you some Thanksgiving leftovers.
Yes.
And when he did that, he saw Harmony.
Yes.
Now, there was another accident on December 2nd. Do you remember that?
No.
Do you remember that you had another accident outside of the clinic after the accident on November 29?
Yes.
And that was, during a time that you and Adam had been going to the clinic, right?
Yes.
And the kids were not with you at that time.
I don't remember if they were there or not.
Okay.
So they're talking about the methadone clinic where they went, okay? And we're hearing about another accident now because there was a car accident on November 29th. So someone in chat just, I just flew by. I couldn't see who it was now. Saying, isn't she testifying differently to when the prosecutor asked her questions about the accident? Just remember, from what we know so far, there's 2 separate days. There was this car accident on November 29th, and it's later, on December 7th, about a week later, that Adam allegedly murdered Harmony Montgomery, and then the car died. So, man, the way they say that, and the way that Kayla and Adam seem to describe, yeah, the car died. Yeah, so did Harmony. The most important. But that was on December 7th. So November 29th. Now Caroline Smith brought up here December 2nd. So I'm keen to hear what she says here about another accident. Wow. Okay.
So it is, and I think you said reviewing the accident report would not refresh your recollection? Or would?
I don't remember.
If I gave you the accident report, do you think it might refresh your recollection?
I will try and remember.
Ing says, what was she on that she doesn't remember the second accident? Heroin, lots of that. And then, I don't know, it sounds like lots of things. Heroin, meth, all kinds of things. I'm not going to say all the trigger words for YouTube right now. YouTube will be like, I'm flagging this. Lots of them. But they got methadone as well, which is supposed to be treatment to help with overcoming that addiction. But it seemed to me like they were abusing that as well because they would just numb themselves with the methadone they collected. And then later in the afternoon, like we heard on the day that Harmony died, they got methadone. Then they went, then Harmony apparently had an accident in the back of the car and Adam hit her a lot. They covered her with a blanket, went to Burger King, and then went to go get drugs. And this Anthony Bodero that they mentioned is also going to be on the stand sometime this week. And that's what they said last week. They said early next week. And he let them stay in his car after the car broke down for a bit. And wow, Kayla said that Harmony's body was in a duffel bag in his trunk too for a time and in the snowbank so that Anthony Bodero wouldn't see. Oh my goodness. But he was also a dealer. He also provided them with substances. So I'm just giving you some info in case you forgot some of that or if you didn't know that.
I've got a 4-page document, and I've actually highlighted the date on the first page just because there's so much information. But do you think if you review the accident report, it might refresh your recollection that your kids were not in the car?
I remember the accident, but I don't remember if the kids were in the car or not.
Okay.
Even looking at this, I don't remember. I just remember we were in an accident outside the clinic.
Okay. And I think we talked about that.
Pause. Thank you so much, Kathleen R., for your $20 sticker. That is what I was saying about 5 minutes ago or so. Yes. Kayla was saying, to cover her because she wasn't in a seatbelt, but she did say, you are right. Yeah, she did say that before, and we did know that information before as well, that they covered Harmony with the blanket so that people wouldn't see her bruises.
That a little bit on Friday, that the police asked you about that as well.
Yes.
During your interview, right?
Yes.
And that you said that maybe Tabitha or maybe your mom was babysitting the kids.
Yes.
So if you were in the accident and the kids were not with you, they would have been with somebody that you trusted to babysit them.
Yes.
Harmony would not have been hidden from whoever that babysitter was.
No.
Harmony would not have been hidden from public view.
No.
Harmony would not have been hidden under a blanket.
No.
Now, do you recall it snowing at all while you were staying at the Colonial Village parking lot?
I know that there was snow on and off.
Okay. There was actually a bit of a storm. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And that was when you were parked at Colonial Village.
Yes.
And did you go inside to the Bodero's residence during that storm?
I don't remember going in there.
Okay. Did you ever take the children into Mr. Bodero's residence to brush their teeth or to clean them up or anything like that?
I remember bringing the kids up to his apartment, but I don't remember when that was.
Okay. So let's talk about living in the car. You got a couple of boys that are quite young.
Yes.
One is about 11 months,
Yes.
and your other son was 2.5-ish.
Yes.
And they can only stay in the same position one time for a certain amount of time, right?
Right.
And then they start getting pretty rambunctious, right?
Yes.
And fussy.
Yes.
And Declan, if he...
Oh man, there's also another true crime case involving children where the word rambunctious isn't used, huh? Oh no. Do you guys remember that from the Cal City Boys case? Rambunctious. Not our favorite word. Reminds me of that case. Hope and Fear, thank you for sharing the sparkly purple hearts in honor of Harmony. Harmony's favorite color was purple, and she loved sparkly things, and so that's why I made that. If you guys just want to share purple hearts in chat as well, if you're not a member, that's perfectly fine. Share some purple hearts in honor of Harmony.
gets fussy, will cry,
Yes.
and that'll make Seamus cry.
I don't remember that.
Okay. And Harmony, also, maybe not as rambunctious, but would get pretty fussy about being in the car for a long time, right?
Yes.
And so you would try and find ways to entertain them.
Yes.
And one of the ways that you entertained them was to go to a public place like maybe the mall, just to get them walking around inside for a while.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
You remember losing your phone at the mall while you were walking, you and Adam were walking around with the kids?
No.
Okay. One of the ways that you would entertain them was to take them to places like Walmart when you were shopping for more food.
I don't remember going there.
Okay. What were the ways that you entertained them?
I don't remember what we...
Damn, what a neglectful mother. I don't know how we entertained them. Okay, they're only your kids, and Harmony was your stepkid. You have no idea how you entertained them. She was only looking for a next fix. It makes me so mad. Oh my goodness. Jessica Freitag said, I keep seeing people say the defense is leading. You're allowed to lead on cross. You cannot lead if it is your witness on direct. Thank you so much, Jessica.
We did with them. I just remember living in the car.
Okay. But you didn't have the children in the car 24/7, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you play or take them to walk on those balance beams and stuff on that little play center at the back of the parking lot at Colonial?
I don't remember.
Okay. Let's talk about the food that you had. You would eat things like tortilla wraps,
Yeah, we had tortilla wraps.
bananas,
Yes.
peanut butter,
Yes.
apples,
I don't remember apples.
baby food.
What? Caroline is sounding extremely perked up now. Apples? Bananas? Peanut butter? This is a horror story, right? She's feeling enthusiastic about that shopping list, but shame. At least we know the kids got some food, but it sounds horrifying. The situation is so terrible. And the kids had to watch them, take all kinds of drugs. And they sound very neglected. I've asked on X, because I don't know if I'm not 100% sure about something, I prefer not to say. I don't know where exactly Kayla's kids are right now. Kayla and Adam's kids, right? She had 3 with him. 2 boys, and then after Harmony died, they had another kid, which is a daughter. And on social media so far, Marie in Denver has answered they are with her family. So I'm asking, well, with her mom or what? Because that's what I had heard, but I'm not 100% sure. I think the kids are with her mom though. And if she gets out, I think the kids will be right back in her care. I was reading this long document, 101 pages of like the CPS investigation, and it was horrifying to read the whole time when they talk about Adam Montgomery as Harmony's caregiver. And I'm like, no, that word should not be in there. Word should not be in there. Carrie says, oh no, Walmart. She doesn't remember because she didn't care. Thank you for your impeccable, defluffed coverage. Thank you so much, Carrie. And yeah, what a red flag when one doesn't remember Walmart. Like this one. Wow.
Yes.
Cereal,
Yes.
formula,
Yes.
and if you had cereal, you had milk.
I don't remember keeping milk in the car like that, but
Okay.
possibly.
So if you had baby cereal, Seamus would just eat it dry.
Yes.
And what was Seamus eating at that time? He was doing a mix of baby food and real food?
Yes.
Okay. And sometimes you'd feed him your food,
Yes.
little bits, right?
Yes.
And you'd have to make sure that he took it and put it in his mouth, right?
Yes.
Instead of dropping it on the car floor.
Yes.
And Declan had formula. Did he also
Baby food.
baby food?
Yes.
How about the cereal?
No.
So you would have to turn around and feed Declan in the back seat, or would you put him on your lap and feed him in the front seat?
I'd turn his car seat around so that he'd be facing that direction so I could feed him.
Okay. And diapers?
Yes.
So when Declan or Seamus would go to the bathroom in the car, they would be
Yes.
going to the bathroom in diapers, right?
Yes.
And Declan, his diapers didn't smell too much, right? Because he was still just a baby.
I don't remember.
Okay. But Seamus's diapers would smell, right?
Yes.
And so Seamus and Declan are both going to the bathroom in the car in their diapers,
Yes.
and you would change them where?
In the car.
And all the time?
If we were just living in our car, yes.
And then you would throw the diapers in the dumpster?
Yes.
And certainly in Colonial Village, you had a dumpster nearby.
Yes.
And then you would try to clean them up more than just the wipes when you change their diapers, right?
Yes.
And that would be in public restrooms.
I don't remember going to public restrooms.
Where would you clean them more than just wipes?
I don't remember.
That's terrifying that she doesn't remember that. Surely that's a terrible time to be living out of a car, living in a car with 3 kids that need to be cared for 24/7. Ooh, the neglect is absolutely terrifying. My goodness. Just being, I don't know where we clean them up. I don't know if we went to a playground. Yeah, you really should remember that because it would be quite a challenge to, keep a happy face going in that situation. keep being the protector for the kids. Oh, man.
But you
Really
remember
wasn't.
that you would.
I remember cleaning them with wipes. I don't remember bringing them to any, like, restroom or stuff like that. I don't remember that.
Okay. So you talked about going to your mother's on the 29th of November. Is that the last time that they got a thorough cleaning?
I don't remember.
Okay. Well, you wouldn't do that to your kids, right?
I wouldn't, but if I was stuck in the situation I was stuck in, then yeah.
Okay. You had your own hygiene to worry about in the car, right?
Yes.
And I think that you said on direct that you would ask Harmony to come with you, and sometimes she wouldn't,
Right?
sometimes she would.
Yes.
And where would you go for your hygiene?
If we ended up going to a gas station that had a bathroom,
Okay. So one of the places that you used to clean yourself and Harmony up was public restroom in a gas station.
yes.
Perhaps convenience store,
Yes.
perhaps Walmart.
I don't remember going to Walmart.
Okay. So sometimes she would come out of the car with you and go into the convenience store and you would clean her up, right?
Yes.
And she would not be under a blanket.
No.
Right. And sometimes she didn't go with you.
Right.
And if she had not gone to the bathroom for a long time, would you insist?
I would ask her.
Uh-huh. And she would say what?
She would say no, she doesn't have to use the bathroom.
Okay. And if she hadn't gone to the bathroom for all day, would you insist that she go to the bathroom with you?
Yes.
And when you insisted, did she go with you?
No.
Okay. Okay. Now, you talked about sometimes Harmony would go to the bathroom in the car.
Yes.
Was she wearing underwear during that whole time?
Yes.
Where did you clean her underwear?
We didn't clean her underwear.
Okay.
Okay, and she says that like we didn't clean her. Okay, yeah, that's not good, Kayla. That's not like the way she's like, oh, when she asked this. That's really horrifying. Shame. And we learned when Harmony was with her foster parents was actually on the stand. Michelle Raftery was on the stand on day 2 to testify, and she said that, Harmony loved to be clean. She liked that sparkly blue dress that they showed to the jury as well that she was wearing. So if Harmony loved to be clean, and, there's many great things that they've said about Harmony. Living in a car with these two, and then they're just like, we didn't wash your underwear. Okay. Horrifying. Harmony should have never, ever, ever, ever ended up in Adam Montgomery's care. Horrifying.
So and I think that you said it was urinating and defecating in the car.
Yes.
And I'll call it pee and poop, okay?
Yes.
And so you said that she did both.
Yes.
And then, so suppose she peed in the car. What would you do to clean it up?
We would change her clothes.
Okay. What else?
That's it.
Would you clean the car?
Wipe the seat. Yeah.
Okay. And would you clean the underwear?
I think the defense is doing a good job. Yeah. Of showing. It's kind of like the mask has come off. This is more like the real Kayla. Seems like to me, compared to what we saw when the prosecution asked the questions, right? And also how she talks about Harmony. What happened if Harmony had an accident in the car? Oh, change her clothes. Did you clean her? Nope. Right. Wonder Woman says, what a disgusting human being. A lot of people asked this as well. They were asking the whole day on day 2. She is apparently on some sort of medication at the prison, which I don't know if it's methadone or someone said Suboxone or something. She's on something to help her overcome her addiction in prison with a program that they have there. So I think that's why. People say she looks medicated. I think she is medicated. Yes?
that she was wearing?
No, they'd get put in a bag.
Okay. So you had like maybe 7 or 8 or 9 pair of underwear for her to wear?
I don't remember.
Okay. And you said we would clean her up. That would be you and Adam?
Yes.
And when she... How many sets of clothes did she have?
I don't remember.
Probably just a couple, right?
Yeah.
Sustained.
Okay. Do you know if you had more than a couple?
I don't remember.
Okay. But if she urinated in her pants, you would have to not only change her underpants, but also her leggings, right?
Yes.
And do you know if you had a bunch of leggings as well as a bunch of underpants to replace them?
I don't remember.
Okay. And then when she pooped, you would clean her?
Yes.
You would wipe her with the baby wipes?
Yes.
And then would you take her to a public restroom to get her more clean?
No.
Overruled.
Pardon?
I don't remember.
I'm sorry.
No, I don't remember.
Okay. So, and you would sort of understand that she was going through a difficult time because of so many changes in her life?
Yes.
And so you would understand and tell her, Harmony, I know this is difficult, but you really have to tell us when you go to the bathroom.
Yes.
Before you go to the bathroom, right?
Yes.
Because, and you tried to encourage, come with me, we'll take care of it, we'll be in the bathroom, come with me, right?
Yes.
And did you ever buy pull-ups for her when it became more than a one-time thing?
I don't remember.
Okay. Something you might have thought of, right?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Ah, so you didn't come up with any solutions to care for Harmony. Yep. You know what was so horrible on Friday in her testimony? Is when she said it was direct examination, prosecutor asking questions, right? When they said, well, when Adam was hitting Harmony, well, driving the car and stopping the red lights and turning around to hit Harmony, which is essentially what killed her, did you do anything? Yeah, she says she put her hand there, and then she says the way that Adam looked at her. Now, one would imagine she'd say, he looked at me like he was going to kill me. Like, he looked so evil, so scary. She described it as like an evil look, but when they pressed her for more information, she said, well, it was just weird. It looked like he was going to, like, hit me, or it was weird. Man, that's it just... her statements lost some credibility there, because even if he was going to hit you, you need to protect the child. She was a 5-year-old little girl. Then intervene, right? I know it's scary and the situation sounds terrible. But to be like, oh, okay, I'm just going to turn a blind eye while he's beating this little girl. Yeah, no, this in no world, well, I guess in our world, it's never okay, right? Nope. She just did nothing.
And being cooped up in that car for so much time with the kids was a little bit difficult, right?
Yes.
And it was difficult for the kids too, right?
Yes.
So sometimes chaos would just erupt, right?
Yes.
Declan crying, Seamus crying, Harmony crying, right?
No.
Okay.
They never really cried that much.
Okay. But when they cried, it would sort of cascade, right?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay. And it's like what's happening to one would go to the other, and it would just be chaos, right?
Yes.
And how would you sue them?
I don't remember.
Now, you said that Bodero didn't want you staying at the Colonial Village parking lot, right?
Right.
He was actually afraid somebody might notice, and he would
Yes.
get in trouble.
Yes.
But you also said that he came down daily or every other day or so to give you drugs.
Yes.
So you didn't want to come down and in public hand drugs over to a car that's squatting in a parking lot where it shouldn't be.
Right.
He came down to meet with Adam.
Yes.
And Adam occasionally would drive him places because Adam had his license.
Right.
And he would drive Madero's car and you would be there with the kids.
I don't remember that.
Okay. But he would have Adam driving him places?
I remember he did that when we were staying at the house. I don't remember him doing that when we lived in the car.
Okay. Well, Madero wasn't... Did you have money while you were in the car?
Not really.
Okay. So you pretty much had to count your pennies when you bought more food and stuff like that?
Yes.
And you couldn't splurge in anything because it was pretty tight, right?
Yes.
But when Adam would meet up with Mr. Badero, he would be able to get some drugs.
Yes.
And Anthony Badero was not giving him drugs for free.
No.
Right? Adam was doing Anthony some favors.
I don't remember that.
Hold on. Approach.
Ooh, sidebar time. See, now we can go forward a little bit.
And Anthony got...
Oh, too much. Here we go. Sorry, I'm like forward. Okay, we're almost there. Here we go.
Objection is sustained. The question can be rephrased.
So when Adam and Anthony got together, after a while, Adam would be able to come back with some drugs.
Not when we were living in the car.
Anthony Badero was not giving out drugs for free, right?
Overruled.
Right?
Sometimes he would, sometimes he wouldn't.
Okay. And actually, on the day that your car died, and you described going to the clinic and coming out and going to Burger King and then going back to the parking lot, Adam asked you to go up to Anthony Badero's to get some drugs, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. And he asked you to do it because Anthony might front you a bag because he never says no, right?
Approach.
More sidebars. Mary T says, did they get food stamps with no address? Maybe they still had the 77 Guilford Street listed for a bit, or her mom's house, I'm not sure. But what's terrible is that Kayla was collecting food stamps on Harmony's name after Harmony had died. That also makes her guilty of something. You know, keeping that secret for Adam. And we could hear on Friday her saying she was really worried about what would happen to Adam and her and the kids, basically, if anyone found out. She didn't care that people were looking for Harmony, you know, like her mother. Just kept Adam's secret that whole time, which is terrible when you think that she still actually wants to be with him and make love to him one more time. Yeah. Oh, man.
And that he asked you to go to Badero's to get drugs that day because Badero would front you.
Overruled. It's cross-examination. You may proceed.
Would front you a bag because he never says no to you, right?
That's not true.
Which part?
That he never says no to me.
Okay. But on that day, that's why Adam asked you to go up to Badero's to get some drugs.
I don't remember that day.
Okay.
Overruled.
I'm going to show you a copy of the transcript of the interview that you did with the police on the 23rd.
Sebastian, thank you so much. You said I'm not defending her, but she was mostly like out of her head with substances and with an abuser. The problem is, I mean, I thought that on Friday. I was first like, okay, you know, she could be a victim of coercive control and domestic violence. And I mean, she was there. We saw pictures of her with, her eyes all purple from being hit by Adam Montgomery because he was suspecting she was talking to the police. But the problem is the way, her lack of care for Harmony, the way she talks about Harmony, the way that we learned that she collected food stamps on Harmony's name, kept Adam's secret, and even went so far as to help him cut the clothes off Harmony's decomposed body. I mean, that's some bad stuff. But I mean, of course, all of these things that we're saying could be true. All of it. That she was very much into that cycle of substance abuse. She could have also been a victim of DV and coercive control. And she could have also, at the same time, been a really horrible person and maybe even an abuser herself, because neglect is also abuse. And that's one thought. Imagine the others. Oh, it's so dark. I can't even go there. But yes, all of the above. Thank you so much, Sebastian, and thank you everyone for being here. Let's continue on.
And it's marked Defendant's Exhibit 2, D2 for ID.
Could you say that, could you just repeat the ID?
Exhibit number D2 for ID.
D2, okay, D2. Thank you.
So may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Okay. Now, we talked about your interview on June 23rd with police. I'll come up in a second, right?
Yes.
And that interview was recorded, right?
Yes.
And Detective Jack Dunleavy was there?
Yes.
And Detective Max Rahill?
Yes.
And a U.S. Marshal was there?
Yes.
And an Assistant Attorney General was there?
Yes.
And your attorney was there?
Yes.
And you were there?
Yes.
And that
A lot of questions with a lot of yes. Forensic Bureau said, like Sunny said, it's not that Kayla didn't love Harmony. She didn't even like her. If you guys didn't see the live stream we had on Saturday with Sunny Slaughter, a law enforcement and litigation expert, go and check that out as well.
That was June 23rd. I'm going to show you a copy of this transcript and point out some stuff so you'll know that's what I'm talking about, okay? Let's see the date
Yes.
and the people that were present.
Yes.
And so I'm going to point you to page, and like with anything that I give you, I'm going to point to an area that I'm interested in, but you can read before and after to sort of orient yourself, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to point you to page, to that area there and ask you to take a look.
So now you can see those are reading glasses that she's wearing that everyone's asking about. It's not sunglasses, because now she's reading this giant pile of documents. Calcification says, it is possible to be a victim of DV and also a scumbag, right? Reality can be very complicated and messy. Exactly. That's what I mean with all of the above. One can be a victim of DV and a scumbag. And it's amazing that she would allow the abuse to happen to Harmony, knowing what it felt like to be abused. You know what I mean? One would think that you'd want to protect everyone else from the same thing, especially children and animals. I still wonder what happened to Adam Montgomery's dog, because he wanted to sell the dog, and people were called, they called CPS and DCYF to report not only abuse on the children, but also the family pet. So we never heard what happened to that dog after they got evicted. I worry about that. Sorry, to make it even darker. Okay, we can go forward a bit. Sidebar happening. That's a long sidebar. Okay.
Do something.
There we go. And that's why
To
we like
recollection about what you did.
that's why we like to start later. We don't have to wait and wait and wait and wait for the silent, sidebars and breaks. We could just skip ahead, which I do love. I really enjoy that. It's never nice to wait, the 2 hours or 2.5, like, okay, can we get started now? But it's so worth it. Grandma Got Moves, too. Thank you so much. That's such a cool name. Thank you so much, Grandma. Grandma Got Moves. Okay, here we go.
Did that day?
I remember saying that, but I still don't remember that happen. I don't know. I don't remember that day. I don't remember that happening that specific day.
I'm going to unpack that a little bit, okay? And I pointed you to something that you told the police officers and everybody else that was there on June 23rd, right?
Yes.
And on June 23rd, you were present to let them know, maybe to correct some stuff from June 3rd and talk more about what happened back in December of 2019.
Yes.
And you knew they wanted you to talk about your memory, right?
Yes.
They didn't want you to make something up, right?
Right.
And you had had plenty of time to think about it, right?
Yes.
And to remember what happened, right?
Yes.
And some of the details that they were interested in, they sort of they talked about in June 3rd.
Yes.
And so are you saying that you didn't remember that day when you spoke to them on June 23rd? Or that you did remember it in June 23rd, but you've forgotten now?
I don't remember that specific thing
Uh-huh.
on that day. Like me actually going to see Tone and asking for a bag of drugs. I don't remember that.
But it is something that you told the police that day, right?
Right.
And that you and Adam were in the car and you went up to Tone's to get a bag of drugs. That's me. I knew that tone. But let me actually check, because I don't know that I checked it when I walked in.
Caroline, defense attorney, that's me. I know that tone. She knows her ringtone. She's just like, ooh, that's my phone. Whoops, Caroline, whoops. Put your phone on silent there. Right? Miss Holmes. So, you say it's crazy how so many people have changed their point of view since Friday about Kayla. I mean, she's a victim too, and we don't victim blame her. The thing is, I've changed my mind too. After hearing everything that she said when the defense questioned her, thinking that she still wants to make love to Adam Montgomery after he allegedly murdered his 5-year-old daughter and then dismembered her, she still wants to make love to him. No. Now you're crossing over to not being so much of a victim. No. Even if people say trauma bonding and all that, no. Oh no, the empathy ended for me over there. When I thought of all that, when I thought of her just doing as she's told, like, get a freaking backbone, lady. You can't just walk Harmony's body in a stroller between your two boys and like wheel it to Portland Pie Company to be put in a fridge. Oh man, I crossed over to the other side too. I was like, okay, like give her the benefit of the doubt, but the neglect, the lack of protection for the children. I mean, she's a mother after all. She's a mother of 3 kids. And just remember, those 3 kids will probably go straight back to her when she's out, which could be this year. She's already done over a year. Her minimum time is 18 months. She's got a parole hearing in May. So I feel protective of those kids as well. And I'm like, ooh, my empathy is going in a box. It's not about victim blaming. The victim is Harmony Montgomery. Kayla is not the victim in this case. Harmony is the victim. And it's just like, I'm just hearing things that Kayla did that I just can't continue to give her the benefit of the doubt. No. Shame, man. And keeping that secret for Adam until Adam moved on with someone else. Then she called the police. Then she wanted to talk, and she lied until she eventually, I guess, turned on him, but then still wrote little prison letters saying how much she wants to be with him. No, man, I can't. So, but if people feel like she's still a victim and feel sorry for her, that's fine. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion. I don't anymore. No. Mm-mm.
So it was not me, but if I could make sure mine's off.
Caroline's making sure her phone is off. We're hearing some paper flapping. We'll go forward now in a moment. Yeah, Carrie says, I feel the same. My opinion changed on Friday as well. There's too many. Kayla went too far to just be under this banner of victim. She went too far, man. Cutting off the clothes. A little Star Wars hoodie. That's what Harmony wore last. A little Star Wars hoodie and leggings. Ooh, no, it's very bad.
You're not disagreeing that you did tell the police that, you just don't remember telling the police that.
Right.
And if you did tell the police that back in June of 2023, you would have been telling them, this is what I remember.
Right.
So you don't remember it today, but you told them that you went up to get
Approach. Oh, asked and answered. Overruled. Go ahead.
drugs from your friend Tone Badero.
I don't remember that specific thing happening that day because I've done it a lot of times.
Okay, but you're not disagreeing that you told him that that's what you did that day.
Right.
Okay. And Tone sometimes will give you drugs for free,
Right.
but that's not what he normally does.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, so Jeep says, but this is Adam's trial. Did he do it? That's this trial. Innocent or guilty for Adam. Exactly. But the thing is, the defense, all they can go on is Kayla. What was her role in it? I mean, I think, that's their strategy. I think their strategy is going pretty well, actually. Which I know people don't want to hear. They don't want to hear it, that the defense's strategy is going well. But to, poke holes in Kayla's information, which, man, she lied so many times. They already poked holes in her credibility. They tried to impeach her. And now just finding out more. Remember, it's kind of like the arguments people have about Gypsy Rose. That ex-boyfriend should, if he's got LWAP, why doesn't she have? You know what I mean? Sometimes it's those types of arguments. And this is different, though. This would be like, okay, is Kayla going to be charged with more eventually? Or could she just get out after 18 months and live happily ever after with her kids? That's concerning, right? But this is Adam's trial. Absolutely. It's just... Yeah, I'm not really on the page of too much empathy for Kayla anymore. I'm horrified by the things she said. Even to think that after listening to him, she said she heard it. She heard the sound of Adam beating Harmony. And then thought, cover her with a blanket, let's go get some Burger King. I'm like, what? No, that's too much.
And throughout the time that you were in the car, Adam would do things to find ways to get money to buy drugs from Mr. Badero.
Yes.
And one of the ways that he did that was to do things for Mr. Badero.
Not while we were living in the car.
Okay. Now, there were a lot of people that parked at the Colonial Village parking lot, right?
Yes.
And it might not have a whole lot of people during the day, but in the morning before work and in the afternoon after work, it was pretty full.
Yes.
And you did not want to be noticed in the parking lot
Right.
because somebody might tell on you and you'd have to leave.
Right.
And you wanted to be there close to Mr. Badero's apartment.
Yes.
Well, he did supply them with substances, so of course, for them, the closer the better, right? Phoebe says, and he covered her with a blanket, and she and Adam both ignored the moans and noises, just sickening. Which I believe the term for that as well is so scary. It's called a death rattle. The types of sounds that they were that Kayla was sort of describing and what might happen in a situation like that. To just cover Harmony with a blanket and go get some Burger King, and probably didn't order for her. Ooh, that's a terrible case, this.
But especially in the morning and in the afternoon when people were moving around more before work and coming home from work, you wanted the kids pretty quiet.
If they were quiet. I don't remember.
Well, you didn't want your children screaming in the car, right?
Right.
You wouldn't want that cascade of chaos where Declan might cry and then everybody starts crying.
That's not a normal thing that would happen.
And you wouldn't want it to happen, right?
Right.
You would want them, especially during that time period, to be pretty quiet so nobody notices.
I don't remember that.
Almost every morning.
Pause. Ron and Jane says they couldn't even hold her while she was dying or try to save her life. They both deserve life in prison. Just covered her with a blanket. And I mean, remember, Kayla's a mother. Where's that mother's instinct? And yes, she was Harmony's stepmother, but her own 2 boys were sitting right next to Harmony. And then they just covered Harmony with a blanket and had their breakfast. And then after that went to go get drugs. Whew, that is just so bad, right?
You went to the clinic in the morning.
Yes.
Maybe you missed one, but certainly not. It was a regular daily thing, right?
Right.
You would get up and you would leave the parking lot, go to the clinic, get your dosage, and then go off somewhere else.
Right.
Might go to Burger King,
Yes.
might go to a gas station,
Yes.
might go to some other place and use the facilities and restroom.
I don't remember that.
Okay, if you went to a gas station, you would use the facilities, right?
Right, but never mind.
Okay. There were other places that you went besides a gas station and Burger King, right?
Right.
Okay. And if facilities were available to use, you would take the opportunity to take the kids out and clean them up.
Yes.
Okay. And if Harmony had messed her clothes, would you hand wash the clothes?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Overruled.
No.
Okay.
We'd change her clothes.
Okay.
And put it in a bag. I mean, yeah, now they're going round and round. Damn, like Caroline's definitely asked those questions before. We're on round 3 or 4 of those. Zencat says, why is the responsibility for the kids 100% Kayla's? Of course not. Harmony was Adam's child. This testimony doesn't make Adam look any better. No. This testimony doesn't make Adam look any better. It's just that this is the star witness for the state, right? This is the person who is the only one who knows the story. And unfortunately, she's lied so much along the way that the defense's strategy would be to show the jury that she's not credible, because they're defending their client, Adam Montgomery, who thankfully has been sentenced to decades in prison already. So that's some comfort, knowing that whatever the outcome of this trial will be, because it's hard to prove, they've never found Harmony's body. Second-degree murder and second-degree assault and tampering with a witness. It's a tough case to prove. The others is already conceded guilty, right? So, yes, the responsibility is not 100% Kayla's. I don't think I ever implied that. For me, it's like, she's a mother, though, you know? Her boys were sitting right next to Harmony, who was dying. Who was beaten and then was dying. Oh, no, that's just like, hey, boys, let's go get some Burger King. Let's cover your sister here with a blanket. Half-sister, but you know, what? Okay.
But if she peed in her pants, her clothes would still smell like urine.
Right.
And if she did it a lot, you had a limited amount of clothes, right?
Right.
And if she pooped her pants, you'd also have to remove the clothes and change them with something else.
Right.
And you
Ms. Dewey says, isn't there something like 70 witnesses in this trial? There was, and then they provided an amended witness list right before the trial started, and they said there would be, I think the number was 52 to 55. Okay, witnesses for the state and 2 for the defense. And the defense's 2 witnesses will be Michelle Raftery, Harmony Montgomery's foster mom, as well as Michael Harju from the Hillsborough County House of Corrections. So I guess if you add that up, 57 total for the state and the defense. And yeah, she took up the whole of Friday, and of course, she's the star witness for the state. And now maybe she'll be on all day today, who knows?
didn't have 2 weeks worth of clothes for Harmony.
No.
As a matter of fact, you described what Harmony was wearing, and it was pretty much the same thing the whole time, right?
No.
The leggings that you remembered that she was wearing?
Right.
Those were the leggings that she was wearing when she left the house?
No.
Okay.
Suzette says, how old was Kayla when this happened? She's 33 now, so I think she would have been like 28 or so then.
And I was talking about money, that Adam would find ways to get some money. You were not working, right?
Right.
And you were not pulling in any money, right?
Right.
You were watching the kids.
We were staying in our car.
And you were watching the kids, right?
Yeah.
And you were not working.
No.
And you talked on direct when you were being questioned by the state, and you said that you had confessed to your crime of theft at Dunkin' Donuts, right?
Yes.
And you said that you had taken responsibility for that crime, right?
Yes.
Well, you actually got caught in that theft, right?
Yes.
And you were given an option of writing a confession and reaching a restitution agreement, or the police would be called.
Yes.
And so accepting responsibility was taking the lesser way out of the problem so that you wouldn't get a theft charge.
Right.
And you reached an agreement to get out of criminal charges.
Right.
Okay. You were held responsible for that charge, for that
Yes.
crime, right?
Yes.
Just in a different way. By the way, when you used drugs in the car, you wouldn't use them all. You would sort of spread out the usage as much as you could.
Yes.
And so you may not get that as good of a feeling as you would get if you had more money and a better situation, right?
No.
Okay. Doing the drugs sort of eased life's worries?
Not really.
Okay. Yeah, because life's worries still intruded even while you were using the drugs, right?
Yes.
And especially if the kids were fussy and everything, you couldn't just sit back and relax with the drugs. You still had to pay attention to the kids.
Right.
And if they were crying, you still had to soothe the kids.
Yes.
And if they needed changing, or Seamus, Peter pooped in the car, or Harmony, Peter pooped in the car, you couldn't just sit back and relax. You had to do something.
Yes.
Okay. We talked about those several statements that you gave to the police and the prosecutor from the Attorney General's office about the death of Harmony.
Yes.
And those stories changed a bit over time.
Yes.
And when you first told the story, you said that Harmony was peeing and pooping in the car, and Adam punched her 10 to 15 times in the parking lot of the Colonial.
Yes.
And that it was like at 2 or 3 in the morning.
Yes.
And when the officer asked, you mean in the overnight hours, you said yes, it was in the overnight hours that this happened.
Yes.
Because something did happen at 2 or 3 in the morning on the day that Harmony died.
Yes.
And that was that Adam got in the car and Harmony did not wake up.
No, that's not what happened.
Okay. What happened at 2 or 3 in the morning on that day?
Harmony had an accident and Adam kept punching her in the head.
Okay. At 2 or 3 in the morning.
Yeah, it was still like, it was the middle of the night.
And so, in the middle of the night at 2 or 3 in the morning, you're saying that Adam punched her 10 to 15 times.
Yes.
And Harmony was crying,
Yes.
screaming.
Yes.
Declan would start screaming.
I don't remember what Declan and Seamus were doing.
Well,
Damn. Okay. Just pause for a second. So yes, trigger warning. This case, the whole trial comes with a massive trigger warning. It's horrifying. As you know, I like to cover cases as sensitively as possible. Unfortunately, with Kayla's testimony, damn, we'd have to skip it completely. Like Friday was absolutely horrifying. I actually had to re-listen to some of it because I was like, this is so much. Like you kind of zone out a little bit, you know, because it gets too much sometimes. But we've heard it all now. Okay, Friday was terrible. The things she's saying now, trigger warning. Okay, so just know it's really upsetting, and it's about the death of a 5-year-old girl whose body's never been found. So there is a new tip line that was recently established. I'll put that in the description box for you as well. It's also on my presentations from the trial prep we did, part 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So if you know anything, if you spoke to Adam Montgomery or you saw anything or you find anything, I don't know, please call that tip line.
that cascade effect that when one of them is crying and there's chaos in the car, all of them were crying, right?
Not really.
Okay. And then what did you do?
What did I do?
Yeah.
I tried telling him to stop, but he doesn't listen.
Okay. What did you do about the mess?
I didn't do anything about the mess.
Did you clean the car?
No,
Did you clean Harmony?
no,
Was it a pee or a poop?
I don't remember.
Smells are considerably different, right?
Right.
Both
But
of
the
'em-
car already stunk.
It stunk from all the kids living in the car, eating in the car, peeing and pooping in the car, and food being left around the car, right?
Yes.
And body odor.
Yes.
And so if,
So even that is interesting selective memory there, you know, because she remembers some things, but like that, when it's now really important, well, on the day that Harmony was actually beaten to death, what was the accident, you know? And then Caroline has to specify peeing or pooping. Which one was it? Then she doesn't know. Did she clean Harmony? No. Did she do anything for Harmony? No. Did you call 911? Nope. Any paramedics? Medical help? Nope. No, they didn't do that. Sure, that's very bad. Michael, welcome. Yeah, exactly. Mandolin Wins tried telling him. Eye roll.
Harmony peed in her seat at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, are you saying that you left her sitting in a puddle of pee?
Yes.
And if she pooped at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, you're saying you left her sitting in her own defecation?
Yes.
Why?
Because I was scared of Adam.
Lies.
Did he tell you don't?
I just can't buy that anymore. She can't just pull that card every time. Because I was scared of Adam. But you want to have sex with him still today. Oh my word. And you had another child with him too. After Harmony died. After watching Adam carry her body around and then dismember it in a bathtub. Oh my goodness. Then you still got on that. You still had more kids with him. And that was a daughter. Weren't you worried about how he's going to treat your own daughter? Oh my goodness. She's like, yeah, I was scared of him. Oh, you're so scared of him that you're not going to help clean up a 5-year-old girl's pants? You're just going to leave her there, making noises like that while she's dying? Oh, no, 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 no. It's unforgivable. I don't know how you guys feel. I'm struggling with that.
Don't clean her up?
No, but when I told him to stop, he gave me the crazy eyes that he has. And I just didn't want to do anything because I was scared of him.
Okay. And then things calmed down and everybody went to sleep?
No?
Everybody stayed up?
I don't remember if everybody stayed up, but I know I didn't go back to bed.
Okay. So you were up till 2 or 3 in the morning until you woke up, until it was time to go to the clinic.
Yes.
And I think the clinic was 7 or 8 in the morning?
7.
Okay. So you sat in the
7:04 to be exact. If you guys remember from Friday, they went to the methadone clinic. Then they went to Burger King. And it just covered Harmony with a blanket. Whoa, this is just so hectic. Also, earlier, someone had said, Nancy H. said, all of this amnesia is going to violate her agreement with the prosecution. I really do want to know exactly what her plea agreement is. Like, what are the details of that? Because I have not actually been able to find that. So if you know it, if you have it, if you find it, please send it to me. Because, you know, it's only recently that I found out. It's confirmed, yes, she has a plea agreement. Okay, but I would love to know what exactly can she say and not say. But yeah, all of this selective memory and amnesia, that might violate the agreement. You never know. Yeah, and AC said at any time she could have reported at the methadone clinic. Oh my gosh, that's a lie. I mean, to be like, yeah, I was scared. I don't know about that. Nope, I don't know about that. To do what she did. Yeah, to be like, let's go get Burger King. Let's go to the methadone clinic, then get Burger King, then get some drugs. Oh, my word, Harmony's no longer alive. And then what did she do? Keep his secret for another 2.5 years. That's what she did. Until he cheated on her. Because she's still married to him. He moved on a few times. We saw one of his exes on the stand on day 2. And we know he dated someone called Kelsey Smalls. She died of an overdose. And I'm saying it like that because I've said it before that that's still a red flag to me because she started asking questions about, wait, I didn't know you had a daughter called Harmony. So who knows what had really happened there.
The car and did nothing until 7 in the morning.
Right.
And you don't remember kids crying and screaming?
No.
I believe that you testified on direct that Adam woke up and smelled pee or poop.
Yes.
Do you know which that was?
I'm sorry.
Urination or defecation, do you recall?
No.
Okay. And
I'm going to interrupt a little less because I do want to get on with the testimony. It's just sometimes important things come up and I want to offer the commentary. That's what I'm here for, right? If you don't like a talking head, then you got to go to mainstream media where there's no one actually making commentary and reading your comments and interacting with you guys. I really like that you're here and sharing your thoughts. And even if we differ, please don't fight with each other. Differing in opinion is totally healthy and normal and you can debate and we could all be on different pages or all on the same page. It doesn't matter. Just don't fight with each other, okay? Mooney said, remember, this is Adam's trial. We wouldn't be here without her, like it or not. Now, that is true. We wouldn't be here without her because of all the things she said eventually. But the problem is, the only reason she did is because she got a plea deal. If they did not offer a plea deal, she wouldn't talk. She doesn't care about Harmony, in my opinion. She cares about herself. This is all about self-preservation. This is all about her getting out. And I worry about that. What is that going to look like when she gets out, you know?
he got mad at her for peeing or pooping.
Wait, final thought about that. Just to finish it off, I can bet that she's going to contact Adam again. We're going to probably hear jail calls where she's going to say she loves him and all kinds of stuff. Sorry, baby. Oh, no. Horrifying.
In the car.
Yes.
Was it a fresh pee or poop?
I don't know.
Okay. So you don't know if she peed or pooped in the car from 2 or 3 in the morning?
No.
Okay. And one of the things I think that you described Adam saying at one of the things was, why don't you let us know?
Yes.
Like he's surprised at Harmony that she's smelling in the morning. So you're saying he struck her in the morning before the clinic because I think that you said before to the police because she peed herself while still in the parking lot.
Yes.
And that made him mad, you said?
Yes.
And so she peed before you went to the clinic?
It just smelled like urination all the
Okay.
time.
Okay. And she didn't have any injuries that you saw that morning, right?
No.
And you go to the clinic, right?
Yes.
And at the clinic, the two of you have to go in one at a time, right?
Yes.
And the reason that you have to go in one at a time is because somebody had tattled on you at some time earlier for leaving the kids in the car while the two of you went together.
Yes.
And so you were parked in the clinic right out front,
Yes.
and other people are also getting their dosage.
Yes.
And at least at some point, people were paying attention about, well, I'll take that back.
She's like, I'll take that back. Michael Stevens, you're the man. You said I sent you an email of the plea deal. Thank you so much. This I had not found. This, as I say, there's so many documents in this case that this one I completely missed. I really, really appreciate the help. So this is the state of New Hampshire versus Kayla Montgomery. Quick document time. Okay, quick break time, guys. Document time. We need to know. Memorandum of the agreement between the state of New Hampshire and Kayla Montgomery. In consideration, I'm going to read a little bit fast, okay? Okay, consideration of Kayla Montgomery, Miss Montgomery, cooperation with the investigation and prosecution of various criminal cases and subject to the conditions set forth below, the state of New Hampshire, the state, by and through the office of the Attorney General, enters into the following agreement with Miss Montgomery. The obligations of the state of New Hampshire. Incident to Miss Montgomery's plea of guilty, it's actually Mrs., isn't it? To charge IDs, all those numbers, okay? In case number, the state will recommend that the court impose a sentence of 3.5 to 7 years in the New Hampshire State Prison on each charge. On charge ID that one, okay, the state will recommend 1.5 years of the minimum term be suspended. On the other charge, the state will recommend that all of the minimum term and all of the maximum term be suspended. Both suspended sentences are conditioned as outlined below in A to B, as well as any conditions included in the respective state prison sentence form for each charge. Both suspended sentences would begin on the day of sentencing and hearing and end 10 years from Miss Montgomery's release on charge ID, that one. Any suspended sentence may be imposed after hearing at the request of the state. If imposed, any sentence imposed is to run consecutive to any sentence imposed on those charges. The above referenced suspended sentences are conditioned as follows. A. Miss Montgomery's compliance with the obligations outlined in Section 2A, and B. Miss Montgomery's compliance with the obligations outlined in Section 2B, as they pertain to any and all pending and future charges against Adam Montgomery. So the reason we're going to read this now is to see, is she sticking to her agreement or what? Because if she doesn't, she could face many other charges, right? Thank you so much, Michael. Now, so they say, right, on charge ID, we've got this. I just want to get to the actual agreements. Yes, we know about the time. Okay, 2, the obligations of Kayla Montgomery. The obligations of the state of New Hampshire, as set forth in Section 1 above, are expressly contingent on Miss Montgomery satisfying the following conditions and obligations. All right. Wait, I just want to see if there's one sentence we missed here. There's sentencing and a quantum. Okay, that's fine. Okay, these are the obligations. A. Miss Montgomery will accept full responsibility for her role in making 2 false material statements to the grand jury for Hillsborough County Northern District on or about May 20th of 2022, as more specifically described in the indictments for those charges, right? She's got perjury charges. Thank you, Rebecca. 1. Miss Montgomery will plead guilty to the above referenced charges, which perjury and perjury. 2. At the sentencing hearing, Miss Montgomery shall agree that the sentences recommended by the state of New Hampshire and set forth in Section 1 is appropriate and assent to the imposition. B. Miss Montgomery must comply fully, truthfully, and in a timely manner with all reasonable requests of the state of New Hampshire pursuant to this agreement. This obligation includes the following. 1. Miss Montgomery must at all times act in good faith and provide truthful, accurate, and complete information, statements, and testimony. Making a material false statement or omission in any context or any state or federal proceeding, including, without limitation, in affidavits, interviews, statements, pre-trial meetings, depositions, hearings, trials, retrials, and any post-trial hearings or any other collateral proceedings, will constitute a breach of this agreement. Oh, very interesting. Okay. So then they say, in the event of such a breach or any other breach of this agreement by Miss Montgomery, the state of New Hampshire, we're over here, will not be bound. I'm like all the way over there. The state of New Hampshire will not be bound by the agreement herein and will be released from all its obligations hereunder and may seek the remedies set forth below. 2. Miss Montgomery must cooperate in good faith and employ his best efforts, under this agreement. The cooperation required of Ms. Montgomery by this agreement includes all state or federal proceedings, irrespective of the number of trials, if more than one, including but not limited to meeting with prosecutors or the police, preparing for and testifying in any pretrial hearings, depositions, trials, retrials, and any post-trial hearings or other collateral proceedings. Ms. Montgomery must comply with all reasonable requests made by the state within the scope of this agreement. A failure to so cooperate will constitute a breach of this agreement. In the event of such a breach, or any other breach of this agreement by Ms. Montgomery, the state of New Hampshire will not be bound by the agreement herein and will be released from all its obligations hereunder and may seek the remedies set forth below. Also, someone's asking how long was Harmony in the custody of Adam and Kayla? Like 10 months. It was actually from February of 2019 until she died on December 7th of 2019. Knowingly, number 3, making or having made a material false statement or omission in any context or in any proceeding, including, without limitation, affidavits, interviews, statements, pretrial meetings, depositions, hearing, trials, retrials, and any post-trial state or federal hearings or any other collateral proceedings will constitute a breach of this agreement. So yeah, that's why earlier Nancy H. said all of this amnesia is going to violate her agreement with the prosecution. There's a lot of I don't remember. She better speak truthfully. If you remember, you better tell. That's why you're here, Kayla. That's why you've got a plea agreement. Right, anyway, so they say the state of New Hampshire will not be bound by its obligations. Breach of agreement. Ms. Montgomery's failure to execute or comply with any of the above obligations shall constitute a breach of this agreement. In the event of such a breach, as determined by a court of competent jurisdiction, the state of New Hampshire may seek the following remedies. A. The state may seek the imposition of any suspended sentence ordered as a result of the guilty plea referenced above. B. The state may make full use without limitation for any purpose in any forum or proceeding of any and all sworn and unsworn statements or other information or evidence provided by Ms. Montgomery, including the use against Ms. Montgomery of statements she made in so-called proffer interviews on June 3rd and 23rd, 2022. This remedy would specifically invalidate any and all restrictions on the use of said statements as described in letters dated June 3rd and June 23rd of 2022. C. We're almost done. Ms. Montgomery may be prosecuted in any court of competent jurisdiction to the full extent of the law. Such prosecution includes instituting any and all charges, including any previously dismissed or, now we can speak the Italian, null prosequi charges against Ms. Montgomery that are supported by the evidence. If you didn't know, I'm not a lawyer, okay? We just left documents. D. Ms. Montgomery may be prosecuted in any court of competent jurisdiction to the full extent of the law for perjury or obstruction of justice. You see that? That's what people are saying. Or any other appropriate offense in the event that she knowingly makes a material false statement or omission during any events or proceedings, including during proffers, interviews, statements. We all heard already. All the things, all the time. She can't do that. E. Waiver of double jeopardy for protection. Ms. Montgomery agrees that any prosecution and sentencing subsequent to a breach of this plea agreement is not barred by the double jeopardy clause. Interesting. Of the United States or New Hampshire Constitution or any other constitutional provision or law or rule, and that such double jeopardy rights as she might otherwise have enjoyed under these provisions are hereby waived, except that Ms. Montgomery may raise any other defense or claim that she could have raised prior to this entry of this agreement. And then waiver of a speedy trial protection. She agrees that any prosecution sentencing subsequent to a breach of this agreement is not barred by speedy trial protections under due process. And also waiver of the statute of limitations. She agrees that any prosecution and sentencing subsequent to a breach of this plea agreement is not barred by the statute of limitations, and that such limitation as she might otherwise have enjoyed under these provisions is waived. Very interesting. Also, in the event that the Hillsborough County Superior Court, Northern District, does not impose the sentence recommended by the state pursuant to this agreement, both the state and Ms. Montgomery retain the right to withdraw the plea agreement and proceed to trial on the original charges or whatever additional charges the state chooses to bring. Ooh, there's a lot on the line for her. Better be telling the truth. Okay, so let's continue.
So you're right out front of the clinic. I think you, looking at that paperwork, saw that you went in first,
Yes.
and then Adam went in.
Yes.
And did you take that time to clean the car?
No,
Why?
because I didn't.
Okay. I think you testified that when Adam got in the car, you said, "I'm hungry, and I'm sure the kids are hungry."
Yes.
And it was you that wanted to go to Burger King for food.
Yes.
And did you want to go to Burger King because you were hungry?
Yes.
Did you want to go to Burger King because you wanted to clean the car?
No.
Why not?
I didn't.
Okay. Just you were hungry and you thought maybe the kids were hungry too?
Yes.
Okay. And Adam drove to Burger King to get you food and food for the kids?
Yes.
And Adam was not interested in food, right?
That's not true.
Why not?
Because he was hungry too.
Okay. Do you remember telling the prosecutor that I'm sorry.
I wonder why Caroline's like, but he didn't eat, right? He wasn't hungry. She's like, no, he was hungry too. But even that, like, she wanted to go to Burger King because she was hungry. She just answered it. So the defense is kind of making sure that people see how very self-serving Kayla really is, right? She's really there for herself in every scenario. Did you go there to help, clean Harmony, maybe use the bathroom? Nope, just to get some food. Suzette Janssen, thank you so much. I just saw this now. My goodness. That's hometown, you guys. ZAR, South African Rands. I really, really appreciate it. And you say Kayla's darkness and degradation of conscience really got to me. But Sunny's reaction was so comforting, sharing grief. Thank you so much. And yes, if you guys didn't see the interview that I had with Sunny, she was on our show on Saturday. I was asking her, picking her brain all about this case. And she got very emotional. That was a mama bear. That's an example of how a mother's instinct would kick in, right? So if you didn't see that, go check that out from Saturday. It's on the playlist as well. Lucky Ducky, welcome.
On March 16 of 2023, do you recall telling the prosecutor that Adam was not interested in food?
No.
All right, I'm going to take a different exhibit.
Okay, we got some paper flapping. Let's go and speed that up for us a little bit. 1.5 speed, let's go until they talk. Word. Sidebar. Long silent sidebar. Kayla's reading the notes.
Right.
He wasn't.
There we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you, during that interview, told the police that Adam didn't care if he ate or not, right?
Right.
He wasn't there because he wanted to eat, right?
Right.
And if the prosecutor said in opening that he went to Burger King because he wanted to eat, and he did eat while driving away, that's not your recollection, right?
No.
Okay. And that's not something you ever told the police, right?
Right.
It's just plain wrong. No, withdraw here. And one of your claims is that on the way to Burger King, and I think that you said that he gets in the car at the clinic and smells urine and says, Harmony, why do you keep doing that? Why don't you tell us when you have to go?
Yes.
And he got angry outside the clinic,
Yes.
and he struck her in the head
Yes.
in front of the clinic,
In the car, yes.
in the car, right?
Yes.
Where people are going in and out of the clinic.
Yes.
And where at one point somebody had noticed that you left your kids alone in the car and told on you, right?
Yes.
Okay. You said that he was also yelling at her.
Yes.
And you told the jury that she was making weird noises on the way to Burger King?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that there were 3 different events on the way to Burger King, 3 different times that he was maybe at a stoplight or something and would strike her again?
Yes.
And yelling at her?
Yes.
And striking her 3 to 4 times each event?
Yes.
And Harmony's crying?
Yes.
And Declan's crying?
Yes.
And Seamus is crying?
No.
Why not?
Not just because somebody's crying doesn't mean the other one cries.
Even that earlier, she said the 2 boys were not crying. They don't cry a lot. They don't cry that often, implying that Harmony does, which makes sense if she's suffering all that abuse, right? But now she's saying Harmony cried, Declan cried, Seamus, no, not him. I mean, that's just, what? Like, she's changing her story just a little bit, right? And that matters. We've got to pay attention, everyone. Pat's Cat said, you are the best. This is so hard to watch. It's very difficult, and I'm so glad that you guys are here with me, that we could all watch this together and talk about it together. Like, just look at this case, and hopefully there will be justice for Harmony. I hope that one day they can find her remains, although it's going to be probably in many places, which is very sad, but that is what it sounds like happened, right? From everything we heard on Friday and from the probable cause affidavit that we read through together as part of the trial prep, right? No use for a name says what kind of clinic. It was a methadone clinic. So, yes. And Lucky Ducky said, sorry, I missed that. You said, I understand DV and substance abuse, but her cutting the clothes off, I feel she's just as guilty. That was horrifying to hear. And the way she talks about the NutriBullet, oh my goodness. She's like, yeah, Adam wanted to use a NutriBullet, to get rid of Harmony. What? Oh, no. Okay, we keep going.
Adam yelling in the car did
Yeah.
not cause Seamus to cry?
No.
And Adam striking Seamus's sister right next to him didn't cause Seamus to cry?
No, he didn't.
And
know what was
Harmony
going
crying
on.
in pain didn't cause Seamus to cry?
No.
Okay. You said the final time that Adam hit Harmony in the head, he said he felt something.
Yes.
That, and I think you claim that Adam said, I think I heard it this time, I did something.
Yes.
And was that in a scared voice?
Yes.
Okay, so Adam thought perhaps he went overboard?
Yes.
And this was
Adam with a scared voice. I don't know about that. Career criminal. This type of guy. Yeah, I don't know. But he said, apparently, to Kayla, I think I really hurt her this time. How terrible. This time. There were many times, but he's like, I think I really hurt her this time.
pulling into the parking lot at Burger King.
Yes.
And so, being scared, he drives up to the drive-in window.
Yes.
He orders the food that you want.
Yes.
He pays cash.
I don't remember.
Okay. When you spoke to police back in June of 2022, you recalled that he paid in cash.
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis?
If we may approach.
Okay.
Approach time, sidebar time. So B. Burt said she remembers all these small details, like Adam didn't want to eat, but can't remember all the other stuff. I know, right? It's a selective memory. That's a big problem. Joanne says, if Kayla was so afraid of Adam and his violent reactions, why the hell didn't she clean Harmony up? This doesn't make sense to me. Right? And only when he moved on with another lady, that's when she called the police. That's when she went to hide at her mother's house. That's when her mother got a protective order, which they never followed up on, so then it just fell away. That. Okay. Sandy says, is the prosecutor even in the courthouse today? Yes, he just objected. Okay, so let's fast forward to the sidebar here.
Same reminders, ladies and gentlemen.
Wait, I think this is their coffee break, which we're going to teleport right through. Because that's what we do. It's the best thing
This is a
ever.
good time for a break. I'm going to ask the witness to stay there. We'll take 15 minutes, and then we will resume the testimony. All rise for the jurors, please. Same reminder.
15-minute break. We're going to teleport right through. I'm just going to wait for the jury to leave the room and see if they actually discuss things outside of the presence of the jury. Here we can see on the stand Kayla Montgomery, Judge Amy Messer, Prosecutor Ben Agati. Kelly D says, best decision I've made in the last 2 months was becoming a Grizzly. Thank you so much. My question is that a picture of Fritz? Is that the Cincinnati Hippo? I love Fritz if it is.
Reminders, ladies and gentlemen, don't talk about the testimony, please.
Lucky Ducky, I do believe she does. I'm not 100% certain of it, but that's what I see out there being said, that she's going to get her children back when she gets out. Scary thought.
You may step down. All right, 15 minutes, everybody.
Oh, okay. Okay. Now we go forward. And we're back. Wasn't that nice? It always feels so nice. It's just like, we just skipped right through that break, right? Okay. Gerda says, question, if the car smelled so bad, how would he smell Harmony having another accident? I don't know. Yeah, that's true as well, because she's like, no, it just smelled like it all the time. Okay. And why did we act like that on that day, huh? Exactly. Okay, so now they're back after the break. Yeah, Kayla is 33 years old now. Okay, lots of silence.
If everyone's ready, we'll bring in the jurors. Please rise for the jurors, please.
Kayla back on the stand. Jurors coming in. Objection Cake says, anyone else notice the larger networks copying the way G does things? Wouldn't be surprised to see them also doing the defluff delayed coverage. Oh man, I don't think they can though. They've got the court feed, and it is their court feed. So yes, man, those breaks sometimes can be so long. And as we know, if you watch the Burgos Aviles trial with us, you know what it feels like to wait around for so long. 80% of that trial was like waiting around. It was very, very bad. And we were all there together. We watched it. We stayed till the very end, okay? But man, the tardiness was too much. And now, yeah, this is a much better way to do things.
All right.
Kayla's looking at the jury. So that was the morning
Please
break,
be seated.
which means they'll obviously still have a lunch break, which we'll skip right over that hour, and then they'll have an afternoon coffee break too, which we'll skip right over.
Right before we took the break, I asked you if you told the interviewers, police or whoever, in June that you thought you paid cash.
Yes.
And you didn't remember, right?
No.
If I showed you a copy of your transcript, I'm going to ask you again to read what you need to, but this will be what I'm asking you about. So you told the police in June 23rd of 2022 that you thought you paid cash.
Yes.
And that would make sense because Adam was doing little things to try and collect cash, right?
Yes.
And you certainly had no money in the bank on your card, right?
Right.
So, after this panic that you say that Adam feels, goes up to the drive-through, right?
Yes.
And the jury was at the Burger King, and you sort of make a roundabout way into the drive-through, right?
Yes.
And it's wide open there, right?
Yes.
And people are coming in and out of Burger King, right?
Yes.
And you stop at one place to make the order,
Yes.
and you ordered,
Ooh, are they gonna tell us what? Debbie says, I'm curious what they ordered at Burger King. One burger and split it with everyone. Let's hear what they say. Let's hear. I know people are gonna ask me, because if ever I'm sipping something, you don't know what I'm sipping. It's green screen, so now it's see-through. Transparent juice, but it's a antioxidant green juice that I'm drinking, okay?
croissants and hash browns,
Yes.
and this was for you and the kids.
Yes.
And then you pull around, turn, and go to where you actually have communication with a live person.
Yes.
And the first thing that you do before you get your food or anything like that is turn over, but Adam is doing it because he's in the driver's seat, right?
Right.
Turning over the cash.
Yes.
Might have been card, but probably not, right?
Right.
You know, do you have a specific recollection now of whether it was cash?
No.
Okay. So assuming cash, but card would be the same, you turn it over to the clerk, right?
Yes.
And then the clerk does what the clerk does with money,
Yes.
and then opens the window again and maybe counts out the change.
Yes.
And Adam would be there with his hand out and change being counted out into his hand, right?
Yes.
And then maybe that change is handed to you so that he can then reach in again for the food.
Yes.
And when the food comes in, he probably takes a bag and gives it to you.
Yes.
And you said that just before that, the Adam was scared because he had been striking Harmony and something different happened.
Yes.
And while he's striking Harmony, the children are screaming.
Yes.
Going in through the...
She said, yes. What's this, Kayla? Yes. No wonder Caroline's going around and round with the same questions, because Kayla seems to give a slightly different answer every single time, which is poking holes in her credibility, which is pretty much shot to hell. You know, initially, no, the kids weren't crying. They weren't screaming, they weren't crying. Then, okay, Declan was, Seamus, no. Now, the kids are screaming and crying too? Wow.
The Burger King parking lot.
Yes.
Going through the Burger King order spot.
Yes.
And going through the Burger King drive-thru.
Yes.
And you did not do anything, as you said, with Harmony.
Right. Right.
She was just laying there in the back.
Yes.
And right there as he drives up to the clerk at the Burger King parking lot.
Yes.
Okay. And you said Harmony is moaning in the back seat?
Yes.
And I don't think you said it, but you were, was it a moan that you understood to be a dying child?
No.
Okay. What was the moan?
I don't know. She was making a noise.
Okay. And you didn't check on her, right?
No.
Didn't throw a cover on her?
No.
Didn't have to turn around and soothe the boys in the back seat to make them quiet?
No. They weren't always crying just because one other kid was crying. They weren't always crying.
But violence, chaos, yelling, and screaming would make them cry.
They never really cried that much.
Okay. Okay. Did you ask to run in and maybe get some extra napkins to clean up the urine on the seat?
No.
With that smell lingering so bad, did you think maybe to ask if Harmony could go in and clean up?
No.
Did you do anything to deal with the smell of urine?
No, because Adam said she could just lay in it.
Okay. All right. And he was upset with the
Oh, so you've got to take deep breaks. Damn. Like her, like, oh, Adam said you can just lay in it. Okay, but you also did then. By not saying anything, by not doing anything, eating your Burger King, and then going to get drugs and whatever, she can just lie in it, right? It makes me so mad. You know what makes me really mad? Is that there's a judge out there. What is his name again? Mark Newman or something. He retired and got a big pension package and all that. Him giving full custody to Adam Montgomery. Wow. That should have never happened either. Just mad at everyone. Everyone around Harmony. No one protected her. Sure. And Kayla, the way she could just know. It's just like there's no care in the world for her. I don't care if she's medicated or not. She has no care whatsoever. Even now.
The smell?
But she sure put on a show then for the state, didn't she? That was different. Very, very different. She can cry on cue, but without the actual tears, right? Now we see a bigger picture. On the day, it's like, oh, damn, this looks like really difficult to talk about. I don't know. That feels like it was showtime.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And I think actually you say that the kids may not have been crying. I think that, did you tell the police that you thought the kids were sleeping?
Yeah, they didn't really make any noise.
Okay. Kayla, that assault never happened, did it?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Well, you describe physically trying to stop him, Adam.
Yes.
You describe verbally trying to stop him.
Yes.
Nobody wants a person to strike and hurt a child,
Right.
especially a 5-year-old child under your care.
Right.
She's like, right. Yeah, no one should want a 5-year-old or any child or anyone to get hurt. She's like, right. You know, she didn't seem to mind. Wow. Okay, and also her story about exactly when these physical assaults happen is changing too, because it's in the middle of the night at 2 or 3 in the morning. Then it's on the way to Burger King, which means it would have been after 7 a.m., like around 7:30 a.m. So now, is it at 2 or 3 in the morning, or on the way to Burger King at all these different stops, or what? When is it? Like, keep your story straight, woman. When is it? Because you're saying many things, or is it just all of the above?
And you cannot allow that to happen. You can't sit by and allow that to happen, right?
Right.
Okay. But you said that you stopped trying to do anything because he looked at you with the face of pure evil.
Yes.
So you just got scared and shut up, right?
Yes.
Or did you get turned on? Sorry to say it like that, because she's like, looked at the face of pure evil. I was so scared of him. Meanwhile, in prison, it's like, dear diary, I just want to be with him one more time. Like, how did you really feel, Kayla, when you saw that face of pure evil, huh?
Because his face was pure evil, right?
Yes.
And pure evil, a person with pure evil is not someone you want to protect.
No.
And a person who is pure evil is not someone that you love.
Well, that's hard to say.
Okay.
You see what I mean? You see what I mean? So, someone with a face of pure evil, it's not someone you want to protect, right? She's like, right. Meanwhile, she did. She did everything in her power to protect Adam. She said on the stand on Friday, yeah, she wishes that he was never arrested for this, that he was never caught for this. That is so terrible. Don't forget those things, okay? I'm not just being hard on Kayla here. Things took a turn on Friday because we saw the mask slipped off. It's still off right now. And to be like, so you don't want to protect someone who has the face of evil, right? Yeah, right, okay. But you don't love someone. She's like, well, that's hard to say. Yeah, you're obsessed with Adam Montgomery. You do anything for him even now. And this is part of their deal, remember? Not only, this is part of Kayla's plea deal, her plea agreement, right? But she even said on the stand that if everything goes down, her and Adam have an agreement that she's going to do what it takes to get out of prison so that she can be a mother to their children. So she's still kind of doing things for Adam, if you know what I mean. That's terrifying. And disgusting.
Person of pure evil is not someone you want raising your children.
Right.
Okay. And you would do anything to get your kids away from pure evil.
Yes.
And even though Harmony was your child, You felt the same about her.
Yes.
She was pretty much your child.
Yes, I helped take care of her.
Okay. And when you and Adam split up years later, or March of 2021, you wanted him back.
We were both trying to fix our family and get back.
You wanted him back with the family and raising the children.
Right.
And when you were sitting in your cell thinking about this and reliving it, and you wrote that note about your thoughts about what you wanted, you indicated that the children needed Adam as well as you, right?
Right.
And that's not the face of pure evil. Right?
No.
Okay. So, you said to the jury Friday, I believe, that you fed the children at the Burger King parking lot?
Yes.
Okay.
We were leaving the parking lot.
As you were leaving the parking lot, you were feeding them?
Yeah, I handed them food.
Okay. Who'd you hand food?
I handed Seamus some food.
Uh-huh.
I handed Declan some food.
Uh-huh.
And I reached behind my seat and was giving Harmony the food, but I just put it down, thinking that she was going to be grabbing it.
Okay. So, do you remember telling...
How would she be grabbing it if you can hear her moaning, making noises like she's really not doing well after being hit so many times? And you also just covered her with a blanket, so just put the food down. Yeah, right. I don't think I even believe that. Do you?
The police that you fed the children at the Colonial parking lot?
No,
Okay. Did you feed the children at the Colonial parking lot?
I don't know.
Okay. Now, your car died at the intersection late morning-ish. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And you were at the clinic at 7-ish?
Yes.
Okay, so you were in the Colonial parking lot for a while, right?
Yes.
All right. And you don't recall talking to the police about feeding your children in the back seat at the Colonial?
No.
All right. First of all, before I ask some more questions, set up the situation. Declan is in the car seat by the behind the driver.
No.
You've got Seamus there now.
Yes.
And so you're having Declan in the middle seat,
Yes.
and Harmony is on the passenger side behind you.
Yes.
And Declan is under a year,
Yes.
and you got croissants. What were you feeding Declan?
Pieces of food.
Okay. So you would break off a little piece of hash brown,
Yeah, something. I don't remember what I was feeding him.
and would you hand it to him and make sure he grabbed it?
No.
You just sort of put it back there?
I put it in his mouth.
So you would turn around from the driver's side and put little pieces of food in Declan's mouth?
No.
What?
I reached my arm back and put it in his mouth because he's in the middle.
Okay. And Seamus, okay, so would you turn to reach your arm back and look and make sure you're getting it in his mouth?
I could feel it.
So you reach back with your arm and you feel around for his mouth and put it in?
Yes.
Okay. And then Seamus, you also have to give him small pieces of food, right?
Right.
And with Seamus, you break off a small thing and you give him and make sure he takes it in his hand, right?
Right.
And so you turn around and reach over to Seamus and hand him his piece of food.
I didn't turn around
Okay. Why not?
because I could see him. I
Okay.
just handed it to him like that. He was sitting in the car seat.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Do you remember describing to the police? And also you said that you took some and you handed it back to Harmony?
I gave a sandwich to her, yes.
You gave a croissant to her?
Yes.
So you bought the croissant for Harmony or for you?
There was 3 of them.
Okay.
There was one for her, and then there was one for Adam, and one for me. And the one that I had, I broke apart and gave to the kids.
Okay. And, so what'd you do? Put the whole sandwich back there for Harmony?
Yes.
Did you check and see if she was eating it?
No,
Or not?
because I didn't.
Okay. Okay. And, Harmony's position while you're doing that, I think, she's leaning against her brother beside her,
Yes.
and then sometimes she's leaning up against the door, I think.
Yes.
And
Oh man, I don't believe that. They bought 3 croissant, and one for Kayla, one for Adam, even though she's changed that story a bit. You know, wanted to eat, didn't want to eat. Okay. One for each adult, one for Harmony. Yeah, right. And then Kayla was sharing hers with her boys. I don't think Harmony was going to get any of that.
you don't check on her.
No.
Don't check and see if she's eating.
No.
But you make sure that you've put the food in Declan's mouth.
Yeah, 'cause they're younger.
So you weren't concerned about Harmony at that point.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay. You feed them directly because they were younger. You don't feed Harmony directly because, or make sure that she's eating. Why?
Because she can open the package and eat it.
Did you hear her open the package?
No, I don't know. I don't remember.
Oh, one of those I don't remember times again. In reading that, it's like a 101-page CPS investigation document. Okay, I was just reading that for some background info. Did you know that Adam at the time, I mean, he had apparently fought for Harmony for a long time. It wasn't just like a fleeting moment of like, okay, fine, I'll take her. He had wanted custody of her, which is so weird to me that he would fight for her to then treat her like that. They said in some of the supervised visits that he had with her leading up to that, that he did not have age appropriate expectations. So what Kayla just said reminded me of that, because she's like, no, she could just take it herself and just eat it herself, whatever. But she was 5. And I'm sure she could, but like 5 and you've just witnessed her being beaten. Don't you think she needs some help? Sure, these two, did they not remember what it's like to be kids themselves at all? You know? So that, and also Adam at the time was apparently clean and later relapsed because he had to prove that in order to get her. He did quite a few things in order to get full custody of Harmony, but it should really have never been allowed. Within 10 months, she died. She was murdered in his care. Sure.
Okay. And so after that, you went up to Bodero's to get some drugs.
We went to Colonial Village.
Sustained.
Okay. So when you went to Bodero's to get some drugs,
Overruled. Council approach.
Sidebar time, okay?
Council.
Wait. Okay.
so after you ate, you got some drugs.
I don't remember doing that.
Council
You remember
approach.
having-
Council approach.
Exactly, Denny Dawn. I know you were there at trial prep. You said he did that because he wanted to make Crystal, that's Harmony's biological mother, if you guys don't know, pay. He even told her, if I get Harmony, you will never see her again. And then you say, so therefore he made true on his threat to Crystal. Yeah, he did say that. And that's really eerie now in hindsight, right? Okay, sidebar again.
But you do recall actually feeding all three children in the back seat, right?
Yes.
And you recall that you were feeding them, and do you recall that you said that you were feeding them with one hand because your other hand was in the bag for your food?
No.
Okay. So let's talk about why you left the Colonial at that point where eventually the car broke down, okay? Did you have concerns about Harmony in the car at the time that you left?
No.
Did you look at Harmony at all in the car before you left?
No.
And you said that he, Adam, struck her God knows how many times,
Yes.
and that she had been crying, and that Adam actually got scared that he had hurt her.
Yes.
And you never checked.
No.
And you described on direct when you were talking to the state that whenever you all were out in public, Harmony would be covered up so no one would see.
Right.
That wasn't quite true, right?
Not in the beginning.
Okay. And not at Burger King.
Yes, she was under the blanket in Burger King.
Okay. Do you recall saying that she had a blanket on her lap
No.
when you were feeding her?
I just knew the blanket was there.
And that you put little pieces of food on her blanket that was on her lap to feed her?
No. I don't remember putting pieces of food on her lap.
So to toss back a sandwich?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
And you had no concerns?
She's like, I don't remember putting pieces of food on her lap. Thinking that sounds bad somehow. But she's like, yeah, just tossed a sandwich back. No, Kayla, that's what's bad. That's what's bad. Wow.
About Harmony.
No.
You said that she was moaning before she was at Burger King?
Yeah.
And you said that she was moaning after Burger King.
Yes.
And that moaning had you concerned?
Yes.
But you didn't check.
No.
And I think you just said because you weren't concerned.
No, I am concerned. I was concerned.
Okay. And you didn't check on her.
No.
And Adam, you described as being scared that he would hurt her, had hurt her.
Yes.
And where did you go from? Where were you going from the village?
I don't remember where we were going. I don't remember if we were going to figure out how to get money to get more drugs. I don't remember what we were doing. I
Okay.
don't remember why we left.
Okay. So that if this were true, then
Kathleen says, if she's clean now, why is she not bawling her eyes out recounting these events? Right? Oh, that's only for showtime. That was for the first time she was on the stand there. My goodness. But we didn't see actual tears, right? Wow. And someone said earlier, not like, because some people say, just remember, these are addicts and all of that, as if it gives her some kind of a sympathy card. It doesn't. People struggle with addiction. Not all of those turn out to be monsters like this. These are monsters who were addicts. There's a big difference. You know what I mean? People struggle with substance abuse. Sure. But do they do this? Do they just toss back a sandwich? Do they leave a 5-year-old girl just lying, in her dirty clothes? Do they say, yeah, I was concerned, but do absolutely nothing? Just go get a sandwich. Just go eat. Get some more drugs. Obviously, their focus was drugs. That's it. That's all they wanted. The next fix, the next fix. That's all they thought about and cared about. But even in that, if you look a little deeper, there's a tiny sliver of care for her own children, none for Harmony. You can hear it. Because like, no, I, fed them, broke up the food. Obviously, they had nappies. They were younger. Her kids were 11 months old and 2.5 years old. But you can hear with Harmony. Didn't care. Didn't care at all. So where is the actual concern? You were concerned. It sure doesn't look like it at all. There's no emotion here. Wow.
Adam would be driving around with a critically injured child in the back seat in public.
Right.
And it would have been a pretty important place to have to go for him to take that sort of risk of driving around with a critically injured child in the back seat.
He didn't care.
Okay. And you did or did not?
I felt like I had no say.
Okay.
So yeah, both of them, the correct terminology would be they were drug dependent, completely drug dependent. And just waiting, next fix, next. That's what they're focusing on. But man, sure, the way they treated Harmony. Now, we don't know exactly how they treated the boys, but you can already hear the difference just from the tiny little details in between, right? Thank you so much, Tammy.
Anytime I said something, I'd get yelled at.
Okay. And then, you say that at the intersection. By the way, what drugs did you do that day?
I remember doing heroin or fentanyl.
Okay. Not crack.
I don't remember if we did that or not.
Okay. So when you said on direct that it was heroin and crack, that's not what you recall.
I don't remember doing both or not.
But you do recall heroin and fentanyl.
Yes.
Okay. And so we discussed timing with the Colonial at 7 and then the breakdown late morning, right?
Yes.
So you were at the Colonial for a few hours.
So this is still, for anyone just joining now, this is still the defense's, the cross-examination, the defense attorney's Caroline Smith asking Kayla Montgomery questions. So this is a continuation from Friday. I don't find this boring at all. Friday did seem, it got a little bit long. Friday was like, oh my word, round and round. But actually, you can kind of see it's very important to ask Kayla many questions, the same questions round and round, because she gives slightly different answers each time. It's like, wait a minute, So for a baby love, thank you so much. So if you're only joining now, welcome. I hope that you enjoy your time here with us. Please, even though the topic is totally grim, thank you for being here with us. I hope you'll consider subscribing, becoming part of this community. And I offer defluffed trial coverage. Like for this trial, we're starting 2.5 or 3 hours after the normal start time so that we can just skip over lunch and coffee breaks and things like that. Thank you for sharing your thoughts in chat as well. If you see me looking to the side like this, it's because I'm reading the chat the whole time, just in case you haven't wondered. I'm reading what you guys are saying. So thank you for sharing your thoughts here with us.
We're at the clinic at 7.
And then Burger King and then the Colonial.
Yes.
And so you were at the Colonial parking lot for a few hours or a couple of hours before you left for wherever it was you were going.
I don't think we were there that long.
I think they said they were there for like 20 to 25 minutes. We read that probable cause affidavit together before, and we just reminding ourselves of the timeline. If you're not sure which date they're talking about now, they're specifically referring to December 7th of 2019, the day that Harmony was allegedly murdered by Adam Montgomery. He's the one on trial. This is the state's star witness. She's the only other person who would actually know what happened, And her and Adam covered everything up for 2.5 years. And then they were arrested in January of 2022. And it was when she was in prison that she wrote this letter, which I think was late 2022 or sometime in 2023. If you know the exact date, remind me, please. She wrote like a note that they found in a search of her cell. that she wishes she could just make love to Adam one last time and all of that, kiss him, and ugh, gross, man. After all that, seriously, she covered up for him and helped him to do terrible things. Okay, so yes, she's not the one on trial, but I mean, if she doesn't stick to the plea agreement, she could be at some stage. So yes, it's good that she's talking, but she better not have selective memory. Please just share what you know. For once, do the right thing for Harmony. There must be justice for 5-year-old Harmony who lost her life in the most terrible way. She was murdered, and she had such a short life, and there was so much suffering in it. My goodness.
Do you recall the tow truck driver, do you recall going back to the intersection and the tow truck driver was there?
You're talking about after the car broke down?
Uh-huh.
Yes, I remember when we got brought back.
Okay. And that was like after 12:30 or so, right?
Yeah, something like that.
And how long did it take you to walk to Mr. Vadero's from the car?
I don't know, it felt like a long walk. I don't remember how long.
Okay. Okay. So, let's see. In that time that you were in the Colonial parking area on the 6th prior to the car breaking down, Harmony was in the car, but she was dead, right?
No.
Basis?
It seems fast. Maybe we broke it.
Yes. Okay, we've got a sidebar to zoom through
Full
here.
time.
Pardon? To using drugs.
There we go. So, Valkyrie says, if the defense succeeds in making the jury hate Kayla, then they might buy the story that she killed Harmony and quit Adam. But do you guys feel, let's pretend we the jury, right? That's like we represent the international public, you know? So, if I was listening to all this, I know we have some background information that the jury doesn't have, okay? But him not being there in the courtroom, I don't think that does him any favors. I really just don't. They're probably like, wait, what? And they're hearing all about this guy and all about the things he did. They saw pictures of Kayla's face all beaten up and all that. You know, so I think if they succeed in making the jury hate Kayla, I don't think, in my opinion, that'll make them hate Adam any less. It will just probably make them want her to be on trial too.
Sorry. Harmony was on the 7th. Between your 7 o'clock session at the clinic, dosage at the clinic, to Burger King, to the parking lot, to using drugs, to late morning driving away.
Yes.
Harmony was dead in the car, right?
Not throughout that whole time.
Pardon?
Not throughout the whole time.
She was actually in the trunk of the car, right?
What?
Were you and Adam planning or trying to figure out what you could do with Harmony because she had died?
No, that didn't happen yet.
Okay. Okay. So,
Oh my word, the way she says it. She always gets like defensive, and she really talks down to this defense attorney. Like, no, that didn't happen yet. Okay, but realize, Kayla, what you're talking about. You're talking about, no, Harmony didn't die yet before we put her in the duffel bag. What? Oh my goodness. Wow.
Didn't even make any sense.
somewhere important you had to go with Harmony.
Okay, looking at the judge getting snarky. It doesn't even make any sense. I would behave if I were you, Kayla.
In the car, and you break down at the intersection, right? The car
I didn't
does.
have anywhere important to go.
Okay. So at the intersection, there's Webster and Elm Street, right?
Yes.
Elm Street is a big road, 4-lane.
Yes.
4-lane in the sense that it has turning lanes, right?
Yes.
And Webster is smaller, 2-lane.
Well, it was still 2 lanes where we were.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then it changes. And so you were on Webster getting ready to get onto Elm Street.
I don't remember which way we were going. But I knew we were at the light. First car at the light.
So you don't know if you were in the 4-lane part or the 2-lane part of Elm Street or the 2-lane part of Webster?
We were right on Webster at the light.
Okay. And the light turns green and the car doesn't go.
Right.
And there are cars around you,
Yes.
honking,
Yes.
looking at you.
No, they were just figuring out why the car was there. We had to keep telling them to drive around.
Okay. So you and Adam are sort of waving them around?
Yes.
Or you're waving them around?
I was waving them around to go around the car.
Okay. And Adam, I think you said, got the duffel bag out of the trunk?
Yes.
Because the duffel bag was in the trunk, right?
Yes.
So Caroline here says, think about it. Adam is going to say he covered for evil Kayla, being as he is a stand-up guy and all. How is he going to say Kayla forced him to do this stuff? Yeah, I don't know how he's going to say that, but the problem is that Kayla's like a little streak of, I don't know, anger coming through here and the snark and just mouthing off at the council is really not doing her any favors right now either. Her behavior also matters on the stand. If she continues like this, she could look like a very evil step monster then, you know what I mean? She could be like a Letitia at this rate. Especially with how agitated she's currently getting. And how just disconnected she is from what really happened. I've just been like, yeah, she wasn't in the duffel bag yet type of thing. Like, whoa, 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 whoa. What's your tone? Okay, let's keep going.
But Harmony's body was in that duffel bag already.
No.
Overruled.
You tell Adam, well, I think Adam asked you what to do, right?
Yes.
This is a pretty bad situation, right?
Right.
With Harmony in the car like she was.
Yes.
And Adam asked you what to do.
Right.
And you tell him that you should...
Yes.
Ooh, objection time. Because the defense is starting to say things like, you suggested to put Harmony's body in the duffel bag. Oh my word, what a scary sentence, right? Sure, Daniel, thank you so much. The cloning fund. Oh, do we need more of me? Okay. Cover 2 or 3 trials at one time. The defluffed way. Thank you so much. Sure, this attitude. No, lady. Okay, we're skipping ahead. That's a long sidebar.
I'm going to approach first, Your Honor.
Selena Kay says she was like a totally different person when the prosecutor was questioning her. She really was. She really was, right? Yes, indeed. Okay, still more approaching.
I'm going to show you a copy of the transcript of your June 3rd interview. I'm going to move this clip a bit because it might be hidden if I had to. And ask you again to review a portion of it, and I'm going to ask you a question, and that is the area, page 50 for the record.
Okay.
And
You know, someone just reminded me that remember that Kayla already knew Adam from high school. So that resentment that she has towards Crystal, who Adam had Harmony with, because we know she's a jealous type. She's admitted that herself, right? I mean, the only reason she started talking to the police was, well, to save her own ass. as part of her agreement with Adam of what they would do if the stuff hit the fan. And then also because he'd moved on. But they knew each other and I believe dated each other in high school. And then he, at some point, got Crystal pregnant. Ooh, that resentment she had in her, I would not be surprised if she resented Harmony too. You know? Oh my goodness. Like really, maybe a step monster, yes.
You told Adam that you should go to Badero's,
I
right?
asked him if we should.
Okay. So it was your idea. Right?
Yeah.
And you gathered, Adam grabbed a duffel bag from the trunk.
Yes.
You got your purse and stuff from the trunk.
No, my purse was not in the trunk.
Okay. So you got your purse and you got some stuff in the trunk. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You got some diapers for the kids,
Yes.
and you couldn't take too much with you because you were walking with all the kids to Mr. Badero's.
Right.
And you can't,
Sure. When they say you were walking with all the kids to Mr. Badero's, one's in a duffel bag, if you guys remember the timeline. Also, I see some people sometimes confuse the word accident, right? Saying like Harmony had accidents in the back of the car and then Adam hit her and all of that. That's December 7th of 2019. And it's not the day that they had a car accident. The car accident was on November 29th and on December 2nd they had another one. Okay, but there's a car accident they had on November 29th. So it's not the same day as the car accident. Car accident November 29th. December 7th of 2019, Harmony apparently had an accident in her pants, right? Which they said happened regularly, and Adam would get more and more angry, and he beat her that day until she died, is what the accusations are. And Kayla seems to be the only person, yes, that was there, the only other adult that knows what happened. But you think that after the car broke down on that day, Harmony had already, there was a blanket over her and everything, and then the car broke down. So then they had to walk back to that Colonial Village apartments. That's a very scary thought as well.
wait around for any kind of help because you have to get Harmony's body away from that car as soon as you can.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about discovering that Harmony was dead. I think on direct you said that Adam opened the door and said something like, baby girl, wake up, or wake up, baby girl.
Yes.
And she wasn't moving.
Right.
And that's when he popped open the trunk, you said.
The trunk wouldn't open.
It did eventually, though, right?
We moved the car seat out of the car so that he could move the seat to get into the trunk.
Okay. And Adam checked her breathing.
He was just trying to wake her and she wouldn't wake up.
Okay. Do you remember Adam saying that Adam put his hand over her heart?
No.
And so that didn't happen? You don't have a recollection of Adam putting his hand over her heart?
No, I don't.
Okay. But you did tell the police that in June of 23rd that he put his hand over her heart to check her.
He was checking her, but she wasn't waking up.
Okay. So he did put his hand over her heart to check her.
He tried waking her up. I don't remember the hand on the heart.
Okay.
Doobie and Max, yes, baby girl is a sign of endearment, which I guess the defense is trying to point that out, but I don't believe that. And either way, Adam being like, baby girl, you're a kid. Yeah, right, after all that, right? Sure. But yes, thank you so much for the sticker.
Do you remember telling the police on June of 2023 that he checked her breathing and like put his hand on her heart?
No.
Okay, I'm going to show you. Copy of that same transcript, okay? And ask you to review that paragraph there, okay?
Stefan says, "I'm pretty sure she didn't call Harmony baby girl." That was a power move from the defense, right? To be like, and he said, which Kayla's like, yes, baby girl, you know, wake up and all of that. Ooh, this is putting Kayla in the spotlight, like kind of like Letitia's vibes. Ooh, like the evil step monster type vibe, right? I think this defense is doing pretty well today, actually.
I still don't remember that, but I can see that I said that, but I don't remember it happening.
Okay. But what you told the police back in June of 2023, you were telling them as if it was a memory, right?
Right.
So either it wasn't a memory or that memory is gone.
I don't remember.
Isn't it amazing what she remembers and doesn't remember? Like she snarkily remembers, no, we don't pop open the trunk, it wouldn't open. Or like, of course Adam was hungry. Or so you remember that. But you don't remember anything else that's important. Like anything about Harmony. And even at the point of walking back after the car broke down, where's Harmony? In the duffel bag? I mean, that is so scary. No, can't remember how long they were there, what they did, what all of that. There's so many times where she's like, can't remember. Sure, but you remember other small details, right? It's very interesting.
And you also checked Harmony, and she wasn't breathing.
Right.
You checked her neck and you checked her wrists.
Yeah.
And you were looking for a pulse.
Yeah.
Must have been panicking.
Yeah.
Did you do that before or after you were waving cars around?
After.
Okay. So, after you have checked Harmony, you're saying that you went to the back of the car and you're sort of moving, waving cars around to get them around your car.
Yeah.
Okay. And how long did you do that?
Until we got the stuff out of the car that we needed to get out.
Okay, so are you doing that while Adam is getting stuff out of the car?
No, we're both on each side of the car, doing the same thing, trying to get stuff out.
Which side of the car were you on?
I don't remember.
Okay. And you claim that as these cars are going around and beeping and everything, that Adam put Harmony into a duffel bag.
Yes.
And the four of you walked to Colonial Village.
Right.
But how is that possible? With Harmony, them checking she's no longer alive, and then she says, oh yeah, okay, the four of you walked to Colonial Village. That makes sense, Kayla, Adam, and the two boys. And she's like, yes. Oh my word, she's so disconnected from them. She's as cold as can be. Wow. I think the defense is doing a good job. Not that I'm not, I know that people then fear. What does that mean? Will Adam be acquitted? Even if he's found not guilty, which I think is extremely unlikely based on just the whole picture. Everything's bad. I think what she's saying is interesting and puts her in a very bad light, but I don't think it makes Adam look any better. Unless he comes out, like I still think he might, in those shackles that he requested instead of a leg brace and acts like this, I don't know, protective guy who fought for his daughter for like 4 years and why would he do this? And it was all her. Let's see if that ever happens. He could come out the way that he spoke to the judge that time, and says he looks forward to his trial to refute these offensive claims. Whoa. The defense They're asking some interesting things today. I do not find it boring at all. I know some people say it's boring. On Friday, I found it slightly boring because that felt like round and round. We know she's a liar. We know. But today, ooh, I think they're making some progress.
Now, on direct, you said that you never saw Harmony bleed.
Yeah, I didn't.
Okay. Did you ever see blood on her?
Not that I remember.
Okay. And, you told the police that while Adam was throwing stuff in the back and cleaning the car, that, well, you told the police that Adam was putting stuff in the bag and cleaning the car, right?
After
What?
After we got to Anthony's and he brought us back to the car to get stuff out,
Uh-huh.
and he cleaned it.
Okay. And you said that he cleaned the back seat because he had blood on his hands from hitting Harmony.
I don't remember.
Yes?
Now you don't remember that? That sounds pretty significant. And trigger warning. When Kayla on Friday talked about Adam taking Harmony's body out of the duffel bag that was wrapped in trash bags to, put her in the smaller bag, Kayla remembers a lot of details there. She said that she could still see it was her. The decomposed remains still had hair and teeth. She could see it was Harmony. Her face was puffy and blue and all. She said all kinds of details, but now she can't remember that. Ah, you can't remember the blood on Adam's hands. Can't remember that. Don't remember. But popping the trunk? No, that never happened. Of course not. Then she gets all defensive. Oh, this is hectic, you guys. Okay, put some sidebar.
The car after.
Okay. And he had blood on it, and you said that,
Okay. Yeah, Luna says, can't remember the lies. The truth is easy to remember, which Amanda Tabor also said earlier. She doesn't remember those lies. Yeah, exactly. Wow. Stella, he was indeed.
you were asked what Adam was cleaning, and you said that the back seat because he had blood on his hands from hitting Harmony, right?
I don't remember that day of him doing that. I just remember cleaning the car after.
Okay. I'm going to ask you the questions, and then we'll do some more. You said that Harmony had a bloody nose, and he had blood on his hands from hitting her, and he was wiping the seat with a napkin, right?
Overruled.
I don't remember it that day that she passed away that was happening.
Okay. And
Oh, not that day. How about all the other days then? Because she's sure implying there were a lot of days. Sure, one could go down that rabbit hole. Right?
you were asked if Badero said anything about Adam's bloody hand, right?
Not that day.
Okay, I'll go through. And you said no, he had already cleaned up his hands because that event, the bloody nose thing, happened days before, right?
Right?
And you were asked more about whether Harmony had blood on her on her that day,
Right.
and you said you saw dried blood on her face, right?
Right.
And you said that that was the day the car broke down that you saw dried blood on her face.
Right.
Okay. So, I'm going to go through the transcript and ask about some of those other things that you didn't remember and see if it refreshes your recollection.
Sure.
Okay?
That's where you can testify.
Approach.
Tara says, what do you remember? Yeah, FFS. What do you remember? Exactly. Wow. Goodness me. Anna said she starts looking nervous. Anonymous said, should charge and trial them together. Yeah, they should. But unfortunately, she's the only one who can tell. So they had to make a deal with her, which is a self-serving deal, so that, she could talk. Otherwise, they would never know any of this information or wouldn't have anything to go on for the investigation. Unfortunately. What a fright she'll get if Adam completely turns on her. I think there's a part of her that still thinks she's like being loyal to him somehow. Yeah, if he comes out and does take the stand, yeah, he'll turn on her so fast.
I'm going to show you, again, it's that transcript from June 23rd, and ask you to review portions of that transcript, and I'm going to show you 229 down to all of 229 and 230.
Slick says she seems to not remember things that have her in close contact with the situation. You live in a car, you would know what abuse was happening. She expands on her answers. She incriminates herself. Yep. That's a good point. Denny says, can you imagine him on the stand on cross? He will lose his poop on the stand on cross. Okay.
Tell the police. That help refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
And so, you did tell the police that Harmony had a bloody nose and had blood on it. He had blood on his hands and was wiping the seat with a napkin?
Yeah, but that happened days before. That happened before she died.
Sure. But the wiping was on when the tow truck driver was there?
Yeah, when we went back to the car,
Okay,
I remember cleaning.
okay. And it was for the blood that was on the car?
I don't remember what it was for. Adam just wanted to clean it.
Okay. But you recalled that you did see blood, you said, on Harmony's face,
Yeah.
right? And it was that day, right?
Yes.
And where you saw Adam cleaning was around the area that Harmony was sitting, right?
Right.
And you said that Adam had blood on his face that day? I mean, on his fist that day?
Yeah, on his hand.
And that Harmony had blood on her face?
Dried blood, yeah.
Right. But not from days before. Are you saying she had dry blood from days before?
Yeah, she had dry blood on her face.
From days before?
Yeah.
Oh my word. Yeah. Didn't even help clean that. This is horrifying. It's getting worse. So she had dried blood on her face from days before, from all the other times, that Adam allegedly hit her for making accidents in the back of the car. Okay. And if she had toilet accidents in the back, yeah, whatever. We had just either put her clothes in a bag or just left her lying in it, as she said. Sure, this way this woman talks, I don't know, man. Just remember, it's my opinion. I also have the right to my opinion. I try my very best to give everyone the benefit of the doubt. just like Uncle Kevin. I know people are like snarking at him. He should have done better. He should have known. He looked terrified. He looked horrified and super guilty, right? Try my best. I did give Kayla the benefit of the doubt all of Friday. I have since changed my mind after hearing the evidence, the things that she's saying herself. I've changed my mind. If it hasn't changed your mind, that's perfectly okay. I'm not here to convince you. I'm just watching the trial with you. I'm hosting this trial so that we could watch it together and discuss it. I want to hear what you think. I want to tell you what I think, right? This person is looking like freaking Letitia at this point. I mean, like, what in the hell is she even saying? It just gets so bad. And we thought Friday was the worst. It's really one of those, like, could it get worse? That's what I said to my husband, Raphael. He's sitting here, by the way, and both cats are here too. I said to him on Friday night, because obviously I finish these streams very late, at midnight or 1 a.m. So I go there and I say, you think that this case was bad enough? Because I tell him a little bit, it's worse. Every day gets worse. And I hope next week doesn't get even worse. It's getting worse, you guys. It's so bad. Thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate that we can watch this trial together. And I really hope that there will be full justice for Harmony. It's hard to call her Harmony Montgomery as well, right? With her being a Montgomery and Adam being a Montgomery. I think I'm just going to call her Harmony. Sure.
And you never cleaned her face for days?
No, you just kept her under the blanket.
Okay.
Look at her face. She's kind of like, what? It's almost like she's used to being the most hated person in the room, especially by now. And she's like, I don't care. What? Yeah. We just covered her with a blanket. Okay. And then tell me, how was she supposed to ask to go to the bathroom? Because I'm speculating. They would tell her, you cannot go to the bathroom in the day. You can only go at night, so they can sneak in somewhere and hopefully, or make them go in the bushes or on the snowbank or wherever. It's so terrible. Shame, man.
Now, you said Friday, that you and Adam had talked about what to do together. Is that right? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that you sort of came together with the plan to say that Adam had taken Harmony to her mother's.
That's what Adam told me to say, yes.
Okay. I am going to switch over now to when you go to fit, okay?
Which time?
With Adam, Declan, and Seamus,
Okay.
and the body of Harmony.
Okay.
And so, Adam no longer had a car after December 7th, right?
Right.
And he no longer had the freedom to drive wherever he wanted to, right?
Right.
And when he drove, there would be somebody else in the car, right? He would be driving someone else's car, right? And sometimes he drove Badero's car, right?
That was way before.
Okay. And you still didn't have any money, right?
Right.
And from 2 days in Badero's car, you go to your mother's.
Right.
And I think you actually go to an aunt's or something, and from there, your mother comes over and gets you off.
Yes.
And you could only stay for a very limited time.
Yes.
She might get in trouble with her landlord.
Yes.
And so you were trying to get into the shelter.
Yes.
And you worked and applied and everything like that for the shelter.
Yes.
Would you walk over there to do that?
Yes, we did.
Okay, so you, Adam, and the kids would walk over to the shelter to apply for shelter there.
We walked to city welfare.
Okay.
Panda Bella says, I can't watch any more of this today. Much love to you all. Totally understandable. Just know we save a seat for you. Your seat will be kept warm. I hope you'll come back. It's terrible, right? Thank you all for being here with me. I couldn't do this without you either. Lisa said, how many months or years was Harmony beaten? Adam got custody of her in February of 2019. Her biological mother was struggling with substance abuse as well. And so Harmony was in foster care from 2 months old already. And we saw her foster parent on the stand on Friday, on day 3 of the trial. And so only from February 2019 until December 7th of 2019, so 10 to 11 months, is how long Harmony was in Adam Montgomery's care. It took less than a year from when the judge gave Adam Montgomery, a career criminal with a very dark, long rap sheet, which we've looked at before, to give him full custody without checking what the home situation would be like or anything like that. They didn't follow protocol. It was also across borders, well, to a different state, right? And so from February 2019 to December 7th, that's how quick it was from Harmony being in his care to being murdered. Sure.
And would you, Adam, and the kids be in the office all together making the application?
When we filled out the application, yes.
Okay.
And then I saw the case manager. I don't remember if we were together or if it was just me.
Okay. Now, when you told the jury that it fit, you had taken the duffel bag from the ceiling.
Actually, no, it's a mistake.
Overruled.
Maybe push.
Yes.
Delta Dawn says, no remorse whatsoever, makes me sick. Yeah, whether she's on medication right now or not, whatever, there's no remorse. Even if people say, well, that numbs her. Okay, but there's still no remorse. And there's not no emotion. She certainly has these streaks of anger that come out. She certainly snaps back sometimes at the answers. She's defensive about certain things and other things not so much. Right? This is really terrible. I do not look at her the same way at all. Okay. And I did give her the benefit of the doubt first. Okay, so let's just go forward a little bit.
And Adam was...
There we go.
I didn't realize I had said it. Adam took the duffel bag down from the ceiling, right?
Yes.
And Adam was the one that put the duffel bag in the ceiling in the first place, right?
Yes.
And you said that he took the duffel bag down from the ceiling and had it in the shower for hours.
Had it in the bathroom, yes.
Oh, was there a shower there?
Yes.
And did he have it in the shower for hours?
I don't remember.
Okay, okay. And from the bathroom, where did it go?
To the closet.
In what?
Trash bag.
Okay. And then what?
CMC bag.
Oh my goodness, everyone. Okay, again, trigger warning. If you were not there to listen to Friday's testimony, trust me, the details here are horrifying. Moving a little girl's body for 4 months, carrying it around, going everywhere. You know, from the duffel bag. Then into the duffel bag is wrapped in trash bags, double bagged, put in a ceiling vent, put in a closet, put in a refrigerator. Then her body's put in a bathtub where Adam then runs hot water over her body for hours, trying to make it more supple. And then he talks about a NutriBullet, dismembering her. He buys a saw, a diamond blade cutter, all kinds of things. It's horrifying. Puts some of the remains, it sounds like, and lots of lime in the CMC bag, which Kayla then wheels in her double stroller to the Portland Pie Company where Adam was working as a, did they say dishwasher and cook? I think they said, right? stored her body there in the freezer for a little bit, about a week or so. And then from there, he rented a U-Haul, apparently, allegedly, and then got rid of lots of little packages wrapped in plastic, is what the friend Travis Beach said, who might be on the witness stand at some point. That's going to be interesting as well. So, trigger warning. That's what I'm saying. I'm just warning you for what you might hear.
Okay, so it went from the bathroom into a trash bag, one of those big black things,
Yes.
and from there it goes into the closet. For how long?
I don't know, a day or two.
Okay, and there the trash bag and Harmony's body goes in the CMC bag?
Yes.
Okay, and I think you identified Exhibit 85 as pretty much a duplicate of the bag that you got from CMC, right?
Yes.
And this is a bag that's given when you give birth at CMC, right?
Yes.
And it's for diapers and carrying things around for your children, right?
Yes, diaper bag.
Pardon?
Diaper bag.
Okay. And
So diaper bag, they always called it a maternity bag, but now we also know it's the CMC diaper bag. And she possibly got it, because her younger son was 11 months old, so maybe they had it for a bit, but to think what they did with that. Oh my goodness.
from the CMC bag with the trash bag and Harmony's body,
Yes.
where does it go?
To Portland Pie.
Okay. And then where?
To Union Street.
How?
In a tote.
Okay. From where to where did it go to Union Street? Where did it get in the tote?
From the shelter.
So how did the CMC bag get back to the shelter?
It came back from Adam's work. To the
Okay.
shelter.
Who brought it back?
Adam.
Okay. Who brought it to Portland Pie?
I did.
Okay. So,
So even that, I think the defense is doing well. I don't know if that helps Adam's case at all. They're defending the client, Adam Montgomery, but to, make the jury aware that she took Harmony's body in a CMC bag to the Portland Pie Company. Because Adam told her to. Remember, she just does what she's told. And then Adam took it from there to the next place. It just shows that they're both responsible, right?
are you saying that it's in the CMC, there's a body in a trash bag in the CMC bag in the tote
Not in the tote at the time.
when you go to Union?
When we go to Union, yes.
Okay. And so you told,
One more time. So that everyone understands just how horrifying this is, walking on Elm Street. That's why I say it's like the real nightmare of Elm Street here. Kayla had a double stroller. I always imagine it like when the kids are next to each other, but the way she described it is one of those where they're like one's in the front, one's in the back. And in between her own sons, she put the CMC bag with that had Harmony's remains in it, in between her two boys, and took that pram and walked down the street from where they were staying at that fit shelter and went and dropped a bag off at the Portland Pie Company, which has since closed. I don't think it has anything to do with that, but I'm not surprised if it would. But anyway, wheeled it there in that stroller, pretending to be, a mom to her two boys, just like taking the body to my man's work, where he put it in the freezer for a bit. And there was even co-workers that were like, oh yeah, I saw that bag there. I didn't know what it was, but I saw it there. Oh my goodness.
okay, so you take the tote, you take the CMC bag, but not the tote, to Portland Pie. Not the plastic, right?
I'm confused.
So am I. I'll back up. Sorry. To reorient ourselves, at some point, you say that Adam takes the body down from the ceiling tiles.
Yes.
And it's because there's a smell.
Yes.
And it's because other people in FIT are concerned about the smell.
Yes.
And
Stand by. If you didn't see the probable cause affidavit, so they were staying at this family's in transition shelter, okay? And Adam had put this duffel bag, which was then wrapped in, I think, 2 trash bags, in the ceiling vent. But yeah, there was an odor that other tenants staying there picked up on, and they complained. So Adam took that bag out of the ceiling vent with Harmony's body in it. Remember, he carried her body around for 4 months, and then put it in the closet while a maintenance worker came in and checked the vent. And he said, oh, there must have been a dead animal up there or something, because I don't see anything now. But that's probably what it is. And he's like, oh, okay. So after that, they were like, ooh, we need to make a plan. 2 of them, we need to make a plan now to better hide this. And so from there, Harmony's body was put in a CMC bag and then taken to this Portland Pie company to put in the fridge and then moved all around. We've looked at it all before, so if you go check out part 1 of the trial prep, just check it out on my playlist. We looked at part 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, right? We did a deep dive before the trial started so that we could all get ready, have very big emotional shields on because we knew what we were signing up for with this case. It's really horrific. But yes, that's what we're listening to here now. Also, Tan Y said if Adam was in the courtroom, would she be acting the same? That is a good question. Do you guys think that she would be acting the same if Adam was in the courtroom right now staring at her? I wonder.
you all are concerned that somebody might be checking the place to find out about the smell.
Yes.
Because you've heard the complaints
Yes.
and you're scared.
Yes.
And I think you said Adam takes Harmony's body down into the bathroom
Yes.
and takes her body out of the duffel bag
Yes.
and puts her body in a trash bag
Yes.
and puts the trash bag in the closet.
In the CMC bag in the closet.
Okay. So from the bathroom, is her body put in the CMC bag?
In the trash bag. The trash bag's in the CMC bag.
And that all happens in the bathroom.
Yes.
And then you
AC, you said it for me. Smart, right? Yes, because dead animals typically remove themselves. Yeah, shame. That one was like, must have been a dead animal. Like, probably not. It's probably a little bit Dahmerish of a situation. Like, maybe check into it, right?
said, I believe on direct, that Adam tells you to take the CMC bag to Portland Pie.
Yes.
Tell me about that.
He had asked me to bring her body in the CMC bag to his work at Portland Pie
When?
while we were at the shelter.
Was it right after you say that he put the body in the CMC bag?
Yes.
So, like the next day?
I don't remember if it was the next day or a couple of days.
Okay. And where was he when he did this? Was he in the shelter with you saying, bring this body to me?
Yes.
So he's in the shelter with you and at some point goes to work
Yes.
and has told you to bring this CMC bag to work.
Yes.
Why didn't he just take the CMC bag?
I don't know.
Good
Okay.
question.
So
Ooh, they're doing such a good job of making her look like absolutely monstrous right now. Good Lord, oh my word. This woman. I don't know. Why didn't he just take it there? I don't know. That is a good question, though. Maybe they would have been, why didn't you just get to work? We don't want to give them tips, But if you got to work a little earlier the day or something and wanted to sneak in the bag, that's one thing. But for her to arrive, like, how did that work out? See, they could blame her, just like, oh, no, my wife just brought me this. I just want to keep this in the freezer for a bit. I wonder what everyone else thought it was, or how it happened, or if she snuck in and put it in the fridge. I don't know, man. It's just so scary.
you have 2 kids and a stroller, right? And so tell me about those arrangements, getting the and you take all of that to Portland Pie.
Yes.
Tell me about how you did that.
It was a double stroller, so I had one kid in the front, and there's a basket underneath, and I put the CMC bag in the basket, and then the other kid was on the other side, on the other seat.
Okay.
The other kid. Nice way to talk about your own boys there. Wow. Have you noticed sometimes she gets this, I don't know why she does it, but that vocal fry when she's talking about the most horrifying things. Like she just did. Sure. If you don't know what vocal fry is, it's like, yeah, what is it? Like, why are you talking like that now, lady? Just sit up, say the facts. This is terrible. And yes, why didn't she refuse, as someone said? She's like, no, I'm not going to bring that. Like, what are you doing? Why can't she leave? Why can't she call the police? Why can't she? I know, there's many questions people ask, right? And initially we thought, okay, she's a victim of coercive control and domestic violence, and she was terrified and all that. But some of these actions go so beyond that terror, right? It's just, she's very sinister herself.
Okay. So you take the CMC bag out of the closet and put it on the stroller?
Yes.
And is that inside fit or outside fit that you loaded on the stroller?
Inside.
And then you get your kids arranged
Yes.
as well inside.
Yes.
And then you walk down the street, and I think you said it took about 15 minutes or so?
Yes.
And you are walking with your children and the body of Harmony in a CMC bag to Portland Pie.
Yes.
And why? Why was it going there? Did you know?
He asked me to do it.
Okay. And you didn't say anything, ask him why or anything?
He said he was doing it so that the smell wouldn't be at the shelter.
Okay.
Ah, so she's very practical for her man. She'll support him no matter what he asks, right? And I really do think she would do anything for him. Moxie Cillian said she can't get charged twice. She's now changed her tune after a migraine. It wasn't just him hoping he'll take her back. The thing is, this double jeopardy rule does not apply to her. As we read earlier, we learned that from the document we read earlier. If you guys weren't part of that the stream yet, then we looked at her plea deal and what the conditions are. So if you go back, I don't know how long it was ago, 90 minutes or something. I'll timestamp it later for you, but she actually could get charged twice because the double jeopardy rule does not apply to her with this plea deal. It's got very special conditions.
Did you tell him he should take it with him?
No, he called me when he was at work and told me to bring it.
Okay. So he didn't tell you to do that while he was at FIT.
He was thinking about it, but I didn't think he was really going to do that.
Okay. So he mentioned it at FIT's, but then calls you from Portland Pie and says, come on down.
Yes.
Okay. And then you have a place at Union Street, right?
Yes.
And somehow the body has returned to FIT
Yes.
before you moved to Union Street.
Yes.
And you don't know how.
Adam brought it back.
Did you see him bring it back?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember if it came back. Yeah, because we had to bring it to the apartment.
Okay, and you brought it? The CMC bag in a plastic storage container, right?
Yes.
And you went to the Union Avenue apartment, and again, you have a stroller with your two sons,
Yes.
and now it is a plastic container that is on the stroller.
Yes.
Okay. And it was in a plastic container on the stroller when you went to Portland Pie.
No.
Okay. And when you got to Portland Pie, you...
Oh no. Today we heard, like, I don't know how long, it felt like forever of hearing pee and poop, and now we're hearing forever Portland Pie, and the stroller, and Portland Pie and Elm Street. It's just so scary, right? Wow.
And Adam put the body in a refrigerator?
It was his job,
Okay.
so he did.
That was his job. It was
His
to
job
handle.
was at Portland Pie.
Okay.
So he took the CMC bag inside and he said he put it in the freezer.
I'm sorry, I meant to be asking about Union Street, and I know that I misstate sometimes. So at Union Street, you're on a second floor,
Yes.
and you sign the lease and everything like that, and Adam brings the body upstairs,
Yes.
and the CMC bag is put in the refrigerator.
It's in the tote.
Okay?
When we were walking to the Union Street, the bag was in the tote. He brought the tote upstairs and put it in the closet.
So Booker says, thing is, it would set a tricky precedent if they charged her outright. She's the only witness. She's the only witness to this. Charging her might deter other people from speaking up. But it reminds me of like Lori Vallow Daybell. You know what I mean? Reminds me of Michelle Troconis. They are on trial. You know what I mean? So I think the precedent is already set. I think it's already totally valid if they did charge her. And I think this has opened up a whole can of worms for her. She wants to stay out of trouble. She better tread very carefully. Not that we want her to. Yeah, keep talking. Keep not remembering certain things and remembering others. Because, wow. I'm a little shocked.
Okay. And from the closet, it went to the refrigerator?
Yes.
Okay. Now, earlier, before I was specifically going over your activities at FIT and Union and Portland Pie, I had talked to you about a conversation that you had with Detective Dunleavy after the June 3rd interview, right?
Yes.
And you said that you had gone up to him and said that you had forgotten to tell him during the June 3rd interview that you had taken the diaper bag from the freezer and walked with it in the stroller to meet Adam at the back of Portland Pie. That's what you told Detective Dunleavy, right?
Right.
And that you said the bag was there for 1 to 2 weeks, and then it was brought back to the Union Street apartment, right?
Right.
Okay. A little bit different from what you've just described, right?
Right. But I remember bringing it to his job from the shelter.
Okay.
Counsel, you want to approach?
Okay.
After. I remind
Wait. I think it's going to be lunch break now, which we're going to teleport right through. Which is the beauty
As I
of
said,
starting later.
I look for what we consider to be natural breaking points. This sounds like one of them. So we're gonna break for lunch. So I'm gonna ask you to come back in an hour. So come back at 1 o'clock, please. We'll start at hopefully at about 5 after. I remind you, don't discuss the case with each other or with anybody else. Do not do any independent research. Make sure all your banners and notifications are turned off on your phones. No independent research. All right. Thank you very much. We'll see you about 1 o'clock.
All rise for the jury.
We're going to skip over in a moment. Superior, that's what I mean by vocal fry.
Step down.
Right.
Counsel approach.
You know, when people say Caroline, the defense attorney's voice is like nails on a chalkboard, I don't like those comments, because what must she do about her voice? People say it to me all the time too. Oh, this woman's nails. I mean, her voice is like nails on a chalkboard. When I have my troll comments, I'm just like, oh my word. How would you like me to change my voice? And when I do make it a bit higher, then they're like, I hate it when she does the high voice. Some people love it. Some people hate it. If it's not for you, just click off. Ooh, now it looks like we need the sound of crickets again. Look at that. Empty chair where the defendant is supposed to be. Did you see my YouTube short? Yeah, the crickets, right? I want to show you something quickly. Let me just see if they show us the flag, when we know it's lunchtime. Are they gonna? Is that it? Yeah, there's the flag. Okay, so before we teleport through that, let me show you this quickly, which is this one. Here we go. Look at him go. Can we refresh it or what?
And I look forward to my upcoming trial to refute those offensive claims.
Here's the crickets. Yeah.
And I look forward to my upcoming trial to refute those offensive claims.
Yeah. So that's what I mean by crickets. Empty chairs right there. Also, what I want to show you is look at the difference. You're going to get double G now. Double G time. Look at the difference in her demeanor here. Okay? Where's the sound?
Did Harmony have an accident first thing in the morning?
Yes.
And that would have been before you started your day?
Double G.
Yes.
What happened when she had that accident?
Adam repetitively kept punching her in the head.
Okay. So I want to break that up. That morning, where did you wake up?
At Colonial Village.
Show you here like this. You know, normally it would be opening methadone clinic. Wait. Okay, so just one was what happened. I'm talking so much.
Evil, is his crazy eyes. I didn't like it, and I couldn't stop him from hitting her.
Totally different demeanor, right? Totally different look, totally different demeanor. I mean, damn, a side by side would be quite something to see, right? Look at my side by side. People are like, you hypocrite, you are side by side. You could compare as well. Okay, but wow, very, very different there. Okay, so now let's bring back the feed and teleport. So hold on one second. Here we go. And now let's teleport right through lunch. Anyone hungry? Didn't think so. No, you can at least have snacks. I'm just powering right through. Got my pilot stamina mode on. Okay, we'll be right back. It's an hour lunch, so she's back on the stand. There we go. Okay. All right. Sound is not on yet. He's not in the courtroom, as you could see. Adam Montgomery. Nope. And just like that, lunch break over. Wasn't that nice? Instead of waiting an hour.
I'm going to go a little, sorry, a little bit backwards from what we were talking about when we took the break and talk about the order of the children in the car in the back seat. Declan, I think you said, had a car seat.
Yes.
Seamus had a car seat.
Yes.
And Harmony would wear a seatbelt.
Yes.
And I think that you said earlier today, Declan was in the middle, Seamus was on the driver's side, and Harmony was in the passenger side.
Yes.
In May 16 of, well, actually, in June of 2023, you described Harmony in the back seat after Burger King, leaning on Seamus's seat.
Yeah, she was always leaning on one of the car seats.
Okay, and you said it was Seamus's.
Okay, so I must have it mixed up. I don't remember. I always thought Declan was in the middle.
Okay. If you told them on the 23rd that it was June 23rd that it was a Seamus, it could have been.
Yeah.
Okay. And then when you were on May 16, 2023, you were talking about feeding the children, and you said Declan couldn't eat yet because he was an infant, but I gave Seamus a little piece at the time he was in the middle. Is that right?
Yes.
And that was as if it was a memory, that you were speaking from memory.
Yes.
And do you recall, because you talked about feeding Declan and putting the pieces in his mouth, do you recall if you did that?
I remember feeding one of them, both of them, I don't know.
Okay. And you talked about putting a sandwich on Harmony's lap, but not looking at her, right?
Right.
But you saw that she had a blanket on her lap, right?
Yeah, she always had a blanket on her.
And it was on her lap, you described it, right?
Yes.
Not over her, it was on her lap.
Right.
And, 'cause that you were not looking, but you were sitting and just handing stuff back?
Right.
Okay. So, a couple of things on Union Avenue and what you described at Union Avenue. I think that you described the tote was in the, not the tote, the plastic thing with the tote inside, was in the closet, and then the tote was put in the refrigerator?
The bag was in the tote, in the closet. Then the bag ended up in the refrigerator.
CMC bag.
Yes.
Yeah. And it was in the refrigerator for a bit until it was taken out to go into the bathtub.
Yes.
And after it was in the bathtub, it went in the freezer.
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about events in the freezer. I mean, in the shower.
Oh boy, trigger warning again if they're going to talk about that again, because it's absolutely horrifying. Caroline said, in the meta view, what, oh what good is this doing Adam? None of this refutes his guilt in the slightest. I know, right? It makes her look bad, but it doesn't, in my opinion, refute his guilt in the slightest either. What do you guys think?
And described for the jury lime,
Yes.
and that lime was used in the shower.
No.
Did you say that lime was put in a bag?
Yes.
So that was on the floor of the bathroom, is that what you're
Yes.
saying? And why lime?
Adam got the lime. I don't know where it came from.
Okay. Did y'all research lime and what it might do?
I did not.
Okay.
Yeah, Home Depot. We know, because it wasn't Walmart that time. There is body cam, well not body cam, there's surveillance footage of Adam in a Walmart. Yeah, I think buying a phone or exchanging a phone or something. We'll probably see that later, because there's going to be a Walmart security guy on the stand later this week sometime.
Okay.
And to clarify, lime, like the pelletized lime that Adam bought, only helps to reduce odor. It doesn't help speed up decomposition, even though some people believe that. It's lye that's caustic and can speed up decomposition, you know, or destroy whatever he's trying to destroy. Lime, not so much. So, yeah.
It's not like anything was dissolving in the shower or anything, right? With the lime? In the
It
bathroom?
wasn't in the bathroom. It wasn't used in the shower.
Okay. But nothing was dissolving or anything with lime, right?
I have no idea.
You were in there.
Not the whole time.
Okay. You said that lime was put in a bag and then Harmony's body was put in a bag. You didn't see any reaction of her body to the lime, right?
No.
Nothing changed.
I didn't see her body and put in the bag with the lime. Adam said that he was going to be putting her body in the lime, in the bag that has the lime in it.
Okay. Okay. And you talked on direct about a tool. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And when you first spoke to the police, you told them that scissors were the only tool used in the shower, right?
From what I remember, yes.
Okay. And the scissors were used to cut clothes off of Harmony.
Yes.
And you used the scissors,
Yes.
and you cut off Harmony's hoodie.
Yes.
And you're saying Adam used the scissors
Yes.
and cut off her leggings?
Yes.
And those were the only tools in the bathroom, right?
That I saw, yes.
How big's the bathroom?
The bathroom wasn't that big.
Okay. You saw the things that were in the bathroom, right?
Yes.
And you claim to have seen a bag of lime in the bathroom, right?
Yes.
You didn't see any tools, right?
No, I saw a bag of lime and trash bags.
Okay. And there weren't any tools sitting outside the bathroom, right?
No.
Okay. And you didn't hear any power saws?
No, because it was really loud.
What was really loud?
Our neighbor next door was a drunk and very loud, always blasting his music.
Okay. And you think that the music could have overcome tools if they were used?
I believe so, yeah, it was very loud all the time.
Okay. And when you first talked to the police, you actually denied that you helped Adam in the bathroom, right?
Right,
And you denied that you had anything to do with what he did in the bathroom.
right.
You said that Adam didn't want you in the bathroom.
I feel like she's kind of still covering for him there. Like, I only saw trash bags, and yeah, she was also part of using scissors to cut clothes off Harmony's body, which would have been 3 or 4 months after the fact, which is horrifying in itself. But Adam from Home Depot, he bought lime, he bought a saw, a backup saw blade, a diamond cutting saw blade, and a backup battery. So if he bought all that, you see by her saying, well, I didn't hear anything because, there was a drunk next door. She sounds pretty judgmental when she says that, huh? Anyway, so when she's like, there was this drunk next door with playing his music so loud all the time. Okay. And remember, her 2 kids were there in the apartment too. While Adam was in the bathroom doing all that. Wow. Okay, it just sounds like she's covering for him. Like, no, I don't really hear anything. Because the music was loud. But he might have had all those tools in there, because why else would he have them?
Right.
And then when you had to admit that you were in the bathroom, you ended up admitting that you cut off the hoodie, right?
Right.
And you ended up admitting that you were zipping up the bag
Yes.
at the end.
Yes.
So you were in the bathroom for a while,
No.
for a few times.
Like a couple times, yes.
Okay. And otherwise, the shower was going.
Yes.
And so presumably the water is doing something.
Yes.
And a bag of lime on the floor in the bathroom would generally not be touched by a shower that's in the tub, right?
No, it was in the corner of the bathroom.
Okay, away from the tub.
Yes.
Okay. But the shower, I think you said, was going continuously
Yes.
the whole time,
Yes.
and you could hear that.
That's what I saw.
Saw or heard?
I saw. I couldn't hear it, but I saw.
And you saw it going the whole time?
Not the whole time, but I assumed the whole time
Okay. Okay.
because he told me what he was doing.
Okay. And you and Adam were working together to take the clothes off of Harmony and put her in the bag.
I didn't put her in the bag.
You zipped up the bag.
He needed help zipping up the bag. I was there in the beginning, and I was there in the end.
Excuse me. Sir, you need to step out or turn the pager off. Okay, please step out. Thank you. You would re-ask your question, Attorney Smith.
I forgot what it was. Okay. So what you're saying now is you didn't know if the shower was going the whole time?
No.
Okay. Now, you didn't know if Adam used any tools in the shower because you weren't there the whole time,
Right?
but you never saw any.
No.
And the police specifically asked you about tools
Yes.
and specific types of tools, right?
Yes.
And you told them that the only tool that Adam had was a box, a big box under the counter in the kitchen.
Yeah.
And that when he pulled out that box one time when he was losing it, he broke the counter.
Yes.
And it was a pretty big box, right?
Yes.
And you did not see any other power tools in the apartment
No.
before or since.
I'm sorry?
Before that day or after that day?
No.
Okay. And they actually showed you pictures of power tools
Yes.
to ask you about those power tools.
Yes.
And did they show you a picture of a big table saw?
Yes.
And that was or was not similar to what you had seen in the apartment?
It was similar to it.
Okay.
Sebastian, thank you. You said trying to trip her up and defense not doing well. I think they're trying to trip her up, and I think the defense is doing well. So we could differ there. I think they're doing a good job. Not really for, I get what you mean, not for Adam. I don't know how this helps Adam's case so much, except that the jury's looking at her now. Which, if you saw the live stream we had with Sunny Slaughter, yeah, Sunny was saying one of the defense strategies would be to put someone like this on the stand, star witness for the state, totally grill her. That's their best strategy, because now the jury will mostly remember her. I mean, they can't even see Adam. I still think it is a strategy that he's not in the room there. A defense strategy too, not just him chickening out or whatever. I think it's part of the strategy. And for that to then be complete, one would think then that he'd take the stand at some point, right? Eddie, don't worry. Thank you so much.
I'm going to show you a picture. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes.
And is that what you're saying? Well, how do you recognize this picture?
It's a table saw.
Uh-huh. And was that the type of tool that you had seen in the apartment?
Yeah, there was a table saw in the box.
Okay. And I'm gonna...
She's also just like, it's a table saw. Yeah, he had that. Why did he have that? It's not a normal thing to have around in that situation. You know, after they just lived in the car and now they're in this apartment and it's just like, got a table saw. What? And lime and trash bags and blades and a diamond cutting saw blade. Oh my goodness. Jeep said, I think the jury is bored. So you said, I think the jury is bored with Caroline. Sorry, I've not a popular thought. I'd be livid if I was a juror, and I've been a juror. Tell me what you guys think. If I were on the jury, yeah, like Mary says, I would have reasonable doubt. So in my mind, I think the defense is doing the best they can to defend their client. Because if you think of it like just the strategy, you know, I think the defense is doing a pretty good job. I'm not bored today from what they're asking and what's being said. And let's wait to see how the redirect's going to be. That's going to be interesting too, right? Because Kayla seems to have a certain mode for when she's talking to the prosecutor and a certain mode for when she's answering the defense questions. And it's really very contrasting. So let's see how that goes today. Yeah, Stefan's like backup blade. And a backup battery. You bought it from Home Depot. But the table saw, yeah, I don't know.
Ask that this page be marked as an exhibit, Your Honor. It's not pre-marked.
In fact, before the trial, Adam Montgomery and his defense attorneys had filed a motion to have the evidence of him buying the lime kept out of the trial. The judge denied that motion, but he didn't want the jury to know that he bought lime.
Attorney Smith, for identification or full?
Full.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, it can be marked as a full exhibit.
And they also showed you a picture of a circular saw, right?
I don't know the difference.
Okay, I'm going to show you another picture. And ask you if you recognize that, what's in that picture.
Yeah, that's what it looked.
Pardon?
It looked more like what it was than that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and you actually told the detective that it looked like the cordless compact circular saw?
No, it wasn't cordless.
Okay. You say it had a cord?
Yes.
Okay. And, Your Honor, I'm sorry, I did not have this pre-marked. I would like this offered as a full exhibit.
Can we enter it as a full exhibit?
Thank you. And this is, thank you. And do you remember the detective saying out loud that, did it look like the cordless compact circular saw? And you said, yeah.
No.
Okay. Got a copy of Defendant's Exhibit E for ID.
Robin says the only doubt is how the hell this woman, who is completely culpable in the murder and cover-up of the death of this precious child, has immunity. Watching her debate semantics is utterly infuriating. The problem is, she's the only one who can talk, the only one with information, because it took over 2 years for the police to even know that Harmony was missing. So, if they didn't have any information from Kayla, they wouldn't know anything. They wouldn't know where to start looking and where they stayed, and to look in the ceiling vent, for example, where there was forensic evidence, to be able to test the cooler at her mother's house, to test the car, to find the troll's toothbrush, to find Harmony's DNA, all of that. Unfortunately, they have to use her in that way. It's a deal so that she can talk, because she's the only one who knows. Even though there's a lot of lies in between, a lot of I don't remember.
And I'm going to ask you to, again, look wherever you want. Let me put this in an easier position. But read that portion at least.
Sharon says yes, this would
Yeah,
make
it wasn't
her...
cordless.
It would make her an accomplice or an accessory. And they were talking about, in the plea deal document we looked at, obstruction of justice charges could also, if she doesn't comply with, the conditions of her plea deal, that could also be part of it. So, yes. It's interesting how she says it wasn't cordless, because he bought a saw, a backup saw blade, a diamond cutting saw blade, lime, and a backup battery. I think the backup battery implies there's something there that's cordless, not?
Okay, but the photograph that the detective had showed you was, as he said, of a cordless compact circular saw, right?
Right.
And the photograph that's been marked as I at least indicates it's a cordless compact circular saw, or cordless circular saw.
Yeah, that's what it says, but it wasn't cordless, the one that was in the house, the apartment.
But that was the one that it looked like?
Yeah.
You see, it's amazing right now how she doesn't just say, I don't remember. No, now she's pedantic about it. No, it wasn't cordless. It wasn't cordless. It seems like it could have been, though. And they're probably going to have receipts if he did buy it. If he didn't steal the stuff and bought it, they're going to have receipts. So she's going to talk herself into another lie. But this, she's like, no. She has to make sure that these details are all ironed out. But when it's anything to do with Harmony, nope, I don't remember.
Okay. And then Detective Dunleavy showed you another photograph and asked if that perhaps looked like the tool under the sink?
That one?
No, a different one.
I don't know.
Do you recall him showing you a picture of a miter saw?
I don't even know what that is.
Okay.
Apparently he had an angle grinder. That's also what they had said previously in some of those trial prep episodes. We looked at them talking about it possibly being an angle grinder, which, the backup battery could have been for that. These are all very scary tools that he had to do scary things by the sounds of it. Mm-hmm.
We'll get there. Okay. So, earlier in direct, you were given a picture of a power tool, right?
Yeah.
And you had signed that photograph, right?
Right.
Or, I'm sorry, initialed it, right? Yeah. Do you know when you initialed it?
No.
Pardon?
No.
Was it recent or a long time ago?
I know I did some recent and I did some a long time ago, so I don't remember.
You signed some photographs recently and signed some a long time ago?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you. And I keep saying sign, and I'm misstating. You initialed, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 63.
For identification or full?
It's been in as full.
That was recent.
This you
Yes.
signed recently.
Yes.
In one of those prep sessions?
Yes.
And back in March 16, 2023, you did not sign Exhibit 63 as the tool that you had seen, right?
Right.
And if I may publish, Your Honor.
Okay. There's a bit of a picture of it. Scary. Sure. Okay.
And the name of the type of saw on that photograph that you recently signed was M18 Fuel 18-volt lithium-ion brushless cordless size grinder with paddle switch tool only.
Yeah.
Grinder. Okay. Also, if you guys are on Patreon, then you watched what I said earlier, but I remember now I didn't tell you guys in the stream yet. I was watching Crime Curious's stream the other day. Crime Curious, that's her channel name, Jennifer, is at the trial every day. She's attending the trial, and then in the evenings, she debriefs, how it was in the courtroom and does like study sessions, right? So I was watching that one because my number one question was, I wonder how the jury's responding to all of this. And in her latest live stream, she had said, and I'll put her links in the description box, as I have done on many of the days of covering this trial as well. She said that there was a lady that she sat next to at lunch, and that lady had a better view of the jury. And when they were talking, when Kayla was on the stand, which was on Friday, she said that one of the male jurors had tears streaming down his face as he was listening to all of this, all of the stuff that Kayla was saying. And that Harmony's mom, Crystal, was also in the courtroom, but had to eventually leave, which is also totally understandable, right? So if you want like behind the scenes info like that, yeah, Crime Curious is where I go and I listen to be like, what was it like in the courtroom? Because we're sitting here watching it from all over the world, right? Together like this, the whole trial day unfold virtually like this. And then there we get to learn some more information of like, oh, what was it like in the courtroom? What did the jury seem like? What were the other people's reactions? You know what I mean? It could be quite interesting. Okay, so just wanted to tell you that little bit, that I think the jury, can you imagine? The jury must be horrified by all this.
Yes.
But back in March of 2023, when you were shown photographs, you identified the one that looked most like the tool as the cordless circular saw, right? I'll show you Defendant's Exhibit I.
I don't get what you're trying to say.
this cordless circular saw photograph was the one that you identified most like the tool that was under the counter.
Yes.
Okay. If I may, Your Honor?
Yep.
So how was it that you came to initial a grinder with paddle photograph? What happened? What was the exchange where you initialed it?
Because my mom had a similar tool just like that one. Adam asked to take it, and I said, no, you're not taking it, it's my mother's.
Okay.
And he wanted to take it, and I don't remember if he took it or not because he would have did it behind my back.
Okay.
I thought he never listened, so you know he took it right. Just say it.
And there were never any new tools
So in those moments, she's like bossing him around, but other times, terrified of him. Do you see what I mean?
in the apartment, right?
Not that I knew of.
And you didn't see any new tools around the time that you were talking about the things that you and Adam did in the shower.
Right, but he also brought lime and whatever else into the apartment, and I had no idea.
Okay. And you also talked to the prosecutor about tools in your prep session, right?
Right.
And in that prep session, you said you didn't know of any tools, but Adam said he wanted to, right?
Yes.
And that came in the most recent prep sessions that Adam told you he wanted to use tools.
Right.
And you didn't say when they were asking you about tools in June 3rd or June 23rd, you didn't see any tools, but Adam wanted to use tools, right?
Right.
And you didn't say in March 16 of 2023 that you didn't see tools. There was an old thing that looked kind of like the circular saw, but Adam said he wanted to use tools, right? And when you're prepping for your testimony here, I think that you said your parole hearing was coming up in May?
I don't know about my hearing. I know my minimum is in May.
Okay, and so you are hoping for a parole hearing and to get out in May, right?
Yeah.
But it's not guaranteed, right?
No.
Okay. And on that time where the state had you initial that fuel grinder, did they show you the picture and say, have you ever seen this?
Yes.
And you said, oh, my mom has one.
I said, yes, my mom had one. I saw that she had one of those.
Okay. And when they showed you this picture, that you thought it might be important to the case, right?
Because Adam asked to take it, and I
Okay.
told him not to.
Okay. And that's a real clear memory, right?
Right.
And it's something that you never mentioned in
That's a real clear memory. She's like, yeah. She remembers telling him off. Just, no, you will not be taking my mother's power tools. Oh, I thought you could never say no to him. Terrified of him, right?
20 in June or March 22, 23, right?
Because it didn't get brought up. I wasn't thinking about that.
Well, they were asking about tools, weren't they?
Yeah, but I wasn't thinking about tools that my mom had. I wasn't remembering that Adam wanted to take that.
Okay. Okay. And what was that tool? Did you remember what it was?
A handsaw.
Okay.
That's what I call it anyway.
Okay. And what were the circumstances that you saw it at your mom's place?
Because my mother works with wood. She has her own refurbishing
Uh-huh.
company, and she does her own woodwork.
Okay.
And she just got it. It was brand new in the box.
Okay. So if
Oh, the handsaw, it was just brand new in the box. Adam will not be touching that to dismember this child. You see what I'm saying? I'm saying it like that so that that's how I'm hearing it from her. Like, she's so protective of that saw of her mother's. It's brand new in the box. But again, does she even realize what she's talking about? What Adam wanted it for? Like, read the room, Kayla. Wow.
If it was brand new and purchased, it was brand new in December of 2021.
Yes.
Okay.
But I'm a little confused because they're talking about December of 2021. So what did he want to use that for? I still want to know. Because why are they talking about that? December of 2021, they got arrested in January of 2022. And Harmony died in December of 2019. And Adam allegedly got rid of lots of packages covered in plastic in March of 2020. Anyway, I'm listening.
The police showed you a photograph of the CMC bag when you were doing the interview in June of 2023, right?
Yes.
And you identified that as the same type of bag, the same as the one that you got from Catholic Medical Center when you had your child.
Yes.
And you actually thought that it was.
Maybe they're talking about talking to her in December of 2021, right? I think they're talking about talking to her. Sometimes the defense attorney, wow, her timelines sometimes are all over the place. She jumps from here to there to here to there, and it's a little hard to follow. But okay, I think I'm following.
Was your bag.
Right.
You thought they had found the bag.
Yeah.
And you had thought that because you recognized this little spot in the photograph. I may publish, Your Honor.
Yes, Christy Caroline is teleporting to 2021. Now we're back in 2019, I think.
So let me talk about what you've described as the treatment of that CMC bag. You say that Harmony's body was taken down from the ceiling at FIT and put into the shower at FIT.
Yes.
And put into a trash bag and into the CMC bag.
Yes.
And that body stayed in the CMC bag for a while.
Yes.
And then.
So now we're back to 2020. Harmony died on December 7th of 2019, according to Kayla's timeline. And according to when that Chrysler Sebring broke down, which she said was on the same day, which the tow company towed the car and the day, and that's what corroborates that. So now they're talking, I think, about, the first 3 months of 2020, where they were carrying Harmony's body around.
And you took the CMC bag down the street to Portland Pie.
Yes.
And then the CMC bag came back to.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Approach time, okay.
Bathroom.
There we go. Skipping through those silent sidebars.
And that Harmony's body was in the closet in that bag at Union, right?
Yes.
And that then it was Harmony's body was in the refrigerator in that bag.
Yes.
And then Harmony's body was in the bathroom with water running and her body and lime and all that stuff in that bag.
Yes.
And then in the freezer.
Yes.
and then taken away.
Yes.
And you believed that this bag was the same bag
Yes.
because of that little dot there.
Yes.
Because the last time you saw the bag, that was the only stain on the bag or something.
Not the only stain, but that was a stain that would not go away.
Ah, did you wash the bag?
No, but I tried getting it off
How?
by rubbing it off,
Okay.
wiping it,
Pardon?
wiping it.
Okay. Okay. Now, after the thing in the shower, Adam became pretty despondent, right?
What does that mean?
Hurt inside.
Yeah.
And you said that he tried to kill himself.
Yeah.
And you told him that he had to live and be there for the kids.
Right.
And that the kids need him and you needed him and he shouldn't do it.
Yes.
And
Aces?
without your, if I may rephrase, Your Honor,
All right, you may rephrase. The question is withdrawn, the objection is sustained.
without saying exactly what you said, you tried to talk about your lives together to give him something to live for.
Yes.
Okay. And the main focus of that was the kids.
Yes.
Okay. The
Yeah, you guys are all saying this is new, that's new. We did not ever hear that before. That Adam Montgomery wanted to take his own life after that. Now, whether that's true or not, we don't know. But damn, the defense is doing a good job of putting the focus on Kayla. Because that would show some guilt or shame or remorse or something, if that's true. This one doesn't show anything like that, from what we can see, right?
completely changing the subject. I want to take you back to the summer of 2019, and you testified about Kevin and Adam having an argument and you overhearing it.
Yes.
And the argument was about Kevin Montgomery's failure to pay bills that he had promised to pay, right?
Part of it, yeah.
Okay. You all were kind of left in the lurch because those bills weren't paid, right?
Yes.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor? Thank you, Your Honor.
Reynolds, when you're ready.
I may just have a moment.
Okay. Let's hear it.
True Knowles, I need you to have a microphone there, so I don't know if you... Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. So, Kayla, you just said that part of that argument was about failure to pay bills. Can you tell the jurors what the other part of that argument was about?
It was about Adam hitting Harmony.
It was about, sorry?
Adam hitting Harmony.
Okay. And this bag.
Okay, it's redirect time, everyone. The state is now asking questions. She's already looking like there's a shift in her demeanor here. She's just like deer in the headlights, like, wait, what? Robin says, thank you, G and Mods. Gives me Carla Hallmark vibes. Thank you so much. Yeah, a little bit, right? Okay, so the redirect we've been waiting for. Okay, here we go.
bag that you have identified,
Yes.
is it similar, is it identical to the one that was brought to the Econo Lodge?
Yes.
Is it identical to the one that Adam left and that you hauled with?
Yes.
And the stains that you mentioned, when did they make it onto that bag?
Before we left Guilford Street.
Before you left Guilford Street.
Yes.
And so that would have been before Harmony's body was ever placed in the bag,
Yes.
before the defendant murdered Harmony.
Yes.
I just boosted the sound a little bit more for you because he's walking around all over the place. Ben Agati from the state, he's a state prosecutor, and now redirect. Let's see if she starts crying. She does.
Before he
with
beat her
him.
to death in that parking lot.
Yes.
Was that
Sustained.
Let me rephrase this. Was that before he beat her to death in the parking lot?
Yes.
Attorney Smith just showed you several items, saws, and I want to be very clear. The saw in my right hand was what the defendant discussed.
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Foundational question. Did he testify on direct that the saw in my right hand was the one that the defendant used, discussed using to dismember Harmony?
Yes.
Did you say that on direct? Because that's in fact what he did. He discussed using this to dismember Harmony.
Yes, he did.
And the saw in my left hand that the defense attorney showed you just now, was this similar to the item that was under your countertop?
Yes.
Attorney Smith asked you, she asked you about if that's when the defendant was losing it. What does losing it mean to you? Was that when he was hitting you? Was that something else?
Everything. He was abusive. He, in all ways, physical, emotional, and mentally.
You said physical, you said emotional, and you said mentally.
Yes.
And let's unpack that. How was he physical with you? How was he physically abusive towards you in that period before you escaped him?
He thought that I was telling on him, or cheating on him, or trying to kill him.
Okay. And how was he physical?
Okay. That is an interesting statement. He thought that I was telling on him, cheating on him, or trying to kill him. Okay then.
With you in those interactions?
He wanted me to tell him who I was cheating on him with, or if I was working with the cops, and I kept saying that I didn't, and he kept hitting me anyway, and then I started telling him that I did, even though I wasn't, and he still kept hitting me anyway.
My word, it's like showtime. Every time the prosecution asks a question, like I wish they could right now. Come on, Caroline. Can you ask her a question right now? I know it doesn't work like that. She's had her turn now. But it would be interesting to see, like, you know, the difference there. Now, she's going to cry for herself. Just remember, well, it's in my opinion. I can't say just remember. In my opinion, when she does this, she's not crying for Harmony. No, we've seen that all day and on Friday. She's crying for herself. When she goes into this victim mode, okay, only cares about herself. What about Harmony, though? Oh, man, that's who the victim is in this case. Even if Kayla was a victim of domestic violence, this is about Harmony. And this woman, from everything we've heard, did not protect Harmony at all.
And let's talk about that. Why would you tell him that you were doing these things, working with the police, why would you tell him that, even though you weren't at the time?
So that I wouldn't get hit.
Did he still hit you?
Yes.
You said that he was emotionally abusive to you. Tell the jurors about that.
Because he'd go back and forth with telling me to tell him that I was working with the cops, and he would accuse me of sleeping with the guy downstairs, sleeping with all these different people, that I came out of the window one night. I couldn't take care of the kids. He wouldn't let me do anything without him being there.
You said that he was mentally abusive to you. Can you tell the jurors how?
By asking me if I was working with the cops and making sure that I stuck with the story that he brought me to work and dropped me off and was bringing Harmony to her mom.
And can you tell us who came up with that story?
He did, Adam.
And you stuck to it.
Yeah.
You stuck to it even though you knew you weren't working at the time. I'll rephrase. Did you stick to it even though you knew you weren't working at the time?
Yes.
Attorney.
It's unbelievable. You know, if you only see this, you might like feel really sorry for her. But if you see the context of the entire day on Friday and the entire day today, it really seems like showtime. Like she comes across as highly manipulative and just sort of crocodile tears on cue, because it's not like I saw one tear this time. Last time she was doing all this and there were no actual tears, but wow. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Kathleen said, so now it's upsetting when she talks about her absence. Pernille says, I see tears, but tears for her. Wow. And Fanta says, jury needs to take note of when she's emotional and when she's not. I know I would. Yeah, we're taking notes, everyone, over here.
Smith asked you about Adam being pure evil. Did you think that Adam was pure evil?
When he would start going crazy, yeah.
And you mentioned the evil eyes. When he looked at you in that moment. Evil eyes. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
And was that right after he had beaten Harmony?
Yeah, it just got worse.
Were there also good times with the defendant in that period?
Yeah. But it was mostly bad.
That's why you're writing letters when you're in prison, which was when, guys? Can someone still tell me the date? Can you remember? I think they said it was in 2023, if I'm not mistaken. Writing little prison notes how badly she still wants to have sex with him. Okay, she still wants to make love to him. Oh, and even earlier when it's like, but if he had the face of evil, you know, the defense asked, you wouldn't love that, right? She's like, well, that's complicated. Oh, so you do love that. Okay. Wow, yeah, that's it. Scott says she's pining for her dear Adam. That's what I'm seeing. She's thinking about how much she misses him right now. That's what it seems like the tears are about. Like, oh no, our plan didn't work out. We are so busted. And all she wants to do is be together with him. Wow.
And in those bad times, were you hoping for the good times?
Yeah.
Kayla, do you still love the defendant?
I still care about him. Because he's the father of my children. He was my best friend. It's been hard for me to just let go.
Kayla, I want to switch gears with you just a bit. You mentioned that after the defendant had beaten Harmony to death, after your car died at that intersection, after the defendant realized that Harmony was dead, that he got a duffel bag out of the trunk. And Attorney Smith asked you about him getting that duffel bag out of the trunk. And you said that the trunk would not open.
Yeah.
And he had to go in through the back seats.
Yeah.
Can you tell the jurors why the trunk wouldn't open?
When the car died, nothing was electronic was working. The windows wouldn't go down. The car just stopped working.
Kayla, I'm going to switch gears with you again.
Amazing how much, sorrow she shows for the car. The trunk doesn't open. Windows are not going up or down. Okay, but when you talked about Harmony, and if Adam checked for a heartbeat, when you talked about dried blood on her face, sure, we don't see any of these emotions. But when they talk about her mother's handsaw, or talk about the car that died, not the 5-year-old that died, sure, she's crying, guys. She's very upset about that. And she sounds like a freaking teenager that's still in love, just like, I don't really care about him, but I did. He's my best friend. Oh, no. So even after he allegedly dismembers his own daughter? Oh, he's still your man. You want to be with him. Okay. Like, oh my goodness. One would think there's a limit, right?
Again, and I'm sorry to bounce around like this, but you talked about Mr. Badero, Anthony Badero, being a source of drugs, an occasional source of drugs.
Yes.
And Attorney Smith asked you about how these drugs would be purchased.
Yes.
And I believe the testimony that she asked you about was that sometimes you'd pay for them, sometimes he'd give them to you for free. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Would Mr. Badero also accept food stamps or SNAP as a form of payment for drugs?
Yes.
And when you were living in the car, is that a form of payment that he accepted?
Yes.
Did that lead to your family having to eat baby food as a result?
Yes.
Who was eating baby food while you were living in that car?
All of us. Myself and the boys. And Harmony.
Attorney Smith asked you about trying to keep things quiet in the parking lot of the Colonial Village apartments that morning around 2, 3 a.m. when you woke up and the defendant.
I'm sorry for momentarily being distracted for 1 second there. Fury has decided he's going to walk all over my cables and fiddle with the green screen. So I'm just trying to prevent us from losing the stream. Everything's okay there. Okay, so back to this, feeling the poor, poor car. And remember, she was collecting food stamps on Harmony's name to get drugs. Wow, now we know what it was for. So they're talking about getting baby food and all that, sure, but also to give those food stamps to Anthony Badero to get drugs. That's so sickening.
Was beating Harmony, striking her blow after blow. And you talked about the children not screaming. Is that because at the same time he was telling them to shut the fuck up? I think that was your testimony on direct.
Yes.
Who was he telling to shut the fuck up?
Harmony.
And was that before, during, or after he was brutally beating her?
Before and after.
Attorney Smith asked you several questions about Harmony, the changes that were happening to her. And she said that it was difficult for Harmony because of all the changes. And you agreed with that, but I want to ask you about that. Was it difficult for Harmony because of all the changes that she was going through?
Just a quick pause there. Ad Astra says SNAP is the name of a food stamp program. It's all on a debit card now. Thank you so much for that information.
Why don't you finish the question and then I'll rule on the objection.
So, Kayla, was it difficult for Harmony because of all the changes she was going through, or because she was terrified of the defendant?
Sustained. You may rephrase the question.
You know, these pitiful faces she's now making, it almost makes me feel like she's so sad that Harmony came into their life, you know, just that this happened. You know, I think there's a part of her that might even blame Harmony for and probably Crystal, because we know she can't stand her, Harmony's mother. You know, just like, oh man, I wish this never happened. Okay, then. Right.
Kayla, was it difficult for Harmony because of her fear of the defendant?
Objection.
It's a direct question, it's not a leading
Approach.
question.
Carolina was like, objection. Did you hear that? Objection. Just like the audacity of him asking that.
So Kayla, was Harmony, was it because of all of these changes, or was it for some other reason?
Overruled.
Or was it for some other reason?
I think it was all of it.
And let's talk about all of it. Can you tell the jurors what all of it is?
Adam being abusive, physically and mentally, and everything she went through from her mom and her dad,
everything she went through, you know, from her mom. Oh, you want to blame Crystal for this? Oh, we hear you loud and clear, Kayla.
And Kayla, when you say Adam being abusive, you're talking about the accidents that you would have.
Yes.
During your cross-examination, this was last week, the defense attorney said during her examination of you that Harmony died in the car with you, right? And you weren't able to explain the answer that you'd given. Who else was in the car with you, with Harmony, when Harmony died?
Adam and the two boys.
And who was striking her repeatedly right before she died?
Adam.
Are you aware that the defense argued in their opening that something happened to Harmony in the middle of the night, and that thing killed her before the defendant was even around?
Right.
So, is that true?
No.
Did Harmony die in the middle of the night alone with you when the defendant wasn't even there?
No.
So when you testified during the defendant's examination that you thought Harmony was sleeping but then found out she was dead,
Yes.
was that in the middle of the night, or was that the next day after your car broke down?
That was the next day.
That was after the methadone clinic.
Yes.
Kayla, you were just asked, so you were asked last Friday, about a letter that you'd written with various demands. Do you remember that? It's the defense exhibit G.
Yes.
In that letter, you discuss betraying the defendant, and the attorney asked you if you wrote betraying, but you weren't asked to explain what betraying meant. Can you tell the jurors what you meant when you said betraying?
I felt like I was betraying him, Adam, by telling what happened to Harmony. And I was fighting with myself. Because I didn't want him to be mad at me for doing the right thing.
Were you referring to the secret that you'd been keeping for 2 years?
Yes.
Were you referring to telling the truth about him beating Harmony to death? I'll strike that question, Judge. Last week, you were asked to describe a conversation that you had with the defendant where he agreed to take the fall for Harmony's death, but you weren't asked to explain what that meant. What did you mean when you said take the fall, or when he said take the fall?
That he wants me with the children, and no matter what happens, he's the one at fault.
Was he taking the fall for something that you did?
No.
Did you beat Harmony to death?
No.
Was he taking the fall for what he had done?
Yes.
That doesn't even make sense. Taking the fall for something he's done. Yeah, that would be taking responsibility. Taking the fall would imply that somebody else did it, but okay. Ellie, thank you for lurking and being here with us. Wow. Yeah, you guys are like, wait, what? Maurice, wait, what? Betraying Adam? What about Harmony? I know, right? Yeah, and Watson's puzzle said she misses Adam so much. Ugh. And I wonder, it must hurt her, you know, that he's not in the courtroom. Which is a horrifying thought. You know who else is not in the courtroom? And this shouldn't even be happening? Harmony, who was murdered. That's the victim.
You said that in the spring of 2020, the defendant was acting strange. He was accusing you of telling on him for what he'd done to Harmony. What did you mean when you said he was acting strange?
Every time we got high, as soon as he got high, he started freaking out and just accused me of working with the cops, thought there was cameras in the house, the TV, smashed every phone we had.
Oh, So it sounds like he may have increased how much he was taking and getting extremely paranoid, right? Because he thought that they're being wiretapped, that the TV is listening to them, the phones and everything, which, yeah, Uncle Google, I think they listen to everything, hey? But, yes.
Just destroyed the whole apartment.
When you were asked about lying to the grand jury, you said that he was stuck in your head. What did you mean by that?
That I stick with the story that he told me to say.
And that was stuck in your head during your testimony.
Yes.
I want to talk about that list of items.
Oh my goodness, she misses him so much. Bookish said, I think it's an important thing to see that her tears are genuine, but aren't for harmony. Yeah. Well said, yep. It's a good life lesson. People can dupe you with genuine emotions that aren't relative to the situation. Very true as well. Her tears could very well be real, not just Showtime or pretend or whatever. Yeah, it could be real, but for herself, for her love story with Adam ending, not for harmony.
That you gave, your requirements, your the things that you'd like before testifying. Did you get immunity?
No.
Where are you currently living, Kayla?
New Hampshire State Prison for Women.
Kayla, did you get to keep your children?
No.
Do you have any rights to them?
No.
Are you even allowed to speak to them right now, Kayla?
No.
You said that after the defendant repeatedly struck Harmony, after he put the blanket over her, after she moaned, after the strange crying, moaning stopped, after he did drugs, and after the car died, you thought that Harmony was asleep under that blanket.
Yes.
Why did you think that she may be sleeping after Adam repeatedly struck her?
Because she usually just goes to sleep after.
Oh my word. It's so sad. Like, she usually just goes to sleep after. Isn't that so sad? After being hit. Uncle Kevin had previously said that Adam would make her stand in the corner for hours. That he made her scrub the toilet with her own toothbrush. So hearing this, I'm just devastated for Harmony. It's so sad.
Kayla, why stay with someone? Why stay with someone that does this to you?
Because I was scared. And I still cared about him.
There you go. There you go. Because I was scared. No. Dig a little deeper. And because I still cared about him. Yeah, you still love him. You're still in love with him. You're obsessed with him. That's why. I mean, at all costs. Even if he dismembers a child, right? His own daughter. At all costs. She's addicted to him.
Why defend the person that does this to you?
Because I was scared what would happen. I didn't want anybody getting in trouble.
Didn't want Harmony to be found, though. Didn't want her mother to know where she was or what happened to her. Didn't want the police to know. Lied to the grand jury. Why? Because she was scared what would happen to them, to her and Adam, and the relationship, and their kids. Sure.
Why stay with someone? Why stay with someone that does what he did to a helpless girl like this?
Because for some reason I still cared about him.
Why defend?
Okay then. There is something called hybristophilia. It's a disorder. Yeah. She loves him, no matter what. No matter what crimes he commits or what he does. Man, I'd love to dive into her background. Like, who's her dad? I'm not blaming, I'm just saying who's her dad. Like, I want to know the psychology of, like, sure. Horrifying stuff, horrifying.
Someone that beat her to death.
I don't know. I was scared.
I don't believe she was scared. I think she was in love. That's my new thought. I don't buy her saying scared. No, you're probably scared of what people think of you because you can't stop loving him. You know what I mean? If you don't know, hybristophilia is a sexual interest in and attraction to those who commit crimes. In some cases, this may be directed toward people in prison for various types of criminal activities. He is a career criminal. If one has hybristophilia, oh man, he's the perfect guy. So that is something she'll have to deal with, yes. But I mean, seriously, there's got to be a line somewhere. If he's murdering his own daughter, that's just, wow, that's just sickening. And she's still, you could see, she kind of, even here, looks like almost ashamed of it. It's terrible. And she still has that sexual desire, which she expressed in her note in prison, and she expressed it on the stand on Friday. Wow. Yeah, Harmony should have never ended up in the situation with Adam Montgomery and Kayla. Never.
Attorney Smith asked you about a proffer agreement, your agreement to provide information about what the defendant had done, what had happened to Harmony. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
And she asked you about how none of those statements could be used against you. And I think you
Yes.
agreed with that.
Yes.
So I'm going to ask you,
The other thing is that he was pretty much her, she was drug dependent and also codependent. And he's the one that protected her and got the drugs for them, right? He stole weapons. That's what his weapons trial was all about. He went out there doing all sorts of gangster things to get them drugs. So he was her supply. So when she says, for some reason, yeah, for that convenient fix that you also want, right? Oh my goodness. Which either way is a thing on its own, but to bring a child into the situation and have all these children, that's just like shame. One would wish that they could be like sterilized or something. I know that's controversial to say, but you know what I mean? Like, don't bring children into this mess. But then for Harmony, oh my goodness, to be taken out of foster care and reunited with her dad, with that rap sheet and this type of behavior in history, even if he was clean at the time. They didn't check the house, they didn't check inside the house, they didn't check the living situation. Wow.
Kayla, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 102 for identification, and I'm just going to ask that you review that document and look up when you're ready.
Connie, I got to address your comment. You said I need to stop watching the stream. I don't think you understand domestic violence combined with drugs. I understand, but there's no excuse for helping dismember a child, cut her clothes off, watch her get beaten every day, to have dried blood on her face, sit in her own urine, never help her, never step up, never call 911, never call the paramedics, never call anybody. Kayla was just in love with this man. She didn't care about his child from another mother. She didn't care about that. No, the victim in this case is not Kayla. It is Harmony Montgomery. And I will forever protect the victims of crime. This one, no. Sorry, no. There's things she does that goes way beyond being a victim of coercive control, domestic violence, or drug dependent. There are things where she crossed the line totally. She's got selective memory, and she did things. So I would hope comments like that come from a place of being informed, actually doing the deep dive and checking out, all the homework we did before the trial. Because you can't just look at this moment, and then say, I'm being snarky towards her. There's a reason. We're looking at the entire picture, and we can all disagree. We can agree to disagree, debate. I'm fine with that. I just personally, I'm not here for this one. I have no empathy for her. No way. No, she's crying for herself. And she loves Adam. She's attracted to him. And she wants one last time with him. And we know it won't be one last time. If she could be with him physically, she meant sexual. She said she wants to make love to him. No, it's never going to end there. She'll want to be with him again and again and again like she did before. She's addicted to him. Man, I feel sorry for Harmony. My word, that what a crime that she even ended up in their hands at all, right? Lilo CPS failed badly too. They did. Okie dokie, 7 said, trauma bonded, addiction, postpartum hormones, pregnant again, total mess. Such a total mess, right? And no protection for Harmony. Just toss a sandwich back, cover her with a blanket. It's terrible. And just remember, when I pull up a comment and I'm making, my own statement about it, it's because I want to just share my opinion on things. I'm not fighting with someone or attacking them personally or something. It's just an interesting discussion. I would hope we're all adult enough to be able to agree to disagree and have debates and discussions, right? So Forensic Fury says, stand your ground, G. This is about Harmony, not the two of them. It's about Harmony. That's the point. It's not about the two of them. And it goes so far beyond feeling sorry for Kayla or something. What about Harmony? Kayla didn't feel sorry for Harmony at all. We saw it now. And if you didn't see it, I would hope that you'd watch the full Friday, day 3, and the full day today to make an informed decision. On this channel, I'm very passionate about representing and advocating for victims of domestic violence, coercive control, of stalkers, of all those abusers. We go over it all the time. Yeah, I'm not here to feel sorry for Kayla. I'm here to advocate for Harmony Montgomery and what Kayla did there. And the way she still desires him today. If she could be with him right now, she would. I'm sorry, that's unforgivable. No, sorry. There was no protective instinct whatsoever for Harmony. In fact, I think that Kayla thought she's an inconvenience. She had resentment that she even came from another mother. And didn't really mind that she's out the picture, right? Even used her name to get food stamps, to get more drugs. Wow. That is there's a boundary for me. I got limits. And I would never enable someone like Kayla Montgomery. I'd never say, oh, shame. Never enable. Never. You do not enable someone like this. Hell no. She should be held accountable to a much higher degree than she is. But because of the plea deal, they really had to make a deal with the devil here to get the information. Because they're still hoping, the police are still hoping to find Harmony's remains and put her to rest. The way that she absolutely deserves to be. The way Adam chucked her around in pieces all over the place. And I wonder if she knows. I see a lot of us speculating. Do you think she knows where he put Harmony? Because what she says is that Adam never told her where he, got rid of all these bits of remains. And the CMC bag. And all of that. I don't know about that. And she said, because if this situation ever happens, he doesn't want her to be able to slip up and tell. Are you sure about that? Do we believe her that she doesn't know? Ooh, if she knows and she's not telling, I'm gonna be even more mad. Then you're really gonna see me snark, okay? But yes, if you don't like the snark and it's not for you, okay, bye. That's okay. I'm gonna be protective of that little girl, Harmony. Shame. She should never have been there. This judge is very good, huh?
Kayla, is that the agreement as you remember it?
Yes.
And do you recognize any of the signatures on that final page?
Yes.
Which one do you recognize?
Mine and my attorney and the AG.
Is that the true and correct agreement?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to admit states, what's marked for identification as states 102.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. All right, the ID may be stricken and be entered as a full exhibit.
I'm gonna take it back.
Oh, Forensic Bureau says, I believe Kayla knows where Harmony is right now. If she knows and she's not telling, can you imagine it? Yeah, I'd be so angry. Please, just give up that information then.
Kayla, does that agreement discuss how your statements can be used against you?
Yes.
Tell the jurors how your statements can be used against you.
If I lie.
Does it say what other than your statements can be used against you if you lie?
I could get charged with anything.
Does it discuss evidence related to Harmony, her body?
Yes.
Can that information also be used against you?
Yes.
Now, is that the information that you went to that meeting with?
Yes.
And you knew about that before you testified yesterday and today?
Yes.
Kayla, do you remember being, excuse me, do you remember being asked by the defense attorney last Friday about deciding to take an agreement with a prosecution?
Yes.
Do you remember Attorney Smith asking you the following questions, and you providing the following answer? She said, but you knew they had you solid on the perjury charges, right?
Yes.
And you said right to that. You were never getting around that one. Attorney Smith asked you. You were never getting around that one.
Right.
And so you decided this would probably be,
Objection. That lady.
Overruled.
and so you decided this would probably be the best you could do to get as few consequences as you can, as possible, for your actions as possible, right? Do you remember being asked those questions?
Yes.
Because people facing criminal charges make strategic decisions to admit to some lesser offenses to try to limit their legal exposure or get as few consequences for their legal actions as possible, right?
Right.
Now, the defense asked you about that legal strategy, so you think that they would be aware of it, right?
Yes.
Stand by. Objection Cake City. People can believe that Kayla knows where Harmony is. Please explain why we should believe her story on how Harmony died. In my opinion, we can't. Well, I'm sure there's some truths in there, even though she's told a lot of lies in the past. But actually, we don't know if any of it's true, except for the evidence that backs up the story she told. Like when she said that Adam put her body in the ceiling vent and they went there and checked the ceiling vent and there were actually stains and things that they tested, you know, or like that the car broke down on December 7th and she says it's the day that Harmony died. Okay, and she said how, but no one else was there to know. She is the only one. You know what I mean? So it's a tough one. It's a tough one. Objection Cake, yes.
Are you aware that falsifying physical evidence, that abuse of a corpse, it's lesser than murder?
Yes.
And are you aware that in their opening they told this jury that that they can find the defendant guilty of falsifying and abuse of a corpse?
Yes.
Can you remind these jurors who killed Harmony?
Adam Montgomery.
If I could have just a moment. No further questions, thank you.
Okay.
I think you testified that you were aware of what was said on evidence, right?
Yes.
How were you aware?
I'm sorry?
How were you aware of what was said at evidence?
I was told by my lawyer.
Your lawyer told you. Well,
Oh, Caroline is sharp. How do you know what was said at opening statements? She's like, okay, I was told by my lawyer. I don't know if she's allowed to watch it or not, but like, ooh, Caroline is so sharp.
What was said at opening?
Okay, so, I don't know. I'm not like here right now.
Pardon?
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Oh man. Sure, what a trial, huh? What a trial, you guys. Thank you so much for being here and watching this with me. This is very intense. Okay, let's go forward a little bit. Oh, long sidebar.
Please.
Is it break time? Looks like another coffee break time. Let's have a look. Wendy says, when judge says overruled, all I hear is Judge Dorro, right? From the iDraft murder trial. If you guys didn't watch that one, it's worth a watch as well. You could always watch the
This is a good time for us to take our mid-afternoon break.
and everything is timestamped for you. Okay, let's hear. I think they're going to take a 15-minute break here. We're going to skip right over it. I'd just like to see the jury. No, we don't see them, but we hear that they're leaving the room, and then we see if there's anything discussed outside of the presence of the jury. That we listen to, because it's not silent then. If it's silent, we skip over it. Okay. If you haven't yet subscribed, do so. Become part of this community. Watch trials with us. Discuss cases with us. We like deep dives, map time, documents, snark where appropriate. Very protective of victims and their families. So yes. Okay. Let's hear if they say anything outside of the presence of the jury.
So I'm going to have you go back into the jury deliberation room. Don't discuss the evidence. No further conversations about this between each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research. And we will have you, we'll take at least 15 minutes, okay? All rise for the jurors, please.
Andrea says, do you have the full story, G? I haven't come across this case. I do. There's a part 1, part 2, 3, 4, and 5 as trial prep before we started this trial, which is on the playlist, which is linked in my description box for you. So if you want to check that out, it's all time-stamped for you as well. You can skip to chapters you want to
Counsel
see.
approach, you may be seated.
Ooh, okay, here we go. Counsel approach, so this is now. Yeah, let's see what she's like when they're not here. Okay. So now they're speaking outside of the presence of the jury, but not for us to hear. So I'm going to go forward. Yeah, so now there's a 15-minute break. This is why we like to start later, so that we could just skip through these breaks like this and just stay very productive. Judge Amy Messer in the house.
You can come on up. I'm just waiting for the lawyer.
We got the crickets again. We need the cricket sound there. Like, no defendant in the seat there. Coward watching from somewhere else. And he might actually be watching on, I don't know if it's on TV, on Zoom, on what, I don't know. That's a terrible thought. He has the right to choose to be there or not. Can you believe it? The judge is Amy Messer. The state prosecutors, Ben Agati, Christopher Knowles. And the defense is Caroline Smith and James Brooks. Skipping forward. Wow, they're really showing that empty chair, huh? What else is going on here?
An innocent child and an unthinkable tragedy.
Whoa, okay. Hold on. Maybe we need to refresh. What happened after the break there? Stand by. Did they end court early? Did they? Okay. What is going on here? Stand by, everybody. I just want to go back to day 4. Go there. Okay. Yeah, I think that... Did the trial already... Wait. Did they finish the day? It seems so. Okay. I'm going to get it for you again now. There we go. And... Alright. So we've seen that. Oh, yes, we were there, I think. Bear with me.
Was ever placed in the bag
Yes.
before.
Just want to see. Where's that break? So we got that. Oh, she was waiting here. There we go. Now we're back. Sorry, that was a little bit of a delay there. Long coffee break. And there's such, let's just see this witness here. Got a flash of who this witness is, which is pretty cool. Wow, empty chair for a long time, huh? And now we're back. It looks to me like that witness, well, there was an hour break point? Wow, no wonder they showed that empty chair for so long. Like there was an hour break, there was an hour lunch. So I don't know, did that coffee break eventually take an hour? Anyway, it looks like it was long. But this one witness, Kim Frain, it looks like she's going to be on the stand when I scroll forward like that. What? I thought she wouldn't be. She was at the weapons trial. That's the one I told you guys when I showed you the highlights of the weapons trial. Remember that, if you were there with me? Then she was the snarkiest, but like pretty cool witness on the stand. It was Adam Montgomery stole weapons from her ex-husband. And she used to get high with Adam. But she's like got such a snarky vibe. So I think she's going to be on the stand from what I could see there. Let's just have a look.
All right.
Also, Nana Sue says, can someone tell me why the mother didn't have Harmony? She also struggled with substance abuse and was in and out of rehab and treatments and everything, relapsed a few times. And so Harmony was in foster care from when she was 2 months old and sometimes stayed with her mom a bit, but her mom relapsed. So she stayed with her foster mom until Adam got full custody of Harmony.
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I do realize that was more than 15 minutes. Sometimes there are some issues that come up that the court has to deal with before we can bring you back in.
And isn't that nice when we can skip over it? If they say, oh man, 15-minute break, it ends up being an hour. Okay, great. We could just skip right through that, which is so nice. Otherwise, we'd wonder. We sit here and wonder. It can be quite stressful, right?
We have dealt with that, and the defense may proceed.
When we took the break, you had indicated that you learned information about what was said in opening statements by Adam's attorneys about the case, right?
Yes.
And you were, I think the state asked, were you aware that he said something happened in the night of December 6th to December 7th with you alone in the car?
Yes.
And he also said, were you aware?
So if you guys missed it, before this long break, and why there was such a long break as well, is because the defense caught her a little bit of saying, wait, what? Did you watch opening statements? How do you know what was said in opening statements? So they obviously had to discuss all of that. And now we're back with the defense asking questions again. So it's again cross.
That Adam was conceding that he had been involved in the manipulation, the abuse of the court's charge.
Yes.
And the falsifying evidence charge.
Yes.
And you learned this the morning before you testified.
Yes.
And you learned this because your attorney spoke to you about it.
Yes.
Overruled.
And learning this allowed you to prepare for the answers that you would give.
Yes.
And you discussed the ways that you would deal with this information.
Objection.
Overruled.
Renee says, I missed it when they asked who killed Harmony. She looked at the jury and said, Adam Montgomery.
Not really, no.
Okay. You thought about this information and you knew that that was different from what you had told police and the prosecutors before.
Yes.
And you thought about this information and this pointed the finger at you, right?
Yes.
And you certainly didn't want to have the finger pointed at you, right?
Right.
And you wanted to think about and prepare yourself for how you would respond to those questions.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's like, yeah. Yes, indeed. You're getting busted by Caroline again. Mine says, if I'm not mistaken, I recently heard that sidebars are public as well. Not when the jury is present, then they mute those sidebars. So, and sometimes sometimes it's like now, when they were discussing outside of the presence of the jury, yeah, the cameraman just showed the flag and the ceiling. Could hear nothing there. But generally, when the jury's there, no, we can't hear any of that. So we skip over those because they're silent. We're not missing out on sidebar. Just so you know, in case you wonder if I'm like teleporting over sidebar. No way, I would want to know. I want to know what they say. But when it's mute, and it's silent for us, so yeah, well, we can't just watch. Well, we could just watch, but they would just, kind of wasting time a little bit because we can't hear what they're saying.
Okay. And and it was sort of like the prep sessions with the state and with the police, that you could think about things that had happened and maybe give a better or different explanation the next time you spoke to someone.
I'm sorry, I'm not. Yeah.
When the police, during your interviews, raised questions or skepticism about information that you gave him, you'd sometimes change your statements, right?
Overruled.
No.
Well, when the police spoke to you in June 3rd, you said that you were not in the bathroom and that you were not involved with what happened in the shower when Harmony's body was at Union Avenue, right?
Right.
And then the next time you talked to the police, you said you were a little bit aware, and then you slipped up and said something, and the police said, did you cut any of the clothes off? And you said, yeah, the hoodie, right?
That's not how that happened, but
Okay. But you had denied anything, and then as time and their questioning went on, you acknowledged that you were a participant, right?
right.
Okay. And
Jojo says she's shrinking. Yeah, she's getting real small. She's tired of this now. It must be exhausting, though, honestly. It must be exhausting.
you talked on direct about Adam losing it in after Harmony's body was in the shower, right?
Not that day, but yes.
Okay, sometime after, right?
Right.
And that he was accusing you of cheating on him,
Yeah.
accusing you of trying to kill him,
Yes.
accusing you of having cameras all over the house,
And other things, yes.
and accusing you of blaming him for Harmony's death to the police.
No.
Accusing you of telling the police.
Right. You already said that.
Pardon?
You already said that.
Okay. So he was accusing you of telling the police that he had caused Harmony's death.
Yes.
And accusing you of telling the police that you were trying to poison him.
Yes.
He was scared of you.
No.
Okay.
But he was, according to what she said. He said that she was either cheating on him, telling on him, or going to kill him. Now, Caroline brings up poisoning him? Damn, okay. Well, he really got paranoid. But it's interesting to hear that Adam, for a moment there, was scared of Kayla.
And none of that was true, right?
What do you mean?
You weren't cheating on him, right?
Right.
And you weren't trying to poison him.
Right.
And you weren't accusing him of Harmony's death.
No.
He just sort of lost his mind for a while, right?
Yes.
And in that time period, he got violent.
Yes.
And you told the grand jury when you were talking about that time period that he punched you twice.
I don't remember saying how many times, but yes.
Or a couple of times?
Yes.
And that sounds right? Or do you want to see your grand jury testimony?
No, I was gonna say yes.
Okay. And he punched you twice, and,
Objection.
oh,
The objection is sustained.
you told the grand jury he punched you twice or a couple of times, right?
Right.
So, special case is Gisela, and thank you for spelling my name right. Gisela, do we know how much time Harmony spent with Adam prior to him obtaining custody? So he got custody of her, right, in February of 2019, and she was murdered on December 7th of 2019, allegedly. Before that, I think he'd seen her 11 times. A few times in prison, where Crystal had taken her to visit him, and then once a month or so, when he was trying to get custody of her. Those 5 times. Let's say 3 times in the prison. That's 8. So I think it was a total of like 11 times. 3 other times maybe. Yes. So not that much.
And then in March, this started to happen again, right?
It never stopped.
Okay. And you have a picture of, and I'm showing you, State's Exhibit 99, of you with redness along your eyes.
Yes.
Right? And this is a picture that you took of yourself and sent to other people, right?
Right.
Because you were angry at what he had done to you.
I sent it to my own family.
Okay. Yeah.
Right.
And you left him,
Yes.
but he was the one that got arrested,
Right.
and you filed a restraining order on him,
Yes.
and went back with your mother for a while,
Yes.
and went to the shelter for a while,
Yes.
and tried to get back with Adam.
Yes.
Oh man. Nubian Max says she's not crying now. Yeah, right? We can see that again, like with the prosecutor, tears, okay? And then cry for herself. And then with the defense, no tears. No tears at all. It's like 2 different Kaylas.
And you're saying it was not a couple of times after Harmony's body was taken away, it was constant.
Yes.
And then he had also, we talked about, become despondent and sort of suicidal.
It happened twice, yes.
She just said it happened twice.
Overruled.
And you took care of your kids, right?
Yes.
And took care of Adam
Yes.
and continued on with your life.
Yes.
Okay. You said that the state asked you about Adam being pure evil, right?
Yes.
And that's what you said you saw in Adam at the time that you say that he was beating Harmony.
Yes.
And you're saying that a child was beaten to death beside you, looking like pure evil, and you continued on with your children and your life with Adam.
Yeah, but it wasn't okay.
Okay. And you did nothing about Harmony's death.
No, I asked him to stop, and he didn't.
Okay. I'm talking about after Harmony was died, you continued on with your life, right?
Yeah, but it wasn't okay. It was abusive.
Okay. And you don't like that, abusive, right?
Right.
And you would not approve of abusive behavior.
Well, I was taking it
Okay.
when I shouldn't have. It took a while for me to just leave him. It's really hard.
Okay. Now, the duffel bag in the trunk of the car, you eventually got the trunk open, right?
No, we didn't get the trunk open.
Well, you eventually got a bunch of stuff out of the trunk, right?
Yes.
And were you present when Mr. Badero drove Adam back to the car?
Yes, I was with him.
And the kids were where?
With us.
Okay. And at that point, you were trying to get the rest of the stuff out of the car?
Yes.
And you were able to take some things out of the car?
Yes.
From the back seat
Yes.
and from the trunk?
Yes.
And let's talk about the letters talking about betrayal. You remember talking about that on redirect?
Yes.
She gets emotional about that. Talking about that betrayal. Is she gonna cry for the first time when the defense asks her something?
Anyway, those letters were the handwritten notes that were taken from yourself.
Yes.
And you are talking about betrayal of Adam because you don't want to hurt Adam.
Right.
But I think you said on redirect, but you had to do the right thing.
Right.
And that's what you meant when you wrote the word betrayal, was that you didn't want to hurt Adam, but you had to do the right thing.
Right.
And after you wrote that letter, where you didn't want to hurt Adam, but you had to do the right thing, you went and lied to the grand jury.
When I was subpoenaed, yes.
And that was after the letter about betrayal, right?
A few months after, yes.
And that was not doing the right thing, right?
Right.
Because you knew how Harmony died, right?
Right.
And you knew when she died, right?
Right.
And you knew where she died, right?
Yes.
And the right thing would have been to tell the grand jury that information, right?
Right.
And you did not do the right thing.
Not yet.
Okay. And then, I think you said, that Adam and you talked about, I think you called it take the fall, because he wanted you to be with the children.
Yes.
So Adam agreed to take the fall for what happened to Harmony to protect you.
No, not just to protect me.
To protect you being there for the children.
Yeah.
Okay.
Damn, that was incriminating what she just said. Caroline is walking her down a path that she could never recover from. Like, so... I mean, she just said, yeah. She just agreed that, okay, so Adam was taking the fall so that to protect you and so that you could be with the kids. And she's like, yeah. Oh, dear.
And he said if anything happens, he would take the fall.
Right.
And you expected that he would do that, right?
No.
You didn't expect that he would do that.
No.
Okay. But he did, right?
No.
Ah, okay. Sorry. He took the fall in the sense that both of you represented to other people that he had taken Harmony to Crystal.
Right.
Okay. So he was allowing him to be the focus of anybody's questions, not you, right?
Right.
And you said that you said that Dunkin' Donuts, that you stuck with the story even though you didn't work at Dunkin' Donuts on the 30th, right?
Right.
And I think you said that Adam said make it sometime around Thanksgiving, right?
No.
The story about him going with Harmony off to Crystal. And
Yeah, 'cause we got kicked out of the house, but it was just that time.
Okay. And you were the one that picked the date that you would say that you were working at Dunkin' Donuts, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Well, you said that you continued with your story even though you knew you didn't work that day, right?
Right.
And you continued with the story because in the middle of grand jury, you learned that they had gotten the Dunkin' Donuts records, right?
Yeah.
And you continued with the story because you weren't prepared to say anything else.
I didn't want to say the other issue of what happened.
Okay. And you had been advised prior to.
She says she didn't want to say the other issue of what happened. Oh, the little issue there, it's murder, by the way. The way she minimizes what happened is unbelievable. Valerie says, are we back to the grand jury? Yeah, we are. Back to the shaking my head. The grand jury questioning. So we're back to she's a liar, yes. But I think we're almost done with her.
The grand jury testimony, those ground rules were saying every time that you lie, you might get stacked charges, right?
Yeah.
And one thing that has been the focus of everything that you have done since being arrested is to be in as little trouble as possible, right?
I'm sorry.
You have said things to try and get out of trouble or keep the trouble as little as possible, right?
No.
Yeah? Well, when they continued asking questions, you could have asked to see your lawyer, right?
Right.
But you continued with the story, right?
Right.
Because you didn't have another one to say.
Because that's what Adam told me to say. I didn't know what else I was going to say. I just stuck with the story.
Okay. So you didn't know what else to say.
She's smirking, and I love how Caroline's like, okay. The way she's like, okay, yeah, we're going to ask you some more questions now. I mean, sure. That was so dumb of her to be like, yeah. Wow, Kayla, what did you just admit to there?
So you stuck with the story, right?
Right.
And you had talked before about betraying Adam, but weren't ready at the grand jury.
Right.
Okay. And you said that you were afraid to do anything because you were afraid of what would happen, right?
Right.
And I think one of the things that you told the state that you were afraid of what would happen was that Adam threatened to have Kevin kill you?
Yeah.
Okay. Kevin is the uncle that used to live in the...
Do you guys believe that? Maybe Adam threatened it, but I don't think Uncle Kevin would be involved in any such thing. He looked completely traumatized, right?
77 Guilford Avenue, right?
Yes.
And the one that was in that fight with Adam that you said that you overheard in the summer?
Yes.
Okay. State talked to you about your cooperation agreement that you reached before talking to the police about what happened that you said happened to Harmony, right?
Right.
And one of the things that it said was that your statements couldn't be used against you, right?
Right.
And that they wanted the truth, right?
Right.
And you told them when you first spoke after having this agreement that you did not go into the shower at Union Avenue when Adam was manipulating the body, right?
Right. Right.
And that was not the truth, right?
No.
And you didn't get in any trouble for it, right?
Right.
You just changed your testimony, right?
Right.
basis?
She didn't testify. That's what it sounded like.
I'll rephrase.
Okay.
Your statement, right?
Right.
And as time went on and they would approach you with things, you might adjust your statement to fit some of the questions, right?
Right.
Okay.
We're almost there, guys, and then we want to see Kim Frain on the stand. Dr. Tracy says, why does the defense get a second redirect? Does anyone know the answer to that? Because I'm also used to, like, you know, the direct examination, cross, redirect. Now, why is there another cross? I know it just works different in different states. That's what I have learned from covering all these trials. I'm like, different states, different rules. Like here, Adam Montgomery has the right to choose to be in the courtroom every day or not. I don't think it's like that in every state.
And by that agreement, you were supposed to only tell the truth, right?
Right.
And your story changed somewhat, right?
Right.
And at the grand jury, you were only supposed to tell the truth, right?
Right.
And you lied.
Right.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything further from the state?
Your Honor, no further questions for Ms. McClellan.
All right, you may sit down.
Okay. Sure, they could call her back, right? Unless they release her now.
State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Ms. Courtney Garcia to the stand.
Courtney Garcia, okay. That's a different one. Kim's later.
And when you get there, if you could please just remain standing for a brief moment. Ms. Garcia, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat.
Thank you.
And feel free to pour yourself a glass of water if you'd like for any reason. Ms. Garcia, as we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Courtney Garcia, Courtney Garcia.
Okay, thank you. And what city do you live in?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
How long have you lived here?
About 5 years.
And are you currently employed?
Not at the moment.
Okay. What type of jobs have you had in your life?
I've had some supervisor positions. I've worked as a counselor in the addiction field, restaurant jobs.
Okay. And currently, right now, do you have any children?
I do.
Okay. How old?
13 months.
It sounds like a handful.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, with regards to the name Adam Montgomery, have you heard that name before?
Yes.
All right. How do you know Adam Montgomery?
He is a childhood friend of my husband,
Okay. And what's your husband's name?
Matthew Garcia.
Ooh, a childhood friend of her husband. Okay, Adam Montgomery is a childhood friend of her husband. Okay.
With regards to Adam Montgomery, have you met him in person before?
I have.
Okay. And also, at any point in time, were the two of you working together?
Yes, he was one of my employees.
The first witness, please, Your Honor.
Mr. May.
Ms. Garcia, I'd like to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, that's Adam Montgomery.
That's Adam Montgomery. The same Adam Montgomery that we're talking about?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you very specifically about Mr. Montgomery. I'd like to ask about Thanksgiving. 2019, if I can.
Okay.
Did you see Mr. Montgomery on Thanksgiving of 2019 or around that time?
I did, on Thanksgiving.
On Thanksgiving Day?
Yes.
Okay.
It was in the evening.
I'm sorry, in the evening?
Yes.
Okay. And I would ask if you can just kind of scoot a little bit more forward, actually. You saw him in the evening, right?
Correct.
And when you saw him in the evening, let me ask, did you become aware of where he was living at the time?
Yes, I did. He was living in his vehicle.
What did the car look like?
It was a Chrysler Sebring, very bald tires, silver to my knowledge.
And where did you see him that evening?
I saw him at the Pestataquag, I think that's how you pronounce it, apartments in Manchester, New Hampshire, in the parking lot.
Okay. What, if anything, did you do for him that day?
My husband and I provided Adam gas money, and we offered him a place to stay.
And that was on Thanksgiving, correct?
Correct.
All right. And what did Mr. Montgomery say to that when you offered him a place to stay that night?
Interesting. Do any of you recall Kayla saying any of that? Because I don't think she brought this one up before. She's brought up Anthony Bordero and all of that. But Courtney Garcia offering gas money and a place to stay. I'm keen to hear how Adam responded to that. Also, we're going to have another stream right after this. Even though it's going to be midnight for me or after, okay? To talk about the Rachel Morin case and those updates. I do not live under a rock. I'm aware of it. I'm just trying to manage my energy, especially because trial days are long hours and, you know, it's a lot. So, but we will have a stream right after this. You'll be teleported there to discuss that, okay? Oh, let's see what happens here next. Okay, now how long is the sidebar? Quite a long one.
Our location.
Okay.
Wait, go there. Okay. Yeah, so Madeline says she talked to Adam, not Kayla. Yeah, I'm aware, but they were living in the car and she saw them in the parking lot, right? Okay. Sorry, we're getting there. Go, go, go. Getting there. Speed it up. Miri says, remember, Kayla doesn't remember anything. That's true as well. Very valid. She doesn't remember a damn thing.
In regards to Thanksgiving and staying, what did the defendant say when you made that offer?
Adam was kind of for it, but Kayla and Adam ended up not agreeing to stay at our location.
Okay. And let me ask you, is that a conversation that you directly had with the defendant?
Yes.
And I believe a second ago you just said also Kayla. So Kayla, is that Kayla Montgomery?
Yes.
That particular day...
So it sounds like Kayla said no thank you. Like they had a discussion and then like, nope, no thank you. Is there a bit of jealousy there? Probably, right? Oh my word.
did you see any other members of the family there?
Yes, they had their two sons and Harmony in the back seat.
Okay. And how did you see her in person in the back seat, or do you just know that she was there?
I just know that all three children were there. None of the children got out of the vehicle.
Okay. Did you look into the vehicle at any point to put eyes on them?
We offered them food, so I believe at one time I kind of put my hand in, and that was that. I didn't really look at the children. It's not what I was there for.
Okay. And from your recollection today, how many children were in the car at that time?
3.
All right, thank you. Moving forward from Thanksgiving, I want to talk to you about the couple of months after that. Did you see the defendant again, Adam Montgomery, sometime between December and January, December of 2019 into January of 2020?
Multiple times.
Okay. And at any point in time during that month, December going into January, did you have a conversation with him about Harmony and her condition?
We did, yes. Or I did, yes.
Okay. Where did Mr. Montgomery say she was at that point?
He told us that he brought Harmony back to her mother.
Do you know what her mother's name is?
Crystal, maybe?
Okay. And let me ask, with regards to that, I apologize. Did the defendant ever tell you what her name is? I should have asked a better question there.
No, he did not.
And with regards to how she was back with her mother, what did the defendant tell you about why that happened, or how it happened, or when it happened?
He told us that he brought her back to her mother because Harmony was having multiple accidents in the vehicle.
And by accidents, what do you mean by accidents?
She was using the bathroom in the vehicle.
What, if anything, did the defendant say about Harmony now being with her mother as compared to Harmony being with Adam?
I'm sorry, not.
Sure. At any point in time, did he talk about what kind of, with regards to what Harmony was being provided for, what she could be provided for from her mother as compared to what Adam was able to offer at that time?
A home.
A home?
Yes.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor.
So the timeline they're looking at now is that Courtney saw Adam and Kayla in the parking lot. They said the kids were in the car. They were living in the car already around Thanksgiving of 2019. Actually, on Thanksgiving is what they said. We also know from the timeline that Harmony was allegedly murdered on December 7th of 2019. And so this witness saw them, especially Adam, between, well, sometime in December 2019 to January of 2020, and they spoke about Harmony multiple times. And Adam had actually said he returned her to her mother, Crystal, because Harmony was just having all these accidents in the car. Man, if only that were true. You know? Why didn't he just do that? But he did say to Crystal in the past, when I get custody of her, you will never see her again. Wow.
Let me ask you, Ms. Garcia, at one point, were you interviewed by officers of the Manchester Police Department about this interaction that we talked about today that you had with Adam Montgomery?
Yes.
Okay. And during the time that you were speaking with them, did you tell them that the defendant told you that she was better off with her mother than with him at the time?
Basis?
Hearsay.
I'm sorry, the defendant.
Yes, I'm asking whether or not she reported those as the defendant's words at that time.
The objection is overruled.
Go ahead, Ms. Garcia.
Yes, he told us that she was better off with her mother because she could provide her a home, and Adam could not.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Garcia. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel will have a few.
Okay.
Okay, cross-examination.
Hi, Ms. Garcia. You indicated on direct examination that a place to stay was offered for the night.
Correct.
Adam was kind of for it.
Yes.
Kayla wasn't.
Correct.
Thank you.
Anything further, Attorney Gotti?
I'm just laughing because the way that defense attorney is like, it was very like mic drop. Did you see that attitude? It was, okay, just one question. I'm like, wow. All right, so they still building that reasonable doubt.
Nothing else. We'd ask this witness to be excused, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
You may step down. You are excused.
Thank you.
Just a brief moment.
I think there's one more witness. Forensic Bureau says, score! I found chocolate. Lucky you. Where'd you find it?
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Ms. Kimberly Frain to the stand, please.
So cool that they've got Kimberly Frain going like, oh my word. I did not expect, I didn't see her on the witness list, but okay. Here we go. Okay, where's the sound? That is Kimberly Frain. Now her husband, ex-husband now, was Chris Frain. Adam Montgomery stole weapons from Chris. Adam used to be, see, now people are going to say they weren't friends. They just used together, okay? They used to get high together. Adam and Kim used to meet up to use drugs together. So former friends, you know? But this lady's, I quite like her. She's very snarky, where she answers the questions. I saw at the weapons trial, right? As I said. Now, let's hear what she's got to say.
That the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat.
Teresa says, who's the guy that just gave Kim the peace sign? That would be Dolly Vision, a YouTuber. Yes, indeed.
Ms. Frain, as we're being recorded here today, would you please state your first and your last name for the record and spell them out for us?
Kimberly, Kimberly, Frain, Frain.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Frain. Appreciate that. With regards to New Hampshire, do you live in the state?
Yes.
Okay. And generally, what town do you live in?
Meredith.
In Meredith. And what are you doing for work right now?
I'm working in healthcare at a hospital.
Okay. And how long have you been doing that?
Almost 3 years.
How far have you gone in school?
I'm actually back in school now.
Oh, what are you studying?
Where?
What? I'm sorry, what are you studying?
It's kind of long. Healthcare administration.
Okay. And how long have you been, or how long do you have to go before you get a degree?
Like 3 more years.
3 more years?
Yeah.
All right. Pardon me. So I'm going to ask just one question at a time, so I'd ask you to please listen carefully to either my question or any other counsel's question that you get asked. And if I'm talking too quickly or if you don't understand my question, just let me know. I'll be happy to restate it, okay?
Okay.
All right, thanks. Prior to where you live now, did you used to live in Manchester back in 2019?
Yes.
All right. And do you know of somebody by the name of Adam Montgomery?
Yes.
Did you ever used to work at a Dunkin' Donuts on Beach Street in Manchester?
Yes.
How long did you work there?
Like 5 years,
About 5 years?
maybe?
Okay. Let me ask, you also know the name Kayla Montgomery.
Yes.
And what was when you, and have you met Kayla Montgomery?
Yes.
Right. What's the relationship between Kayla Montgomery and Adam Montgomery when you first met them?
I met them at work. We worked together. First I worked with Kayla, and then Adam worked with us too.
With regards to Kayla and Adam, did you ever meet Adam's daughter, Harmony Montgomery?
Once.
One time?
Yes.
Did you ever spend time with her?
Yes, I babysat her and the 2 boys, or 1 boy at the time, at my house.
At your house?
Yeah.
And would this have been back in 2019?
Yeah, I think it was the summer of 2019.
I'd like to ask some specific questions for you about Adam Montgomery, specifically about beginning in the winter of that year, at the end of 2019, all right?
Okay.
Right. Did you ever bring Adam Montgomery jumper cables to try to start a car?
Yes.
How many times have you done that for him?
Once.
Just the one time?
One time.
How did he reach out to you for help?
He either called me or it was on Facebook. I can't remember which. And he said that their car had died and it was freezing out and they wanted me to come jump start their car. And I told them no, but they kept begging and I felt bad. So I went.
Okay. So you said maybe they messaged you or reached out on Facebook, is that right? Did you have a Facebook account at one point that just went by the name Kimberly Frain?
Yeah.
And is that the account that he might have messaged you on?
Yeah.
What time was this? What time of morning was this that Adam reached out, or you got these messages asking for a jump?
It was in the middle of the night. I just remember that. It was late.
So did you go to where they were and give them a jump?
I did.
Where did you go?
It's behind Elm Street in, I think it's Colonial Apartments.
Okay. And is that at the south side of town, west side, or north side of town?
It's like right down the road from my house on the north side.
Okay. When you saw them, do you remember what kind of car they were in that night?
Yeah, they were in a blue Audi.
Now, when you went to meet them, first of all, what was the weather like that night?
It was cold. It was freezing.
So when you got there, who, if anybody, got into your car?
I pulled up and I don't remember the beginning, but I don't think I brought a jumper pack that my ex-husband had, and a Good Samaritan came by and him and Adam jump started it, and Kayla jumped in my car with the 2 boys and we just blasted the heat to keep them warm.
To keep them warm?
Yeah.
So you said it was Kayla and the 2 boys?
2 boys.
Okay. So I know you said before that you had babysat Harmony on one occasion. Was Harmony there with you? Did she get into the car as well with Kayla and the 2 boys?
No.
Did you see Harmony at all while you were there that night?
No.
And I believe you said a good Samaritan came along. Do you remember who that is or even know who that
No,
is?
it was just somebody in the complex saw us struggling.
Okay. And I guess I'll ask this one other question. After that one time, did you ever jump a car for them again?
No, I was distancing myself from them. at that
Do
point.
you remember the exact day that this occurred in the winter of 2019, end of 2019?
I don't.
Okay. Just that it was very cold out, is that right?
Yeah.
Just a moment, please.
What we know from the timeline is that was after Harmony was murdered, after the Chrysler Sebring had broken down. Then Anthony Bodero had let them use his Audi for a few nights. And it was that car, that Audi, that also packed up, like the Sebring. I think the battery or whatever died. So that's why they phoned Kim. Because they were freezing, you know? Just so you know, the timeline. So they are talking about December of 2019.
Please, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, Ms. Frain. I have one more question just for you in general. With regards to conversations that you've had with Adam Montgomery, the defendant in this case, with regards to those conversations, did you ever have a conversation with him about Harmony having bathroom accidents or wetting herself or defecating herself in her pants?
I don't think so. Not him.
Not him?
No.
Okay. With anybody else?
Maybe with Kayla, but I don't remember exactly.
Okay. Well, and I don't want you to guess. So if you remember, you remember. If you don't, you don't. That's okay. And so you're saying your testimony is you don't.
I don't remember.
All right. All right. Thank you very much for your time. I have no further questions for you. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Thank you.
Counsel, you want to move? Come up.
Yes, Your Honor.
That. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, and I only have a couple of questions.
Okay.
You recalled that whatever car that you jumped, you thought it was a blue Audi?
Yeah.
And you know from before that Adam used to drive a Sebring?
It was a silver car.
Okay. This was not the car that Adam used to drive around, right? And you remembered this way back in 2021 when the police first asked you about it, right?
Yeah.
And your memory, even the first time you talked about it, was a blue Sebring. Blue Audi.
No, I think I might have told them I think I told them it was the silver car, but
Okay.
it was the Audi they were in.
Okay, so you're really clear about that, huh?
Yeah.
So what changed when you first said the Sebring and then sort of recalled the Audi?
I just couldn't remember the time frames because it was so long ago.
Okay, so I understand that, but what changed your recollection of the type of car?
Objection, Your Honor, has been answered at this point.
Overruled. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Okay, I think you said at first you told him it was the Sebring, but then...
Thank you, Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. I must say, when I did a course with Laura Richards, who's got all kinds of degrees, psychology degrees, lots of experience, she said there's no such thing as Stockholm Syndrome or trauma bonding, which I was like, what? And it all goes under the banner of coercive control, which is what I saw on Friday with Kayla. I thought she was a victim of coercive control, and plausibly she could still be. However, she could also, as someone said earlier, be a scumbag herself. You know what I mean? And sure, I think she crossed the line from just being a victim to now also being more like an accomplice, you know? It's kind of like if wanted to say, I don't know, like Fred and Rosemary West. I mean, you could argue a lot of things there, but at some point, you cross the line and you become just like the person you're addicted to, clearly, like this one, Kayla, sure, the way that she is obsessed with Adam to this day and desires him sexually, that's a disorder in itself. So yeah, but thank you so much for your sticker. We're almost done with today's court day. Someone was asking how long still. I think it's 5 minutes or so. 5 minutes or so, I think.
The blue Audi, when they first started questioning you on it, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what it was that made you say that it was the blue Audi?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything further?
Wow.
You may
That
step
was
down,
quick.
counsel approach.
Oh, come on. I was I was so excited to see this witness. Ask her more things. Like, she was so good at the weapons trial. If you guys didn't see it, she was on for hours. Like, man. And if I knew she was going to be called, I didn't see her name on the witness list. Maybe I missed it. Maybe that was my error. And then I would have put a snippet of her in, right? But anyway, we saw her now. So that was that, okay? You can go to thelaurarichards.com to learn about who I'm talking about. Her channel is called Crime Analyst as well. I learned a lot from Laura, honestly, and listening to her and Jim Clemente. Very fascinating. Their podcast is called Real Crime Profile. Like, a cameraman is like, let's show everyone who's sitting here, show them all. It's not actually that full of a courtroom, huh? Wow. Oh, we've got the crickets again. I need to put the cricket sound on here so that when they show the chair like that, we play the crickets. Yeah, no, Adam's not there. Someone said earlier that per Law and Crime, Adam is watching via closed circuit, right? So he's somehow watching this courtroom feed. Let's hope he's not watching with us. Don't watch with us.
10 of 4, and I don't want to get started with another witness and take you too long beyond 4 o'clock. So we're going to end for the day.
Nice.
I know earlier when I left this morning, there were some reports about weather. I have kept an eye on it as we've taken breaks throughout the day. The reports actually look much better than was originally anticipated. And we're New Hampshireites, so we're used to weather. But it does not look like it is going to be the significant weather event that they had originally predicted. So I'm going to keep an eye on the weather throughout the night. At this point, the court will be open. We will. I have every expectation that we are going to go forward tomorrow with trial. So I'll need you here at 8:45. If anything were to change, we would let.
Okay, we're almost done there. So Destiny said Kayla can be a victim of Adam and be a POS. The two are not mutually exclusive. Absolutely. I just think at some point, that victim label falls away because they become very criminal themselves, like a hardened criminal. You know what I mean? Like, at some point, if one was a victim, like, I don't know, people are so hard on, they say Asa Ellerup with Rex Yeoman's wife, right? Like, she did it. She's also a killer. She was in it there. But yeah, with Kayla, it's like, no shame. You know what I mean? It's so weird how in different cases, people see different things, and that's fine. We could all have our opinions, right? I just think that, those cases when, like, a wife actually helps their serial killer husband, yeah, now they're a criminal too. They're an accomplice, okay? They are no longer a victim. Even if one said technically they started off as one or they were one. It's kind of like saying if someone, I don't know, is like a mass shooter and you say, shame, but they've got PTSD. Okay, but then now they're a mass shooter, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, at some point, you cross a line and things change. Yeah, so my opinion about Kayla changed a lot in the last day and a half. In the beginning, I'm like, well, she could have started off as a victim of domestic violence. She could have. We also don't know if she could be an aggressor with other relationships. How do we know? But anyway, she could have started off as a victim like that. He is very likely, he's like a textbook coercive controller. He's also a stalker. We've looked at his dark criminal past before. So it is in the makings of her being a victim. And look at the allegations of what he did to his daughter. We don't know if he did anything to the boys. He's shot people in the face. He's the prime suspect in other murders. He's been committing crimes since he was 12. But she has a sexual disorder, hybristophilia, by the looks of it. I'm not trying to diagnose it. It sounds like she still desires him and she's obsessed with him and addicted to him. That's a disorder in itself. But at some point, she crossed over and grabbed those scissors and cut a little Star Wars hoodie off a decomposed 5-year-old's body. No, she crossed over. In my opinion. That's just like too far, lady, too far. Rebecca said a judge should be held accountable, in my honest opinion. Yeah, not this judge. You're talking about the judge that granted Adam full custody, right? Yeah, many people think so. I agree. Yeah, exactly. So Miss North's musing says, exactly, Kayla was a co-conspirator. She was there through everything. And remember, she was a criminal throughout as well. So she's not just a victim and a ride along with him. She was stealing money out the till at Dunkin' Donuts. She was handing in food stamps for drugs. She was using Harmony's name to get food stamps to buy more drugs and just to get by. You know what I mean? But like after she died. No, man, it's sometime. No, she's a criminal herself. You know?
Let you know well before then. I know we have contact information for all of you. I'll double check to make sure that that's correct. So keep an eye out on your email or text messages, but I think it is extremely unlikely that we would not have trial tomorrow, so you should all plan accordingly. Put your boots beside the door. So 8:45 tomorrow morning. As I said, don't read anything about this. Avoid all news media regarding this case. Don't look anybody up. Don't do any independent research. And I will see you tomorrow morning for a 9 a.m. start. Thank you so much, everybody, for your attention today. All right. Thank you. Ray, can you just make sure that, I'll call
Big day.
downstairs to Ann, make sure she has everybody's contact information. Okay. Can you call downstairs to Ann, make sure before we let them out?
Like that. Just call them downstairs. Okay, they're going. Joey's going home. I think that's it, though. Anything else?
Last minute issues we need to address?
Sorry, what?
You can do it from there. I think, unless you think there's something that would be privileged, but otherwise I say do it.
Still about 4 more minutes. Let's see what they show us here on these 4 minutes. Sherry said, excuse me for being confused. Are her 2 boys Adam's children? Yes, they are. And they had a daughter together after Harmony died. Yes, indeed.
Do it from there. Okay.
After Harmony was murdered.
Okay.
We heard from Attorney Sheehan. We understand that Mr. Madero would likely go ahead for some of the cross-examination anticipated of him. So as a result, something we have a conversation with us this evening as to whether or not we will be granted, and we'll have an answer for you on that prior to him taking the stand, or the day of him taking the stand. So we will hopefully go ahead and be able to resolve that issue.
Okay. When you say the day of his taking the stand, that would be will not be problematic, I don't believe, if immunity is granted. If immunity is not granted, it may become an issue. So we'll need time to do that.
Understood, Your Honor. I believe that I believe that authorization will likely be given.
Okay. So anything, Attorney Smith, Attorney Brooks, you want to say about that? Okay. Do you agree with what I just said, which is if immunity is granted, I don't see any issue or the need for any hearing prior to his taking the stand. Obviously, as soon as immunity is granted, you will give any immunity letter to the defense right away, right? Okay. So, and if in the event that were not accurate, then I'd want to know right away, because I would want to want to make sure we have time for hearing on that.
In regards to that, Your Honor, I believe also procedure, we would have to submit the letter to the court. The court would have to sign off on the order before that would happen.
Okay, so they're working out when Anthony Badira will testify and all of that, and if he'll have immunity or not. He was the guy that let them borrow his Audi. He was the guy that supplied them with substances. They're at the Colonial Village apartments. He lived somewhere there in those apartments, and they stayed in the parking lot, right?
Happen, and then obviously.
Now, don't go yet. Don't go. This stream is going to redirect you to the next one. We're going to go talk about the Rachel Morin case in the next half an hour, okay?
Both sets of counsel will have it. So I would anticipate that would happen well in advance of him testifying.
Okay, good. If there's any issues there, you're going to let me know, I'm sure. So please do. Anything else from your perspective that we can accomplish today?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Actually, I have every expectation that we will go forward tomorrow. Like I said, I looked at least, maybe not the last break, but at lunchtime, and it looked like 3.5 inches of snow or something like that. So I think I have every expectation that we're going to go forward tomorrow. If there were any changes, I want the best contact information for you all. And maybe, just in case we can't get to one member of your team, maybe it makes sense to give us contact information for both. And then once we contact the first person, we would have you contact your co-counsel. But like I said, I think I have every expectation that we will go forward tomorrow. So you should have your witnesses ready to go. Anybody runs into any trouble, please let us know. Okay. Yeah, excellent. Attorney Agati or Attorney Knowles, do you need Tabitha Scott tomorrow, or are you going to ask us for a new transport order, or what's the situation?
We are not for tomorrow, Your Honor, no.
Okay, so you'll keep us apprised
Yes.
in advance, because we've got to issue a transport order.
Oh, yes.
Okay. I think if you would give your contact information to the clerk, and she and I can sort out what will happen with that. All right. Anything else? No? Okay. I will see you all tomorrow morning. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And that's it, guys. Day 4. So tomorrow for day 5, we meet again. We're actually going to go meet right now at a different stream. But if you don't make it to that one, then I'll see you tomorrow for day 5. I'm also going to start 2.5 hours later, like I did today, because now it's 11:30 at night. And they finished a little bit earlier today as well. So normally I would finish at 12:30 at night, go to bed at 1 or 2. So starting 2.5 hours later is perfect. So look out for that. The stream, this is not going to redirect you there now. I will make that public tomorrow and you'll find me there. And let's see if and it sounds like Anthony Badero will be on the stand, right? They talked about Tabitha Scott as well, which is the lady that was in the car when they had the car accident. So I don't know, but they sound like Tabitha's not going to be on tomorrow. So let's see. I think they've now been through 9, 10, 11 or so, 11 or 12 witnesses, if I count correctly. Go watch the replays. Let me know. How many have they been through? I timestamped it for you. Comment below. So 12 out of 52 or 55, something like that, for the state. And there'll be 2 witnesses for the defense as well. Today was another tough one. Very interesting, though, to see, Kayla shifting demeanor and all of that. Another question I have is for people that get kind of, protective of Kayla at this point. That's okay. You can have your opinion. In my opinion, I've lost all empathy for her and I do not feel protective over her at all. No. So, because if she's a victim, you know what I mean? Like, how many victims are also criminals? Like, would do these types of things, like cross that line, the criminal line. I don't know about that, man. So I think she's, I need to do a deep dive into her rap sheet too, actually. But especially in what she helped with. In this case, sure, no, man. It's terrible. So I hope that you guys are okay. I hope that you will, either get some sunshine or look after yourself, or because these cases are tough, okay? Sometimes they can get really under your skin and it's difficult. And I hope you don't have nightmares or anything. Hope you're okay. And I will see you again tomorrow for the trial day. I'm going to see you in 25 minutes for the Rachel Moran case updates. They have released some composite sketches and even a podcast episode, which I find quite amazing with that police department. They're very ahead of the game, So we're going to listen to that together. I'll see you over there. Thank you so much, mods, for everything you do. I really appreciate it. I know these are long days and you work very hard. Thank you to everyone that buys the mods coffees. If you don't know where to do that, go to grizzlytruecrime.com. That's my website. You'll find the links to buy me coffees or send me PayPal gifts, which are some of the best ways to support the work I do, or go join Patreon. All of the links are there, right? And if you scroll down, you will find how to support the mods with some coffees as well. They've got their very own Buy Me a Coffee page, and I make sure to split that equally between all the mods every quarter. So that that it's a nice spoil every quarter. So thank you so much, everyone. And I will see you again in the next stream or tomorrow. Okay, bye.